Wonderful. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We are going to first do some interviews for some committees and commissions, and I just need to make certain from my city clerk, do I have a quorum?
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy. Yes, you confirming your quorum.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. We'd like to start with getting all my paperwork. There we go. We are going to start with our interviews for appointments to the representatives to the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, which we affectionately call NERC. And we will start with residents, and we will have a vote, and then we will, there's businesses, and then we will have a vote on that. And Rena, are you the one in charge for us?
Yeah, well, I am orchestrating this, as the liaison for the NERC, and I wanted to provide a short staff report before we get started so you understand, and so the public also understands why we're here today. So on April 8th, the council took action to restructure our Neighborhood University Relations Committee, and thank you, Councilmember Hardy. We call it the NERC, so we may be using that acronym throughout today. The committee is now comprised, because of the council action, of 2 city council members, 2 members of Santa Clara University staff, 1 Santa Clara University student, 1 Old Quad resident, and 1 property owner landlord representative. The restructuring was done for the goal of achieving a more inclusive committee that would represent the diverse interests of promoting collaboration with the various interests and stakeholder groups that really reside with the university and the community that's immediately adjacent. Santa Clara University has designated Sean Collins, Assistant Vice President for University Operations, and Steve Ross, Assistant Dean of Students, as the 2 staff representatives, and Shay McQueely, who is a senior and also the Community Development Vice President for the Associated Student Government, as the student representative. It is requested that among the actions that the council take today is to officially appoint these Santa Clara University designees as part of committee members for the NERC. So for the 2 positions that are included for interviews and appointment today are the Old Quad resident, as well as the property owner landlord representative. And our city clerk's office facilitated the recruitment for those 2 positions. We did receive 5 applicants for the property owner landlord representative and 11 applications for the Old Quad resident. We as staff screened for the eligibility criteria because there were basic criteria for both, and that meant some of those applicants did not move forward. However, today we have the applicants here to be interviewed and for the council to appoint. The following individuals are intended to be interviewed today for the position of Old Quad resident. Note that since the posting of the report, we actually had a couple applicants not confirm and not attend today. So, and a couple who explicitly said they were going to withdraw from the process. But today for the Old Quad resident positions, we have we have Chris Castle, Grace Shirarella Jensen, Mark Kelsey, and Shang Fang Zhen. And I want to point out that she actually goes by Jennifer. So we will try to refer to her as Jennifer. And after that recruitment and appointment, the interviews and appointment, there'll be a second round for the council today, and that's for the appointment of the property owner landlord committee representative. And the intention of this position is really to represent the perspective of landlords who own rental property in the Old Quad. That has been an issue of significant interest to the NERC over the years, so we thought a good thing to actually have someone who is actually representing properties that are used for rental. There were 3 applicants of the 5 that were submitted who moved forward. We did have information today that 1 has withdrawn from the process. So today we're going to be interviewing Colin Forgy and Barina Sejcik. Also want to point out that following past practice, the council has often created a list that we retain for 6 months should we need to pull from a waiting list. There is one of the motions for the council to take action to create such a list. So that concludes the staff report, and the council can begin with your interviews unless you have any questions for staff.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and that helps our applicants to understand, it helps those watching and our audience, and it helps the council. We are down 2 council members, and that's why you'll notice the mayor looks a little different. I'm not the mayor. Councilmember Karen Hardy helping in and following up because both our mayor and our vice mayor are not here today.
Councilmember Hardy, I just wanted to let everyone know that the applicants were given the 3 questions in advance, and so they have come prepared specifically with those 3 questions.
Excellent. All council members should have the interview questions. We will go around in that and ask those, but we give each applicant 1 minute to introduce themselves, and then we start in on the questions. Is that right? And and then a 1 minute
Closing.
follow-up. Wonderful. And we have excellent help here in the clerk's office because they're going to count it down. So I don't have to gavel you down. Not a problem. If you're nervous about doing this, you shouldn't be because there's only 5 of us instead of 7, so it should be less, only 5/7 of the nerves. Wonderful. Well, we will start then with Chris Castle, if you could please come forward. Thank you so much for applying. We appreciate this. And we'll give you a minute to tell us about yourself.
Great. Well, thank you and appreciate the opportunity. So I'm Chris Castle. I'm a member of, or I'm a resident of the Old Quad neighborhood. I've been living in Santa Clara since 2012. So I have a little bit of experience in the sort of ebbs and flows of daily life in the Old Quad. We specifically looked for housing in the Old Quad because of the access to things like farmers market and the various activities that have gone on downtown. So that's been really engaging. Since the pandemic, my son was born to coincide with the pandemic. So since then, I've been a father in the neighborhood, and I've also started using the neighborhood for other activities related to kids care and things like that. So it's been very engaging to just sort of utilize the resources and things that we have in Santa Clara more effectively, both as like a resident, long-term resident, but also as a family member and a father.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, we do have 3 questions that we gave you ahead of time, but we will have each council member read those and let you answer back to that. Kevin Park, Councilmember Park, would you like to start with the first question under the Old Quad representative? Thank you.
Understood. This is kind of a basic question, but why are you interested in serving on the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, especially for the position of Old Quad resident representative?
Well, in particular, I meet the criteria of living in the Old Quad. I am a Santa Clara University alumni. I had my MBA from Santa Clara in 2009. And during my time in Santa Clara, I was also involved as a student representative to the administration there. Something that I enjoy doing is learning about the different aspects of different people who are involved in these things. I've seen the relationship with Santa Clara kind of ebb and flow through the community over time. Looking as a father and a resident, interested in giving back to the community a little bit, and I've seen a couple other appointments through the city council, and this is one that I kind of fit both as an alumni, a resident, and a participant in the community. Looked like a great opportunity for me to get engaged, so that's what I'm doing.
Thank you very much, sir.
Wonderful. Councilmember Jane, second question, please.
Okay. Chris, what is your involvement, what has your involvement been with the NERC in the past, if any?
No involvement in the past at all. So I would say that, I learned about this kind of recently, and as a way of giving back to the community, it seemed like something that would be, on my radar and something that I could contribute with as well. I am a member of the OQRN, just, subscribing to the new emails and stuff and participating in that. But otherwise, no past exposure to the NERC at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez, the third question.
Thank you, and thank you for applying. If you were to be selected to the NERC, what is a community topic that you are most interested for the committee to address?
So this is an interesting one. I'm not sure if there was like top issues or something. So just doing my own kind of reading and research, I understand that housing and housing-related issues are kind of top concerns around the university and our local neighborhood, as well as kind of noise complaints and things like this, as well as just how the community interfaces with the university. I am interested in that, but more importantly, what I'm really interested in is finding ways that the community and the university students can collaborate and learn to use each other as resources. I feel like we've got a very experienced and collaborative community with a ton of interest, associations, businesses, hobbies, involvements, and things like that. And the university students come here for a short span, 4 years, maybe a little bit longer as grad students. They're here and they're active members of our community as well. I mean, 7% ebbs and flows of our student population to the Santa Clara residents, right? And beyond that, they go out into the community at large once they graduate, and they're representing the community of Santa Clara, and they have very, very fond memories of their time in Santa Clara. So they're excellent representatives and liaisons for our city. So the more we can get them involved with our residents, and the more that we can get our residents involved with them, I think they benefit from that, and we benefit from the experience of understanding what their experience is like, what their issues are and things. We can bring that to the table more effectively. So I'm really interested in finding ways that the university and the community can collaborate together.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll give you a minute for a closing statement.
I think that's it. I appreciate the opportunity here. I've been thinking a lot about like what kind of some of the issues are and things and why that might benefit our community. I really do believe that Santa Clara students are some of the most respectful university students that we could have asked for. These are students who are very dedicated, who are very passionate about being, strong members of communities, living up to certain standards and ideals. And I want to be sure that they have a fair shake and a fair voice within the community, within the local community as well. That being said, as a local resident, I also have my concerns about how the university interacts and things. So looking for more communication channels and ways that we can improve relationships seems like a win-win to me that if we can improve this, we're all going to benefit. So appreciate your guys' time and attention and consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for applying. Please stick around because we will make a decision, and you were first, and so you've led the way for everyone. I appreciate that. Okay, the next person I have is Grace Charella Jensen. I hope I said that right. I'm reading my own handwriting. That's frightening. Go ahead. Thank you for applying.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. My name is Grace Chiarella Jensen. I work as a bilingual elementary school educator, and I've been a renter in the Old Quad neighborhood for over 10 years. I'm originally from Virginia, but I moved to California for graduate school for my master's in education, and then have since then moved to the Old Quad, and it's the only place I've lived in California, with various roommates and now my husband, but a very intentional decision to stay in the neighborhood because I find it to be a really wonderful place to live. Lots of things nearby, different businesses changing and new things opening and closing. But I'm just decided very intentionally to stay and be a part of the community in the Old Quad neighborhood.
Wonderful, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, the first question will be asked by Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you for applying, Grace. Why are you interested in serving in the NERC, especially as a position on the Old Quad resident representative?
I think at the most basic level, it's because I care about our community and the community I live in, which includes Santa Clara University and the students there. And I want to help develop a shared culture of mutual care and investment in that same community. I think it's a very unique three-way dynamic between residents, the students, and then the landlords or property owners who don't live in our community but still have the property there, and that each part of that three-way team needs to take on a component of that care and investment in our community. But how to achieve that shared goal looks different for each part of the three-way team, and I think the NERC committee can really work together to conceptualize exactly what that, how that care presents and what that investment looks like for all the different involved parties.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question I'll read. What has your involvement been with the NERC, our Neighborhood University Relations Committee? Say it a few times just so that those watching know what we're talking about. In the past, if any.
I've had no past involvement with this committee. I think it drew my interest. I followed the city emails and saw it, but also the house next to me, when I originally moved in, there was a family living there, but for the past 3 years, it's been the Santa Clara men's soccer team living right next door. And it's actually been a really great experience, and varying students and over the years, but it's been great to connect with those individuals and see them as individuals beyond just the kind of masses that we see in the streets. So that also inspired me to be more a part of, or be interested in this committee.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilmember Park, the third question, please.
Yes, thank you very much for applying. If you were selected to the NERC, what is the community topic that you are most interested for a committee to address?
I think on a broad level, it's community care, and what that looks like is traffic and pedestrian safety. I know that's a concern for the students who are mainly pedestrians, but also safe and clean streets, I think, is important if we think about our middle schoolers walking to Books or middle school, that they are not going through streets full of broken glass, that the streets are a safe and clean place for all the students, the residents, the children, and people passing through. So I think we know there's been concerns about traffic safety. We've had some tragic incidents in not so recent history. So knowing that's very impactful to the university and their community, and ensuring that they know it's also impactful to the residents in our community and our shared community together.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. You have a minute to wrap up if you would like.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here today. I think I just want to emphasize that I truly believe that residents and students are working for the same shared outcomes. We all would like safer streets. We all would like fewer incidences that involve conflicts between neighbors or get the police involved. And this committee, and hopefully that I could be a part of, offers an opportunity to share our perspectives towards those same mutual desires of the same outcomes, and hopefully sharing those perspectives could eventually lead to impactful policy changes for our community and the Santa Clara community as we work together. So thank you so much for having me here this evening.
Thank you, Grace. Appreciate it. Wonderful. Mark Kelsey, please. Mark, go ahead with your
Good evening.
opening.
Thanks. Well, I do want to say thank you, first of all. I want to express my thanks to the city manager and to the Economic Development and Sustainability Director, Rena Briot, for listening to our concerns about NERC and that it needed to be changed, and it has been. Put forward a new proposal, and it's been changed, and I think that's going to be very, very productive. And thanks to the council for approving the new structure and for holding the interviews for the positions today. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Clara. I'm a Santa Clara graduate. We live just a couple of blocks from the university. My wife also graduated from Santa Clara University. We met and married there. In fact, we have our 50th reunion coming up this weekend at the university. So I have a long and deep connection to the university and very interested in the relationship between the university and the community.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, our first question will be asked by Councilmember Jane.
Mark, why are you interested in serving on the NERC and specifically on the position for the Old Quad resident representative?
You know, I believe that the new structure of the Neighborhood University Relations Committee gives us a great opportunity to create more collaboration and engagement between the community, the city, and the university. And I'd very much like to be part of that. I had talked to a neighbor recently, and she told me about a conversation she had with her neighbors, who are students, They were holding a big party, very noisy, and she went and asked them to lower the noise, lower the temperature, calm down. And their reply was very interesting. It was, "Why do you even live here? This is a student neighborhood." And of course, my neighbor and her family have lived in that home for over 50 years. And it is not a student neighborhood or not a student neighborhood. It is our neighborhood. It is all of our neighborhood. And I think that that's the opportunity. I would like to be a voice for all the neighbors of Santa Clara University. I would like to make a difference for all the neighbors of Santa Clara University. A lot's been done to create more collaboration in the past few years, but there's more to do. And the Old Quad neighborhood is a great place. It's a great neighborhood, and I want to be part of working and planning for the future of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez, the second question, please.
Thank you, and thank you for replying. What has your involvement been with the NERC in the past, if any?
I've been an active participant at NERC meetings for over 10 years. I've also participated at Planning Commission and City Council meetings that affect Santa Clara University and the Old Quad neighborhood. I've been engaged with city staff, council members, city leadership about the issues relating to the relationship between the university and the city and the neighborhoods. So I feel like I've been working on this for quite some time. I've met directly with Santa Clara University leadership, with Santa Clara University staff on connecting the university and the neighborhood. I'm a member of the Old Quad Residents Association. I'm the board member who's responsible for connecting with the university. I sit on the University Area Task Force. That's sort of an adjunct to NERC, which deals monthly with issues and concerns for code enforcement, the police department, the neighbors. And so I feel like that experience is very helpful. I've also been the lead for the Old Quad Residents Association on engagement activities with the Santa Clara University and the neighborhood. We sponsored the Franklin Street Festival. We sponsored Spring Picnic in the Park. We sponsored Halloween Picnic in the Park. In fact, this will be our third year for Halloween Picnic in the Park, coming up October 25th in the Mission Library Park. So lots of connections for me with this work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Chahal, please.
Yeah. Thank you for applying, Mr. Kelsey. If you were to select it to the NERC, what is the community topic that you are most interested in committee to address?
I would like to see NERC reach out and engage all the neighbors in the Old Quad. The neighborhood is very diverse. There's full-time residents, there's student residents, there's Santa Clara University faculty and staff residents, there's families with kids, there's seniors, there's small businesses, there's schools, there's churches, and the NERC has the opportunity to engage all of them in creating a better neighborhood for us all. And I think the first step in that is more robust communication, more information on the NERC website, more information on social media, on how we can work together as a community. Information from city leadership, from the police department, from code enforcement, from the university, and from the neighbors about what's happening and what we can do together. And I really think that the successful growth and development of the university itself depends on having a great relationship with the university, and I think this is the opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a minute now to tie it all up.
Like I said, I think we have a really great opportunity here to create more collaboration and more engagement between the neighborhood and the university. Over the time that I've been working and involved, the university's made a number, and the city have together made many steps that have improved the quality of life. But I think there's more opportunity, there's more to be done, and I would like to be part of the Neighborhood University Relations Committee as we go forward into the future and making it a great neighborhood for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, we have Jennifer Sung. I'm going to say it right. I'm going to say it wrong, and you're going to help me with it.
You said it correctly, Council Member.
Thank you. Go ahead. You have a minute, Jennifer, to tell us about yourself.
Perfect, thank you. Dear Council Members, it is my honor to be here today applying for the Old Quad resident position for the NERC committee. I do go by Jennifer, and I am currently a business assurance manager at Google for 4 years. Previously, I joined Deloitte for 5 years as an audit manager, so my entire 10-year career has been focusing on compliance, most of the area. I am also an Old Quad resident. I have been living in the Hillebrand community for over 4 years, so attended a lot of the community events, such as the National Night Out, which I had the pleasure to meet one of our council members here as well. And I also have 2 kids. They have been heavily involved in some of the Santa Clara activities as well. They have performed at the Santa Clara University. We also have attended performance and enjoyed them there as well. I want to bring my unique talents as well as my unique perspective as a cross-language professional to this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will start with the first question. Why are you interested in serving on the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, specifically for the position of the Old Quad resident representative?
Yes, thank you for the question. So I came to the U.S. about 10 years ago, and I went to study in the University of Notre Dame. It was, for those who have been there, it's very close to the city of South Bend, just like shoulder by shoulder. However, there was no connection between the city of South Bend and the university I was in. And I felt a firsthand impact of how important it is to have that connection between the students who are in the university and the residents. And also, the community contribution has been one of my lifetime commitments. Ever since middle school, I was leading our Roots and Shoes organization. In university, I led our Red Cross subchapter in our university. And now, as I joined the workforce 10 years ago, I have been actively participating in opportunities to connect and bond people together. And that includes coaching our newly joined company members, as well as host cultural pop-ups to enhance the bonding between the people. So I want to continue that journey and extend beyond my student life, beyond my professional career, and now to my real life, where the community that I live in, I want to bring my value and my 2 cents to help with this NURC or NERC committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Park, the second question, please.
Thank you very much for applying. What has your involvement been with the NERC in the past, if any?
Yes, thank you for the question. So as an applicant for the NERC, I have no experience with the NERC activity. However, I did familiarize myself with the past commissions or the initiatives of NERC. So I reviewed the past minutes that is publicly available on the City of Santa Clara website, and that includes both the 2024 NERC agendas as well as the 2025 NERC agendas. And from there, I know there are top four top of mind things for the NERC community. The first is construction and demolition of certain buildings, particularly as it relates to the housing arrangements. And the second I saw was on enforcement actions, whether that is potentially through citations or reinspection for compliance. Being in a compliance world for over 10 years, I know how important it is not only to detect past violations, but also to prevent future violations as well through those re-inspections. And third initiative I know NERC is focused on is community outreach. So I saw on the website that there have been picnic in the park, which looks very fun through the pictures on the website. There have also been neighborhood walkabouts that I saw last year as well. So all those initiatives I thought was great opportunities. And the fourth highlight for the NURC is student milestones. And that includes the day the students are moving in or the day that students are moving out. For example, when students are moving out, how do we disposition all their trash and make sure they do not impact the residents and the neighbors who are living close to that particular area. So these are the 4 I have seen and familiarized myself with the NERC past involvements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Jane, the third question, please.
Yeah, Jennifer, if you were selected to the NERC, what is the community topic that you're most interested in for the committee to address?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think for me, my top priority if I join the NERC Commission would be safety. And that is safety for both the students as well as safety for the local residents. As an Old Quad resident for over 4 years, I do feel some of the pains that was highlighted in the past NERC committee minutes, for example, the noise complaints or the driver safety and the pedestrian safety, etc. But I do believe there will be constructive ways that we can continue, improve, and enhance those programs. For example, I saw somewhere in the Santa Clara University, Santa Clara government website that there is a monthly joint agency meeting. So I thought that would be a great opportunity for us to join our force, our expertise across different agencies and committees to jointly tackle these issues. And secondly, I really like the picnic in the park last year. I think we can potentially enhance that as well or introduce similar programs. For example, I know Stanford University, in order to connect with their local residents, they hosted science day kind of thing for families to see what the science hall looked like, as well as to have the hands-on science activities. So it's a great way to bond and connect between the neighborhood as well as the university itself. And lastly, I think it is through awareness. I think when new university students come to the campus, we could potentially enhance or incorporate the awareness of being a responsible citizen in the orientation material as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the last question, so you'll have a minute to wrap up, please.
Perfect, thank you. So again, thank you for the honor to having me here interview for the OQUA position. I believe that community contribution is not a one-person thing. I also believe it is not a one-generation thing. And I think what we're doing here and what the council members are doing here are benefiting the next generation as well. And that's why I want to take this opportunity to not only help this generation, but also instill that mindset into our next generation as well. Personally, with my 2 daughters, I have had the joy of having them organize their clothes, donate to Goodwill. I also bring them to charity events as well to the extent possible, to have them have the sense of global citizenship, contribution to the community as well. And I want to continue this journey through this NERC position. And thank you for considering me.
Thank you so much. I want all 4 applicants to understand that we really do appreciate you applying. If you had not done that, we would all be sitting here looking at each other thinking, oh dear, how are we going to get some help in the neighborhood? It was when I was on the Historic and Landmarks Commission in the 90s that we conceived of this group because we saw a need. And okay, I was the commissioner that quipped the next sofa fire had to have a permit, because we had some real problems. And we worked with the university, and I think the relationship has gotten much better over the years, and we truly appreciate it. And it's nice to see the NERC reestablishing itself and recognizing the true need that we have for this communication. The reality is only one of you can serve, and we will probably have one of you be on our list. So if anything happens within the next 6 months that the person who is chosen cannot fulfill their responsibilities, instead of dragging you all back down here to City Hall, then we would contact that next person. So I want you to understand what that waiting list means. And I will say, and I mean this very sincerely, we can only choose 1 out of 4, but we really do appreciate it. And please, if you are not chosen, please stick with us and help us out some more. Our residents are our eyes and ears throughout the community, and it makes a difference, and we truly appreciate it. We can't be everywhere or see everything, so that's important. All right, Now, what we've done in the past, because we have 4 applicants, each council member will have 1 vote. Our city clerk will keep track of that, and the person with the most votes will be appointed. I'm assuming we're going to make a motion to do that. We have in the past. And the person with the second most number of votes would be on our waiting list. And then the other 2 people, we will beg to please come to the meetings and still be involved because it is important. Thank you so much. Assistant City Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Councilmember Hardy. So Councilmember Gonzalez, would you like to cast your vote?
Mark?
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Shahal.
Jennifer.
This is going to get interesting.
Councilmember Hardy.
Chris Castle, please.
Councilmember Park.
Mark.
Councilmember Jane. What was that? Jennifer. Okay, so there's a tie with Mark
So
and
we have a tie.
Jennifer.
So what we do, when we have a tie like that, what we'll do is we'll have another vote with only those 2 individuals. And one will be the one appointed, and the other one will be on our wait list. So now we have a, between Jennifer and Mark, is that correct? Mark Kelsey and Jennifer Zhang, right?
Yes.
Okay. We will take the vote again.
I'll start with Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Okay. Councilmember Park.
Mark.
Councilmember Hardy.
Jennifer.
Okay. Councilmember Shahal.
Jennifer.
And Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mark?
Okay. I'll let her, I can count, but we'll let her be official.
So Jennifer is the highest vote getter with 3 votes, and we will put Mark Kelsey and set our eligibility list.
Okay.
If there's a motion for that.
So because we have 4 possible motions, it is appropriate to make a motion for this position. And we can do the wait list, the eligibility list at the same time in one motion.
Correct.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint Jennifer to the NERC committee and motion to appoint as an alternate, or not an alternate, like
No,
standby,
the wait
standby,
list.
Mr. Mark Kelsey
Mr. Mark Kelsey.
for the committee.
Do I have a second to that?
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Gonzalez. Because we are all, we can,
Yes,
do
thank
you
you.
want to put it in and be official? Or
Yes,
do you want to
so-
take a voice vote?
The motion on the floor is to appoint Jennifer to serve a 4-year term commencing October 7, 2025, ending October 7, 2029. Set an eligibility list with Mark Kelsey for 6 months should a vacancy occur.
Okay, thank you so much. Please cast your votes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. And I do appreciate all of your help. I know it's can be intimidating, but I will tell you it's important, and please stay involved, all of you, because it is our neighborhood, and we care about it a lot. Thank you so much. And
Councilmember
yes,
Hardy,
will you
I just
explain
wanted to-
to him about being sworn in?
Thank you. Yes, congratulations to those, to Jennifer and to Mark. My office will contact you and will let you know to come in for oath of office before your first meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you. And as I said, we have a waiting list that is good for 6 months. If we have any changeover or any openings, we will then once again open that up and ask for more applications. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You're more than welcome to stay. We're not that interesting, but you're more than welcome to stay. Thank you. We are going to go on to our owner-landlord representative. This is something we felt very strongly about, and we are thrilled to have 2 applicants for this property owner position. We'll start with Colin Forgy. Did I say it right? You're going to tell me when I didn't.
Yes. It was close. Forgy.
Forgy, got it. Thank you, Colin. And you have a minute. Please tell us about yourself.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I am the president of Sun Archer Investments. We're a third-party management, kind of boutique style, all kind of operations. And we are the second largest property manager in the off-campus student housing behind in Tempest. And we manage, I think, 15 assets in the city of Santa Clara as a total. And that is, yeah, business-wise. I lived in Santa Clara for a bit as well, and then owned some assets there myself. So I'm just a big fan of the city. I think Santa Clara, of all the local cities, has the most to be excited about from a future standpoint, and that's something I hope to be a part of.
Thank you. Okay, we do have 3 questions, and we're going to start with Councilmember Gonzalez. The first question, please.
Thank you for applying. And why are you interested in serving on the NERC, specifically for the position of property owner landlord representative?
Yeah, thank you. So first off, as a fiduciary and an owner in the area, I feel like it's important for me to be abreast of all the topics, especially around off-campus student housing, which is what I think this will, my experience probably lends itself to most and what this might apply to most. That's pretty much the primary. It's funny, I told a colleague and an owner too that I was coming tonight, and they're like, Colin, why would you go to this? You're the bad guy. You know, you must be a glutton for punishment. And my hope is that it's not that way. That I know that property owners and landlords are definitely seen as kind of the villain in the story, but I think those that choose to do business in and around the university, that it's a team effort, and hopefully we can kind of work together, and it just won't be students versus owners versus, neighbors, and we can kind of collaborate and work for it, so it works for everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, the second question.
Thank you for applying. What has been your involvement with the NERC in the past, if any?
Yeah, so I've attended probably a handful of NERC meetings. I wouldn't say I was too involved, but just to, as an owner and a representative of owners, I definitely wanted to be as informed as I can in regards to my assets and the assets that I manage for them. But primarily my involvement has been in the university task force that meets every month with all the stakeholders, the university, campus safety, PD, fire. Some of the assets we manage are the bigger houses on Bellamy Street that typically have more of the problems. So I know that we're the most active and usually the only property owner manager on those calls. And I think we've been the most involved in trying things to make sure, say, hey, let's give this a try and maybe it'll make an impact. So that's been my involvement.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you were to be selected to the NERC, what is the community topic that you are most interested for the community to address?
I would say that housing policies around the university are definitely front of mind for me.
Okay. Just waiting for another breath. Please give us, you have a minute to tie this up.
Yeah, I guess kind of circling back on my main point that there's a story that's kind of been written about the NERC and about how this different stakeholders interact right around the university. There's the university and their housing, there's the students and what they bring to the table. There's the Old Quad residents, and then there's the property manager owners. And they've been painted, maybe rightly so, maybe wrongly so, as kind of the bad actors here. And I don't feel like we manage our properties in that way. And I think we do as good a job as can be done. Sure, there's room for improvement, and I'm open to working with all the stakeholders involved to make Santa Clara, for business owners, students, and the community at large, as beneficial for the long term as possible.
Thank you, Colin. We truly appreciate you being here. And I will say for both property owners that have applied, yes, there has been some beating up and some things said. So we appreciate you being here and being willing to be part of the solutions. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. And we have Bernina Sedig. I'm going to say it wrong. You're going to help me out.
Good evening. My name is Barina Sejic.
Wonderful. Please take a minute and tell us about yourself.
Yes, so I have experience in managing apartments in Santa Clara and all throughout the peninsula. I'm an assistant portfolio manager for Prodessa Property Group. I've been in property management since 2013, and I've kind of worked my way up from just being your regular leasing agent to now managing a portfolio. Earlier this year, I did get 4 homes that I have to manage that are located in Santa Clara County. I'm new to the whole student housing, renters, students, so I have to do a lot of research because we all know students are a different type of demographic that we have to manage. So I have experience with city compliances, inspections. I've walked with city inspectors and dealt with students and their reports, and they filed claims with the city. So I've dealt with residents and the city in that aspect.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Aaron, can I ask, did you say that you manage 4 properties in Santa Clara County or the city of?
City.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to follow up with that, but you did already. Thank you. I
Those
did
5
catch
nerves.
that. We're not that scary. Councilmember Park's going to ask you the first question, please.
And thank you again for applying. Why are you interested in serving on the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, specifically for the position of property owner landlord representative?
So like I
Not very
said,
creative
I
with our
bring many years of experience. I've worked with different demographics in different cities. This is a new one for me, and I'm determined to not be the bad guy with the residents. There are a lot of issues that I am dealing with currently. I've been involved with Santa Clara University Housing Department with Officer Duran, who's the appointed officer for the homes as well. So I'm just kind of trying to be the middleman and bridge that, those perspectives between landlord, tenant, residents, and the university. That way we can all, thrive and be happy, and we all do our part to make sure our neighborhood is a neighborhood where people want to stay and continue calling their home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Jane?
Okay, thank you, Marina. I'm going to change this a little bit. What has been your involvement with the NERC in the past, if any? And then of the 4 houses that you manage, are any of them student housing?
Yes, I'll answer that second part first. All 4 are student housing. We have a house on Main, 1 on Washington, 1 on Alviso. Actually 2 on Market as well. So like I said, I'm new to Santa Clara City and managing students, but I'm not new to property management or tenant relations. And I think it's really important for us to kind of bridge that gap in between all parties, including the owner as well. I have not had direct works with the NERC, but I am on the events committee for the HIF, which is the Housing Industry Foundation, where we host events and we raise funds to prevent homelessness. So I do want to be more involved in the community and, better the world in this career that I've chosen.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Gonzalez, the last question, please.
Thank you for applying. If you were to be selected to the NERC, what is a community topic that you are most interested the committee to address?
Yes, so it's mainly where the student housing overlaps with the residents. So it's the noise, it's the parking, it's the maintenance, it's, cleaning up the backyards, them hosting parties, disrupting the other residents, me being called out, having to be involved and build relationships with the officer, the Santa Clara University Housing Committee. I just kind of want to encourage open communication between the owners, universities, and residents. And I think we need to find that balance where we can make sure that they understand the landlord reality aspect of it, and then also where we protect the residents' quality of living, because the landlords, we're not the bad guys, even though we're always looked at that way. But I also want to make sure that we don't look at our residents, the students, as the bad guys as well. We all have one common goal, which is to thrive and feel at home with where we live. So I just kind of want to be the person to bridge that gap and connect everyone. And then just to have my goal is to have practical solutions to just improve the trust and livability of their neighborhood.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You have a minute to wrap it up.
Yeah, so in closing, I'm truly passionate about strengthening the relationship between property owners, residents, and the university community. Like I said, I have the 4 properties that I manage. I am living it day to day with all the issues, the good and the bad. And I would just be honored to contribute my experience and help support meaningful, balanced solutions that serve both the community and the university. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, we truly appreciate having property owners here, and it makes all the difference. So, because we have 2 applicants, one will be appointed and one will be on the wait list. And as always, it's an open meeting. We always encourage everyone to be there, and we truly appreciate you being here. This is, I'm going to say, a major step in the NERC, and it's growth. Let's put it that way. So wonderful. So council members, you have 1 vote, and 1 will be appointed, and we have an odd number, so we're okay. We should not have a tie. And then the other will be on our wait list.
Okay, so I'll begin with Councilmember Shahal. Would you like to cast your vote?
Colin?
Councilmember Hardy.
Colin.
Councilmember Park.
Rena.
Councilmember Jane.
Barina.
And Councilmember Gonzalez.
Colin.
Okay, so Colin received 3 votes and Barina received 2. So Colin will be appointed.
We truly appreciate you being here, and this makes a difference. So do I have a motion to appoint Colin and to make Barina our wait list?
I'll make the motion to appoint Colin and then to put Barina on the wait list.
Thank you so much.
Second.
And I have a second from Councilmember Chahal. We'll take a vote. That passes unanimously with those in attendance. We truly appreciate that. We'll have you both talk with the city clerk and make certain that's taken care of. We have your information, and we appreciate it. And please make certain you can get to all those meetings and be part of our solutions. Thank you so much. We also, we've handled on our recommendation from staff 1, 2, and 3. That is the 2 appointments and the eligibility list. But there is the request to appoint Sean Collins and Steve Ross as the Santa Clara University staff representative, and Shea I'm going to say it wrong, Mulqueeny as a Santa Clara University student representative to serve as committee members on the Neighborhood University Relations Committee, each to serve a 4-year term beginning October 7th and ending October 7th this year and ending October 7th, 2029. Do I hear a motion to do this?
Moved.
Okay, Councilmember Gonzalez moved that. Councilmember Hall seconded. That does pass unanimously. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. We appreciate everyone's concern, and the idea is for us to all live together in as much harmony as possible, especially in the Old Quad and with the university. We have a long history with all of that. Thank you so much. We will take a break, and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock for our regular meeting. Thank you. We'd like to get started. If everyone could please take your seats. I've still got a council member missing. We want to get started. I should tease you, I've just retired from school, and now you're all 4 minutes late. You're invited to a hearty tardy party. Just kidding. No, we're all adults here, and we're so glad to have you. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for that, and then remain standing for our statement of values. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, if we can have a roll call, please.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Mayor Gilmore and Vice Mayor Cox are both absent this evening.
I'd like
Thank
to
you.
make a motion.
Yes, I was going to say, I was just going to ask for a motion. We have our mayor is not feeling well, and our vice mayor is out of town for city business, so we will ask for a motion. Councilmember Jane?
Motion to excuse Mayor Gilmore and Vice Mayor Cox.
Second.
And I have a second from Councilmember Gonzalez. Thank you. Everyone could put in your votes. Thank you so much. That does pass unanimously, and we hope everyone is back with us next time, but you're stuck with me for tonight. All right. I will go first. We have certain amounts of business that have to be taken care of. First, our Assistant City Clerk, Nora, please.
Thank you. AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, Councilmember Hardy's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose your clients and organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. I appreciate that. For today's meeting, the council is in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join in via the link or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentation. That's reserved for topics which are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. Okay, let's jump into our agenda. The first item I have is reports of action taken in closed session matters, and that would be for our city attorney, Glenn Googans.
Thank you, Member Hardy. The City Council did meet in closed session on September 30th. I did report out at that meeting, but it was 2 empty chambers, and so we wanted to get that more officially of record here. So I'm reporting out again on the results of that meeting. Council had 2 items on their closed session agenda. Item 1A was conference with labor negotiators. The employee organizations under discussion were units 1, 3, and 4. However, there was no reportable action as a result of that discussion. Second item was item 1B, conference with real property negotiators, acquisition of easements necessary for the city's proposed 115 kV transmission project. The property under discussion was 881 Duane Avenue in Santa Clara. Similarly, there was no reportable action as a result of that discussion. Thank you, Member Hardy.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, we're on to continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations. If anyone from the public or anyone from the council would like a continuance, an exception, or a reconsideration, please raise your hand now. I do not see any, so we will go on. Well, I know you're all here for all the fun, appropriate discussion we have on, oh, that's right, you're not. You were here for all our celebrations. We're so glad you're here. If you want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. But we have some fun tonight, and the first one under our special orders of business is the proclamation of October 2025 as Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month. This month offers an opportunity to celebrate the rich cultural heritage, values, and traditions of Hindu Americans and the significant contributions made by Hindu Americans across the United States. Hinduism is not just a religion, but a way of life, which has highlighted the culture through art, dance, music, meditation, yoga, and literature to our communities. I would like to recognize Satish Chandra from the Hindu Jewish Coalition, who has joined us to help celebrate and proclaim Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month. And also this evening, we are honored to have Raj Banat, I hope I said it right, a senior leader from the Hindu community, as well as other Santa Clara practitioners with us. Looks like I have a bunch here in the audience. Thank you. I will now invite Raj to the podium to say a few words, please.
Namaskar and good evening. I would like to thank you, City of Santa Clara, because of this is what we are celebrating the Hindu festive month. We have so many festivals in this month, but I have all my friends, a leader of Hindu community. They will join me like Vijay ji, Kukudas ji, Atul ji, and Kartik Pujara ji, Kushal ji. Please join me. Actually, they will join, and we are all together. Then she will speak, Kuku ji will speak for a couple minutes. Yeah. Atul ji. Kushal ji. Okay.
Thank you, Rajji. Good evening, everyone. Namaste. My name is Kuku Das. I am calling Santa Clara home for more than 3 decades now. Currently, I am serving as the Cultural Commissioner of City of Santa Clara. As Rajji was mentioning, we are celebrating all the festivals now. Governor Newsom just had declared Diwali as a state holiday. We are very happy about that. On behalf of the Hindu community, we are truly humbled and deeply honored to accept this proclamation recognizing Hindu Heritage and Appreciation Month. This moment is not just about celebrating our culture, but about fostering understanding, unity, and the rich diversity that makes our society so vibrant. Hinduism, one of the world's oldest traditions, teaches us values like compassion, respect for all living beings, and the importance of service to others. These principles have guided us for centuries and continue to inspire us in our daily lives. We want to express our heartfelt gratitude to the City of Santa Clara, Mayor, and the City Council for this proclamation. Thank you again for this incredible honor. Together, let's contribute to build bridges of understanding and celebrate the unity in our diversity. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you for your leadership, for the profound impact you have on Santa Clara, and your representation of the Hindu community. We'd like to have you come up here with the council, and we'll take a picture with everyone. And I have two proclamations, one for Raj and one for Satish.
Okay,
Oh,
and
do we have more speakers?
we
I
want to say
apologize.
thank you, Raj Chahalji. He's a friend of our community, and he's a close friend of mine. Thank you very much. Raj Chahalji, we are really proud of you.
Thank you so much. Please come up.
You sound a lot better. Did you drug up? Did you drug up? You sound a lot better.
I was actually too just
And you were glum because you didn't think there was going to be an NDA.
So,
Councilmember
thank you.
Chahal would like to say a few words.
Banodji.
Please don't leave.
Vinod. So, thank you everyone joining. As you mentioned, Kuku Das mentioned unity in diversity, and unity in India is such a diverse country from religious point of view, from culture point of view, and from festivals we all celebrate within different parts of the country. So it's a beauty to have that type of a culture, and it's even better to have that type of culture here in this country where we are settled right now. So I'm so grateful for everyone coming here. And I'm born and brought up in Haryana, so I'm very familiar with all the traditions of both Punjab and Haryana. So as such, I really appreciate everyone coming here and celebrating this thing. And let's keep this trend going forward and all live in harmony, and our whole community should be living in harmony with those are basic teachings of the Hinduism, basically. Let all of us live in harmony and let other people enjoy the space too. Yep. Okay, thank you very much for coming over here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're so glad we could honor you. And it's nice to hear about Diwali. Now I have to pick which Diwali to go to. I've gotten so many invitations. It's very exciting. Please.
On October 11th in Pleasanton Fairgrounds, we're doing the largest Dashara Diwali event. Okay. In fact, the great thing about it is that event, clips of it will be telecast in New York Times Square at the same time. It's really a wonderful opportunity, and I take this moment to invite everybody in the audience and over here, all the esteemed members, to come and attend. If anybody is interested, please contact Raji and we will figure that out. Thank you.
Well, if you want to be famous, it sounds like that's the one you should go to. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We have 4 special orders of business. So the second one, it's not as much fun, but it is important. For our next special order of business, the City of Santa Clara proclaims October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is the second most common cancer in women in the U.S. In 2025, an estimated 310,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer will be diagnosed in women, as well as 2,800 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer in the U.S. Currently, there are more than 4 million breast cancer survivors in the United States. That, to me, is an amazing number. The 2025 international theme is "Every story is unique, every journey matters." This theme emphasizes the personal nature of breast cancer, recognizing the diversity of experiences and the critical need for compassionate, equitable, and timely care for everyone affected. We encourage our community to spread the word about the importance of early screening and detection for breast cancer. This evening, we are honored to have Marang Bruce, I hope I said that right, Chief Operating Officer from Cancer Care Point with us. Cancer Care Point is dedicated to supporting cancer patients, survivors, and their families and caregivers in the Bay Area. I invite Marang to come to the podium to say a few words for the organization, please. And correct me if I said your name wrong.
Yes, my name is Morrigan.
Morrigan.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm from Cancer Care Point, as you said, and with me is Teresa Bum. She's one of our board members, and she wanted to come along. And we both want to thank you on behalf of Cancer Care Point, our clients and their families, for recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you so much, because your leadership shines a light on an issue that touches so many individuals and families here in Santa Clara and the Bay Area and beyond. Breast Cancer Awareness Month reminds us how far we've come and how far we still have to go. 40 years ago, when I was very little, my grandmother was diagnosed with breast cancer by pure luck. Screening protocols were different then, instructions were different then, doctors didn't know as much as they know now, and I am not sure that she would have been encouraged to check in a timely manner. She was and still is one of the most important people in my life, and I wouldn't be here tonight without her. I often think about how our family would have been completely changed without my grandmother's guidance and her support, and I am so thankful for that lucky break. Even today, with all of our medical advances, people still rely on luck when it comes to cancer. Luck to find cancer early,
luck to have access to equitable and adequate medical care, luck to have the support and resources they need to get through treatment and beyond. That's why community and connection are just as critical as medical treatment, because while doctors treat the disease, it takes guidance, encouragement, and understanding from others to help patients and families navigate the fear, uncertainty, and practical challenges that come with a diagnosis. At Cancer Care Point, we provide that support every day. We see the need and we respond to it, thanks in great part to our partners in the community that make our services free of cost to all patients, survivors, and family members impacted by cancer diagnosis, by breast cancer. We provide wellness programs, education, financial assistance, all so that our clients feel seen, understood, and they know they're not alone. When someone knows they have a community behind them, it gives them hope, strength, and the courage to keep going. Your recognition this month sends that same message. No one has to face breast cancer alone. Together, we are building a community of care where compassion and connection can help people heal. Thank you so much for standing with patients, survivors, and their families, and for helping us share hope throughout Santa Clara.
I will say, when I got dressed, I was looking for my pink ribbon, and I remembered I gave it away. So that's to someone who needed it more. But my mother-in-law was so inflicted and was one of the survivors, so it makes a difference. Thank you. Do you have any other, your compatriot, would you like to speak? Or come up for our picture?
Well, I'll just add, I've served on the board of Cancer Care Point for a few years now, and I'm very proud of the support they provide for the community, and especially the underserved community. It's impactful for everyone, but it's wonderful to see people who do not have resources and could not find their way through the medical maze. So that psychosocial support is very important, and I'm glad to be a part of it and have Morgan as a wonderful leader.
Thank you so much for the tremendous work you do. We'd love to have the council come down and have you come up for a picture and accept your proclamation. Thank you so much. That's important. If we can save a life with that understanding and that proclamation, it is more than worth the time. And I will say, I do appreciate the city clerk helping me up and down. I am still recovering from an altercation I had with a runaway piano gave me a sacral break, and so the last thing I want to do is fall, and he's making certain I don't fall. I do appreciate that. Okay, our next proclamation is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Pretty exciting and makes sense for the city and the center of what's possible. Nearly everything we use daily relies on computer systems that are vulnerable to attacks. Cybersecurity Awareness Month is dedicated to teaching everyone in our community how to stay safe and secure online. I'm pleased to recognize the city's Department of Information Technology working to keeping us safe in the digital age, and all of your information as well. Tonight we have our retiring Director of Information Technology, Gaurav Garg, and our new director, Adam Koznak. I probably said it wrong. He's going to correct me. With us, please come up, gentlemen. Adam and Gaurav, I invite you both to the podium to speak about what the city is doing to be more cyber aware and in keeping the city safe and secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy and Council. I'm Adam Kosterzak, but it's a Polish name that I can't pronounce anyways, so you're doing just fine. I have to jump in right away and say thank you for calling it exciting. That's a rare instance when anything IT is doing is called exciting. We'll take it. In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, cybersecurity has become fundamental to our operations at the City of Santa Clara. With increasing reliance on technology, safeguarding our infrastructure and data against cyber threats is more crucial than ever. Your support in proclaiming October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month underscores our commitment to protecting our community and maintaining trust in our digital systems. And those interested, it has been 22 years that they've had the Cybersecurity Awareness Month. We're now celebrating our 15th. This is my first that it's been a proclamation, so thank you all. I appreciate the commitment to cybersecurity. It is definitely something that keeps us up all night. The city has developed a comprehensive and robust approach to cybersecurity, leveraging a defense in-depth strategy to ensure thorough protection against all systems. That said, cybersecurity is also an ever-changing landscape that requires us all to remain vigilant. And during October, we will be sharing content on key cybersecurity topics and conducting our latest cybersecurity training on a variety of topics to ensure proficiency. Now I want to hand off to our retiring CIO, Gaurav, who will now introduce the team and I think has a few words himself.
Please.
Thank you, Adam. Good evening, Councilmember Hardy, City Council. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize some of the stellar folks behind the scenes who keep the city safe day in and day out. Starting with Raj Singh, if you guys can come up as I call your name, please. Senior IT Manager who is responsible for core IT infrastructure, all of the servers, networks, and storage, the end user services, including laptops, desktops, and the devices that we have, and also he heads up the cybersecurity program at the city. Next is Jill Norris. Jill leads the business applications practice at the city. We have 160 different business applications, and she is a pro at that, along with IT project management with departments citywide. Next, and unavailable to be here tonight, is Tusita Jayawardena, IT Manager focused on mission-critical public safety business applications. And the police and fire departments account for about a third of our total business applications at about 60 or so. And finally, Lori Stewart. All of you know Lori Stewart. She heads up the IT training and change management efforts at in the department and works relentlessly to improve the user productivity, technology proficiency, and promote cybersecurity citywide. Thank you, team, for all you do. And now, if I might take a couple of minutes, if you would indulge me, I'd like to say how much of a privilege it has been to serve the city over the last 2 decades. Santa Clara is a very special place to me. It's a place where I not only work, but my family lives, works, and plays. And serving this community has always been more to me than a job. It has been a lifestyle. And I've been very proud to wear that lifestyle every day. As the longest serving department head at the city currently, I've had the distinct pleasure of working with 5 different city managers, each bringing their own leadership style and vision, which has helped shape the city that we are today. I've been fortunate to work alongside some talented and dedicated colleagues and leaders who have made this journey both meaningful and impactful, and I leave with a deep sense of gratitude and fulfillment in all we've achieved as a city to enhance the quality of life and city services through the power of technology. I'm especially glad to pass the IT baton on to Adam, whose capable hands will continue to move the city forward, setting the stage for the next chapter of innovation and progress. Thank you, City Council. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your partnership. Thank you.
I'm going to say, Gaurav, you don't know, you just stole a little bit of my thunder. I'm going to put these together now because you jumped in. But we have a special recognition for you tonight also. This marks your last meeting as our Director of Information Technology. You've led the city efforts in improving the quality of life and city services through technology and innovation, even with the recognition of the MISAC Award for Excellence in Information Technology Practices, completed awarding website redesign implementation of the My Santa Clara app, which I'm always promoting to everyone, utility billing portal app, mobile app, our citywide AI engagement and policy development, cybersecurity and risk management program, enterprise GIS program, and business application modernization. You have served us for over 35 years in public service, and we truly appreciate it. And we do have, not only do we have a proclamation, we have a little present and a cake for you to take. And I was going to wait till after the but he gave his speech ahead of time, so I had to jump in and do that. But we want to truly thank you. And by the way, in 35 years, you realize all of us up here have our STEM credentials. So we're the land of engineers, literally. And I think you have helped that happen. So thank you. Council, if you will come down, we'll take our picture, and I will present you with your proclamations first.
I'd have to disagree with the chair. I'm the cool one.
There we go. Gaurav, this surprise threw us off just a bit, and so City Manager would like to also say something, please.
Yeah. Hi, Garv.
And then if you want to answer us back, that's okay. Please, Javon Grogan.
Garv, I just wanted to take a moment and personally thank you for the 20 years of service that you've provided to the city. For the last 2.5 years, I've had the amazing pleasure to work with you, and truly your unwavering support and dedication to this city is just amazing. You've helped to shepherd our IT services and push us in the right direction. And I just want to thank you also when you announced your retirement, agreeing to stay on for 2 months to help out with the transition, really showing your dedication to make sure that this organization has a smooth handoff to Adam. So thank you for everything you've done for us over the last 20 years. Thank you certainly for the last 2 months, and you will be missed. Thank you.
Please, Suds.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Councilmember
say that every time I get a suspicious email, I send it to Gaurav, and immediately he responds to that. He's been incredible as our IT manager, trying to keep us safe, trying to keep us up to date. And I think it was you imposed the 2% technology fee to pay for technology, which we probably is not even enough these days. But I really appreciate, everything we do is basically electronic these days. So I appreciate you keeping us into the latest technology.
Thank you so much. I will say I started the computer science in our school district, and when I went to the school board, I said, please tell me a job that hasn't been changed by computers. That's right, there isn't one. So we know how important your work is and how you have kept this city safe online and moving forward. And you have definitely made us part of what's possible. Thank you. All right, last fun one. I apologize. I need to look over to Nora. She's got to tell me because I don't have that extra screen. Please, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Councilmember. First of all, Cybersecurity Week celebration is Awareness Month celebration is so important. Like you see worldwide, recently more than $1 billion Bitcoins have been lost or recovered, by the way. And everything we are doing right now is digitized. You name it, bank, our internal policies, everything is digitized. And it's so important that we have to maintain latest cutting edge technology to safeguard our assets. All these are real assets. So I'm so glad that we are creating this awareness, not within the employees, but even within the residents. I know we conduct some awareness camps for our senior citizens in the senior center, how to keep themselves safe on that. So it's a big challenge for each one of us, and we all have to contribute towards that. As Councilmember Jain said, whenever we get an email, we send it to Gaurav to make sure, is it okay to open, or what is this one? Right? And coming back to Gaurav, Gaurav, thanks for your service. Within Silicon Valley, if you are spending 20 years at the head of a department in one city, it means a lot. It means we recognize your contribution, and we recognize what you have done for the city, laid down the foundation of all the technology in this city. And now that you are retired, have fun, enjoy life, and report back what you are doing back after 6 months, probably. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Councilmember Park, please.
Wasn't sure if she heard me. But I had the wrong idea about this announcement. I thought that Gaurav's special announcement was that he was going to replace his job with AI. But this did not happen. So can't say I'm disappointed, but the most disappointing thing is that Gaurav is going to leave with the cake. I told everyone that they should get their slice beforehand, but the meeting came upon us a little quicker than we expected. But again, I think that everyone here has said what we all think, which is for a person to serve a city for 20 years, that's a big accomplishment. The fact that you, as you said, not just work here, but you live and play here with your family, that's all we could ask for in a city employee. We hope that we continue to see you out in events and different things like that, and if there's a problem, you're still going to get a call. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It is hard for us to say goodbye to one of our own, but don't be a stranger, and we're still here, and we thank you one more time. A round of applause. We appreciate that. Okay, our last fun one, proclamation. We're recognizing October 5th through October 11th as Public Power Week. Public Power Week is an annual national observance coordinated by the American Public Power Association. During this week, our city recognizes the importance of public power and the exceptional service provided by our electric utility, Silicon Valley Power. This week, we commend the hardworking employees and the line workers who respond quickly to ensure Santa Clara has reliable power. Think about it in some of that terrible weather we have in the winter when it's cold and raining and blowing and you're inside safe and warm and snug. They're outside trying to make certain your power stays on, or if it's gone out, taking care of that. Nico Prokas, Chief Electrical Utility Officer at Silicon Valley Power, is with us today. Please come to the podium to say a few words, but if I think, it says manual. I don't know why it says that. Go ahead, Nico.
Thank you very much. I mean, I will say that there are a lot of similarities between me and Manuel, and I'm channeling my inner Manuel today wearing a T-shirt. He was always well known for being a fan of T-shirts and great footwear as well. But I appreciate the introduction. Good evening, Honorable Council. I've been in public power for 20 years now, and I can say without hesitation that Silicon Valley Power is the most dynamic and exciting utility to be a part of, especially during this time. We're proud to be the third largest public power utility in California, and we believe we're truly one of the best. And that's because of our dedicated staff and our deep connection to this community. After all, we are here to provide excellent service to the residents and businesses of Santa Clara. Public Power Week is a celebration of what we do and the value we provide to our local communities, and really an acknowledgement that decisions affecting local communities regarding affordable, reliable, and clean electric power are best served when it's a local decision with oversight from a locally elected city council or board. It's what makes the public power model so successful. I want to take a moment to thank our employees, some of whom are here today. You'll recognize we're all wearing the same T-shirt, but I want to acknowledge them for all the hard work and commitment to serving Santa Clara. They're the ones who respond quickly in emergencies, deliver customer programs that meet community needs, improve our systems to minimize outages and enhance outage communication, work hard to keep rates among the lowest in California, and keep us powering for the future. And we do this while prioritizing safety to protect our employees and the people living and working in Santa Clara. Our mission is to provide reliable, safe, and sustainable power, and every day our staff lives up to those words. But they are also planning for the future by streamlining customer connections, expanding our power system, and driving forward critical projects that will support our city's growth for decades to come. We would also like to invite the community to celebrate with us this week. We will be at Central Park Library on Wednesday, October 8th from 2 to 4 p.m., where you'll be able to meet our team, get energy-saving tips, and learn more about how public power benefits the city. We've also set up a display case at City Hall that highlights the work we do in the community. And finally, next year is our 130th anniversary. It's going to be a big year for us, and we will be looking to the community to help us celebrate by sharing stories and memories as we plan for the next 130 years of powering Santa Clara. And with that, I will thank you.
Please, thank you. Please bring up your team, and if you could introduce, if they'd like to introduce themselves, or you do introduce them, but we appreciate those of you who came, and you're obviously on the same team because I see your T-shirts.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Hughes. I'm the Assistant Director of our Resources Management and Customer Engagement.
Thank you.
Rachel Riddell Harris, Senior Division Manager for Customer Engagement.
Chris Jackson, Senior Division Manager for System Support.
Good evening, Council. Chris Carwick, Assistant Director, Operations and Projects.
I will say, without the power on, we wouldn't need the cybersecurity, so this all works together. Thank you so much. If you come up here, we'd love to take a picture and give you your proclamation.
Can only switch so many times.
Figured out the system here. Councilmember Chahal, please, you'd like to say a few words?
Thank you. You know, we are so proud of Silicon Valley Power. Not only us over here, I have recently attended several NCPA meetings. Even statewide, Silicon Valley Power is so well recognized and so well respected for its proficient service and efficient service, basically. As a resident, I'm proud of getting the lowest power bill in the valley or in the state, basically. And as a council member, I appreciate you giving us $30 million extra to our general fund. So what else I can say? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We truly appreciate that. Okay, I don't have any other speakers. Wonderful. I don't know if we're paying you by the hour, but you get to stick around or you get to go home. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. If you are still here, then you're here for the business part of the meeting. And we don't serve cake here, so I just want you to know this is where we will get down to our business of the city. Thank you so much for being here. First, we have our consent calendar. All of these items will be passed by one motion unless they are pulled. Any item can be pulled by a council member or by a resident or anyone here. I have a couple. Raj, please. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll have to recuse on item 3B as per the advices from the City Attorney Office. One of my property lies within 1,000 feet of this item, so I'll recuse on item 3B.
Thank you. That recusal is taken care of, 3B. Thank you, City Clerk. Councilmember Park.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3J, which is action on resolution for an exception to the 180-day waiting period to appoint Kathy Bruce, a retired annuitant, to serve as temporary extra help, Government Code Sections 7522.56 and 21224 in the Community Development Department to perform work as a management analyst.
Okay, thank you. So 3J is pulled. Councilmember Jane.
Well, I just wanted to ask a question about 3B, which is 3B. The billboards.
Okay.
I don't need to pull it, I guess. Just ask.
Go ahead and ask a question of staff, please, for 3B.
I see that when we do electronic billboards, there is a provision in there that 10% of the time is devoted to public service announcements, PSAs. And I'm wondering, is there a policy for how to use that PSA time? And will we be developing a policy, or should we make a referral?
City Manager, please.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Jane. You're right. Section 6 of the agreement does provide for 10% of the time to be allocated for public service announcements. Typically, that is utilized by the city itself. There is not a policy, to my knowledge, on how that's allocated. I will confer with staff, and we will send council an off-agenda memo about that. And if there's a need to develop a forward-facing policy, I'll certainly include that in the memo.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will also be pulling 3E, which is the action on adoption for establishing the necessary findings of fact for modifications to the California building standards. And I did chat with council before that, so they're aware that I was probably going to pull that. So we have both 3E and 3J pulled, and then have a recusal on 3B. Are there any other requests? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just had a comment about the 10% time and the policy may be necessary. I know that we've used the policy for public announcements for the Triton Museum, and as we look forward to 2026 with the Super Bowl, with Super Bowl 60 and FIFA coming up, we have a number of other requests we'd like to make. We've currently put those requests through the communications office, but I think it would be helpful to have a policy, have a way that everyone knows directly how to access the 10% of time that we allocate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do I have a motion for the rest of the consent calendar? Councilmember Gonzalez has moved for the rest, and Councilmember Jane has seconded that. Are there any discussion? Any public comment? I see none. I will call for the question. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We'll now go on to public presentations. Public presentations are reserved for anything within the jurisdiction of the City Council, but not on this agenda. Anyone who would like to speak may present a card to the city clerk, and after those first cards have been gone through, then anyone who'd like to come and speak on any item within our jurisdiction but not on this agenda is more than welcome to. You will have 3 minutes each, and that will be shown up here on for the timer. Yes. All right, so our first speaker is Mariah. Please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy, City Councils. Good evening.
Yes. Yes, please speak into that so we can hear you.
Maybe I was thinking I may not, or maybe I should not even stand here because you recognize October as the Hindu Heritage Month, and also Gavin Newsom has signed, proclaimed that Diwali is a public holiday. So that's great, great news. I have a lot of Hindu friends. My friend Ajita, for example, has helped me a great deal. She is so lovely. She introduced me to moringa, which unfortunately I still cannot take until today. And when Ajita meets with her other friends, who are also very, very nice, Ramesh and Navi, and Ajita was just smiling. And I said, Ajita, why don't you say anything? And she said, because I don't understand. So, Council Member Shahal, so true. India has a lot of provinces, a lot of languages, very nice and united. The reason why I stand here because I went to a council meeting in Palo Alto about a week or so ago, and there was this gentleman who would trash Indian culture, Indian organizations, and he totally demonized that Indians are Nazi, Indians hate Christians, when in actuality, I attended a church when the visiting pastor was from India. This pastor was from Indian Navy before he retired. His wife is a very good doctor, and then he planted churches in India. So I'm here to refute whatever that person is saying. May I say, allow me to use the word garbage about his bigotry against the Hindu community and Hindu organizations. So just, I'm refuting that. I'm also sure that the respected council members and city manager and everybody here also would agree with me of the sowing division of this gentleman is really unacceptable. Thank you so much.
Satish?
Councilmember Hardy. Satish will have 6 minutes. He's had time given to him by Kaushal, who is here in the audience.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Satish Chandra Wale. I will say, introduction, have been part of this great community, Santa Clara City, been part of Chief Advisory Committee for Santa Clara Police Department for 3 years, and run city council elections last year, where Albert is there. So, and glad to be here, putting all aside, because we all serve the community, we all serve for the interest of Santa Clara City. The recent happenings, one thing I wanted to remind was October 7, 2023. There was a heinous and horrific terror attack happened in the Middle East, and 1,200 Jewish have perished in that heinous attack, and I would sincerely pass my condolences to my Jewish community, who has been hand in hand with us and shoulder in shoulder. And similarly, we had the same attacks way back in India, and on September 11, 2001 also, one in New York City. But tonight I speak with concern and urgency. Our Hindu community is under sustained attack, not overseas, but right here in California and across the Bay Area. Over the last year, individuals such as Peter Fredrich has appeared in city councils. In Bay Area, he's been to 8 city councils across the region, spreading hatred-filled propaganda, what Maria was talking about, misinformation and defamatory claims about Hindu Americans and their organizations. His speeches go far beyond civic discourse. They are targeted attempts to vilify a faith, sow mistrust, and demonize law-abiding families and community groups. And the rhetoric has consequences. According to the California Department of Justice, anti-Hindu bias crimes have risen to the 4th consecutive year. See, in Hayward, there was a temple which has been founded by Fiji immigrants, so they have not been spared also. So there have been a lot of anti-India graffiti and anti-Hindu graffiti. In Chino Hills, the Baptist temple was desecrated with hate, slogans like Hinduism, Murdabad, and other things, which is preposterous and raising hatred against the Hindu community. These are not isolated crimes. They form a pattern of hate fueled by online disinformation and activists who justify or minimize such acts. When hate is ignored, it grows. When information spreads unchecked in civic forms, it endangers real people, including our children, who already face bullying in schools for their faith and heritages. We urge the council to take a clear stand to discourage the use of public platforms for spreading hate and xenophobia, to publicly condemn temple vandalisms and anti-Hindu bias, to affirm that the city values every faith equally, either it is Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, Christian, Sikh, or otherwise any other one. The guy who spoke last time he was in this city council and others, Peter Friedrich, he was specifically naming two main organizations where I closely work with them, which is one is HSS Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh, other is Hindu American Foundations. These are exceptional, great, I would say, organizations. They serve the community. Both the communities has been there as part of inclusivity and been there at the time of natural disasters, educating, making sure the empathy, the compassion and other things, and bringing everybody together. That's what these organizations have been doing. So let the council be remembered for unity, not silence, for protecting our harmony, not permitting hate to take root in civic chambers. We ask for your support to shield Hindu Americans, your neighbors, from targeted hostility and ensure our voices, culture, and contributions continue to enrich this city peacefully. Thank you for your time, for standing on the side of truth and compassion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria and Satish. We have Manish. Manish, you turned in a card, please. Yes, welcome.
Hi, honorable City Council members. My name is Kanat Vebahari, and I'm a grateful resident of Santa Clara. I volunteer with the Hindu Swayamsevak Sangha for HSS, and I'm here to humbly share about Seva Diwali, a community service initiative during the Diwali season. The word Seva means selfless service in Sanskrit. Diwali is a deeply meaningful festival for the Hindu community. And during this time, we come together to serve those in need. Each year, HSS collaborates with Hindu and dharmic organizations to collect food donations for people facing hardship. We involve children and teenagers in this effort without expecting anything in return and helping them understand how small acts of kindness can create a positive impact in our community. In past years, we have been blessed to collect and distribute over 2,000 pounds of food within Santa Clara, supporting organizations like the River of Life, Foundation Food Pantry, and Second Harvest.
Please speak into the microphone or bring it over because we don't want to miss what you say. Go ahead.
This year, our food drive began on September 20, and the local Hindu American community continues to serve with dedication and humility. We respectfully seek the city's guidance in identifying local nonprofit organizations, food pantries, or community service groups within Santa Clara that would be well positioned to receive and distribute these donations to residents in need during the festival season. We are deeply grateful for your continued support and leadership, and we thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the spirit of compassion and community that defines our beloved city. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Just so people understand that public presentations, council is not able to react or take a vote or take any action in any way, but we are definitely listening. I appreciate the fact that we need to live in harmony and we can disagree on things but not be disagreeable. Thank you so much. The next speaker I have is Sakrit.
Forgive me as I read this. My name is Sarit. As a proud American, I stand before you today deeply concerned and saddened by the growing hatred, misinformation, and bigotry being spread against my Hindu brothers and sisters, especially here in California, a state that has always prided itself on diversity, inclusion, and mutual respect. Over the past several months, we've witnessed a disturbing rise in Hindu hate, a form of hate that often goes unrecognized. Community organizations, temples, and even students have been unfairly targeted, labeled, and defamed simply for practicing their faith or expressing pride in their heritage. This is not just an attack on Hindus, it's an attack on American values of freedom, coexistence, and respect for all faiths. Recently, a self-proclaimed activist named Peter Friedrich, a man with a long and well-documented history of spreading anti-Hindu propaganda, has been appearing in multiple California City Council meetings. He spreads false narratives and inflammatory accusations against Hindu organizations and individuals who serve their communities with integrity and compassion. What's most concerning is that his actions appear coordinated, funded, and motivated by sources that remain opaque, possibly tied to groups known for promoting division and discord. Whether he acts alone or as a paid agent, his pattern is clear: to malign a peaceful community, distort facts, and poison the environment of mutual respect we work so hard to build. As an American, I believe in the First Amendment, the right to free speech, but with that right comes responsibility. Spreading hate and misinformation under the guise of activism is not free speech. It's abuse of freedom and a threat to our social harmony. Hindu Americans have contributed immensely to this country as doctors, engineers, educators, entrepreneurs, and public servants. They have stood shoulder to shoulder with other faiths in times of crisis and celebration alike. It's time the same respect and understanding are extended to them. I call upon our city councils, public institutions, and leaders to ensure that no platform is used to spread hate or target any faith community. Let us reaffirm our commitment to unity, truth, and compassion. Let us ensure California remains a beacon of pluralism, not a breeding ground for imported propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Roger Kent?
Roger's online.
Oh, online. Please. Roger, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Today I want to speak about a pattern that has shaped Santa Clara politics for far too long. A pattern centered around Mayor Lisa Gilmore. For over 30 years, Lisa Gilmore has been a constant presence in this city's political life. She has held power, lost it, and found ways to reclaim it. Always through controversy, division, and control. Across the decades, the story remains the same: accusations, investigations, and a relentless cycle of personal vendettas disguised as reform. From the convention center disputes in the 1990s to her clashes with the 49ers and her own council colleagues today, the script has not changed. Each time it begins with claims of missing information, demands for audits, and calls for transparency. But what follows is not accountability, it's chaos. Careers end, reputations are destroyed, and the city is left picking up the pieces. Mayor Gilmore has built her brand on fighting corruption, yet time and again her own actions raise questions about ethical leadership. Conflicts of interest, the weaponization of the legal system, and selective enforcement of rules have become her hallmarks. Those who were once her allies, from council members to community leaders, eventually find themselves targeted when they stop serving her agenda. This isn't about politics anymore. It's about trust. The trust between a city and its leaders. When the mayor cancels public events like the State of the City during election years, when she publicly undermines colleagues, when she uses her office to attack rather than to lead, that trust erodes. Santa Clara deserves better. We deserve leadership that unites instead of divides. We deserve transparency without manipulation, accountability without intimidation, and progress without fear. For decades, Mayor Gilmore has said, this issue is not going away. Well, neither are the people of Santa Clara. We see the pattern. We are ready to move forward, past the grudges, past the grandstanding, past the politics of revenge. It's time for new leadership that listens, collaborates, and truly serves the residents of this city. Because Santa Clara doesn't belong to one person, one faction, or one last name. It belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I have Gilly Yahalam.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gili Yalom, and I'm from the Bay Area Jewish Coalition. As you are honoring our wonderful Hindu friends at the meeting, I would like to extend the Jewish community warm appreciation and regards to the Hindu community. We are grateful for the opportunity to work together and for the shared values of family, community, and service that unites us. We are aware that some individuals are attempting to incite division and spread hatred toward the Hindu community. However, our diverse and united community will not allow such efforts to take roots here. This does not represent who we are. Jews, Christians, and Hindus continue to stand together, promoting collaboration, friendship, and partnership throughout our region. Thank you to the Hindu community for your remarkable contributions to the Santa Clara City and the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilly. Appreciate that. Allison Rosen.
Hi, thank you. I speak as a private citizen. As my child progressed through the California public schools, I became close to many families in the Hindu community. I found that these friends share a dedication to strong academics, pride in their own indigenous cultures, and a profound respect for my culture, as well as a commitment to peaceful, multicultural coexistence and contributing to our state and country. Over the past few years, I've come to know members of the Hindu American Foundation, and they are truly from our local neighborhoods. They are parents in our schools and valued members of our Bay Area community. They've been compassionate and supported many of us through difficult times, especially Satish. We're heartsick to hear about incidents when they've been attacked, and I, as a community member, stand with them. Members told me about India's Independence Day parade, and I was overwhelmed by the beauty and diversity of the Indian diaspora. I saw wonderful families eager to welcome their friends and neighbors, sharing their cherished traditions. It is such a privilege to have an organization like the Hindu American Foundation and people like Satish as part of our Bay Area community. And thank you for the chance to speak on their behalf and their value to our community.
Thank you, Allison. I now have someone who, it says Think Up. Think Up, could you
Yeah.
mute yourself? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny. And first, I'd like to congratulate Satish and Raj on their recognition today and to congratulate the entire Indian community on the declaration of Diwali as a state holiday. And we are all looking forward to celebrating the beautiful festivals this month. I am also speaking today in support of our Indian and Hindu neighbors. Santa Clara is home to a diverse community, and we all should reject any divisive and hateful rhetoric against any community, and especially Hindu hate, and reaffirm that our city stands for unity, safety, and dignity for every student. Once again, I want to thank the Indian community for their tremendous contributions, and congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see anyone else. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to speak on in public presentations? That's anything that's not on the agenda. I do not see any. I do not see any more online, so we will move on. Now, at this time, we usually handle consent items pulled for discussion, but I'm going to ask the forbearance of the council if we could move those two items to the end, because we have a lot of people here for the agendized item. Is there any concern with that? Do I have a consent? Okay, we will go on then. And we have item number 4. So we will move those consent items, that's 3E and 3J, to the end. So we have 4, update on the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project. Say that 3 times really fast. and action on a revision to the West Portal Entry Early Works Construction Transportation Management Plan for the project public benefit and use of, oh, those are my notes. That's what I'm going to ask. Sorry about that. For the transportation management plan for the project. Welcome and thank you. We're happy to have you. Please introduce yourselves.
Thank you, council members. My name is Tom McGuire. I'm the Chief Mega Projects Officer for the Valley Transportation Authority, and we're pleased to be here today to give you an update on the status of BART Silicon Valley Phase 2, the largest public works project in the history of Santa Clara County. I'm joined today by Erica Rokes, our acting Director of External Affairs, and Sarah Wilson, our Construction Director. We'll be giving the presentation we'll each be giving slides in this presentation. We'll start with an overview and an update on how this important project is moving forward. We'll then give you a detailed update on the construction activities that are taking place at the Newhall Yard and West Portal site. That's the site directly adjacent to the Santa Clara Caltrain station, which I'm sure many of you have seen all the cranes that are working over there. Our proposal and request for an amendment to the construction traffic management plan, which governs the flow of construction traffic into and out of the site. And we'll finish with an update on how the public outreach and our construction is going. Let's start with how the project is going, how the overall project is going. Our Silicon Valley Phase 2 is the final piece of the electrified ring of rail around the bay, which started with the extension of BART in 2020 from Warm Springs to Berryessa Station in San Jose. That dream was further developed with the electrification of Caltrain in 2024. And BART Silicon Valley Phase 2, the 6-mile rail extension from Berryessa to Santa Clara, will complete that ring with a 5-mile tunnel, 4 new stations, and a significant new yard at the Newhall Yard station. Here's a little bit more detail about what you can expect when the station opens. You can see our 4 stations there. And moving from right to left or east to west in this diagram, you can see the Berryessa station, the southernmost station in the BART system today. And then an east portal through which the trains will dive underground and travel for 5 miles underneath Santa Clara Street in downtown San Jose and Stockton Avenue heading up towards Santa Clara with stations in Little Portugal, downtown San Jose, the Diridon station. The trains will then come above ground and reach their final terminal, which is the Santa Clara BART station. They'll also travel through the site of the Newhall Yard. We've been making a lot of progress on the project. We broke ground on the first significant piece of construction, which is the West Portal launch structure on June 14th of 2024. In August of 2024, we received confirmation that the federal commitment to the program will be $5.1 billion. That's the second largest grant in the history of the Federal Transit Administration's Capital Improvement Grant Program and the largest grant west of the Hudson River. And we secured an additional $100 million from the California Transportation Commission this June. Despite all those funding resources and all that momentum, we still do have what we call a funding gap on the program. Now, the overall cost of BSV Phase 2 is $12.7 billion. Thankfully, unlike most projects of this size, we do feel we have a very strong funding plan supported primarily by the Measure A and Measure B sales taxes that the voters of the county have consistently voted to support the completion of the BART system, some local, state, and regional grant funds, and that $5.1 billion contribution from the FTA. However, even with all those funds, we still have approximately $600 million funding gap. And our job right now as the leadership of this program and as the VTA is to find a way to close that gap. The primary way we're doing that is to try to reduce the cost of the project through what we call our level 1, 2, and 3 cost-saving efforts. I won't go through every bullet on this slide because I know we've got a lot to cover tonight, but we've really asked ourselves the question, we've asked ourselves every question about how we can save money on the project without stepping back from our commitment to build the 4-station extension to serve the riders of Santa Clara County. You can see looking at parking garages, looking at the way in which the tunnel is built, sized, configured, looking at some of the systems and the design requirements that we've mutually agreed upon with BART. All those things have been on the table and we've made a lot of progress. Some of those changes are directly impactful on the design of the station here in Santa Clara. We were able to, in partnership with the community working group and design review committees that support our work at the Santa Clara station, find ways to maintain the iconic architecture that was such a priority for the community stakeholders, but find a more efficient structure to make the cost of steel and materials less, use less expensive materials throughout the station, and find a way to rearrange the various facets of the Newhall rail yard so that the very expensive parking structure that would have sat above what we call a back of house or a station infrastructure facility, a place where some of the utilities that support the station are located, looks like we're going to be able to find a way to make that a surface parking lot. And that gives us the maximum flexibility as patterns of accessing BART are changing so fast throughout the region and will change here in Santa Clara before our opening day, which is over a decade away. We'll have the flexibility to make sure that whether it's parking, whether it's rideshare, whether it's any other mode of transportation, residents are able to get to BART in the way that works for them. What you see on the screen is an overview of what the station looks like, and this diagram is oriented so that north is to the right. So you're looking at the very top of the picture here, you see the Santa Clara Caltrain station and the Caltrain tracks running from left to right. Just below that big gray area is this future site of the Newhall Yard, which is where BART trains will be stored and maintained when they're not running on the system. In the upper right, you can see the pedestrian undercrossing that was built in partnership with VTA in the city to connect the existing platform with Brokaw Road. In that space on the south side of Brokaw Road is where the platform will be. It'll be at grade. You'll be able to access it from Brokaw, from the underpass, and from the new street that's being built to kind of wrap around the new development off of Brokaw Road. We've got a lot of activities going in parallel right now. It's not just about cost cutting. It's not just about station design. We are pursuing a significant piece of construction, and I know residents of Santa Clara probably see it every day out there at the West Portal site. Sarah Wilson will tell us much more about what's actually happening out there, what it is you see when you see those cranes. That work began in the first quarter of 2025 with the authorization of what we call Early Works Package 3C2. That work will continue through early 2027. Our goal is to get that launch structure built in time for us to bring another tunneling contractor on board. And again, there's so many parallel paths in here. I'm not going to go through every line in the slide, but the fourth line is the important decisions that our VTA board, including Councilmember James serves on that board, is making to keep the progress going. Ultimately, we'd like to be able to bring a proposal for a new tunnel contractor to come on board in 2027 to start digging the tunnel through which the trains will run. And that's why you see all those cranes out there, and that's why we're here to talk to you tonight about keeping this schedule moving. If we're off to a good start with the early works construction, but we're less than a year into it. And this is a project that is going to take until 2037 before it's open for passenger service. And it's very, very important for us that we don't lose time, even now, more than a decade before that service begins. And that's why this construction traffic management plan is so central to, even if it's just for the early works package, is so central to delivering this project for the voters and riders of Santa Clara County. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah, who's going to tell us about some of the early construction activities.
Thank you so much, Tom. Appreciate that.
Good evening. Before Sarah talks about the construction activities, I'm going to talk about the changes to the construction transportation management plan and the engagement we've done related to that. So as some of you council members recall, I was up here a couple of years ago getting the approval for the construction transportation management plan initially for this early work period. This is to prepare the site and to construct facilities on the site up until when the tunnel boring machine will launch. So it's all the activities in advance of the launch. So the green structure that you see, I guess I'll take a step back and orient us here. So 880 is on the left side of the screen, and we see Brokaw Road over on the right side of the screen with Coleman Avenue along the bottom of the map there. You can see the city limit line is dashed there. Our construction access points for the trucks are the two yellow circles.
I believe there's a pointer somewhere you can use.
Yeah, do we have a pointer that we could? Some of us are very familiar with this. Some our residents may not be. Can we help? Our wonderful IT program will help you. Don't tell me we ran out of power.
Gaurav leaves and everything falls apart.
Yeah.
Okay. in the meantime, I can describe by the color. So the launch structure that Tom mentioned that we're focused on right now is the long green rectangular box that's on the south end of the yard, adjacent to the rail corridor. Just to describe the other features on the screen there. We have that facility that we're working on. We have some parking. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, hold the.
Yes, thank you. Parking and our on-site offices are located down here at the south end of the yard. This is the main area that's being constructed right now. This is the launch structure where the tunnel boring machine will launch into the tunnel. Eventually, we will also construct this blue area here, which will be a fabrication plant for the tunnel lining segments, and then they will be then stored on this purple area. In addition, we will be constructing a grout facility that is needed when the tunnel boring machine launches, and constructing the excavated material bin here. So this is just constructing the bin. All of these activities happen within the time frame before the tunnel boring machine launches. So we were here in June of 2023, and the council approved the construction transportation management plan at that time. I'll go through what the approval was in a minute, but before I get there, wanted to remind everyone. I guess maybe if someone could advance.
Too much technology.
Yeah. Thank you. What the steps are in our construction transportation management plan. So it's a plan that documents all access for all modes during construction. Automobiles, vehicles, pedestrians, bicyclists, transit, et cetera. We go through a process for each time we develop a plan, or in this case, have an update to the plan, where we meet with the contractor and with their city partners to discuss in regular coordination meetings the need for the change or the need for the plan. Then we meet with our adjacent stakeholders and neighbors and to help them understand what we will be planning to do. And then in general, we have a community meeting before we approve a plan initially, sharing with the community what the plan is. So it's an extensive engagement process. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So on the table on the right, what was approved and what has been in operation is there was a periods of time that needed certain activities which have critical concrete pours for these large, deep walls that Sarah's going to talk to us about, require extended work hours. So what was approved was work hours from 6 a.m. until 4 a.m., Monday through Saturday, during these critical time periods. So 22 hours a day, 6 days a week. And so this amendment is to approve the additional 2 hours a day, Monday through Saturday, so that the operations can continue 24 hours a day. And then Sundays could be used as needed for maintenance with no truck hauling. Next slide, please. Not tied into the construction transportation management plan, but wanted to remind you all some of the things that the project is doing for noise and vibration mitigation. What we're monitoring, we have noise monitors installed, and we have handheld monitoring while we're confirming that we're within our acceptable thresholds for noise and vibration. And if you go to the next slide, we also have dust controls in place. We have screening that many of you likely have seen around the site. You can see in the bottom left picture there. And we have trucks that are driving through, watering the dirt to make sure that there are no dirt getting up into the air. In addition, on the bottom right there, you see our truck wheel wash that is washing the tires of the trucks before they go out onto the city streets. We also have street sweepers out monitoring the streets between the construction site and the freeway where they're getting on to control those things. So as we were coming to do this up, knowing that KST wanted to have the ability to work, our contractor wanted to have the ability to work these additional hours, we had briefings with many of the key stakeholders in the area, meeting with Hunter Partners and Holland Partners and the Orlo residents and Santa Clara University and Costco and Apple and others, and shared the need and in general, they were agreeable and didn't have any concerns about that. In addition, we share updates with our community working groups. And then we also have a 24-hour hotline that we have implemented. And since we started night work in June of 2025, we have had 0 noise complaints. We've only gotten 1 complaint from night work, and it was related to lighting. And we were able to adjust the lighting to fix the problem. In addition, when we have our construction activities, we coordinate with your communications team on extending those notifications out and notify the community with postcards and distributing construction notices. We've had meetings in the different residential areas, as well as we had a pop-up event and a coffee in a park for people to come and find out more information and ask questions. So we've been out and about in the community and making sure that everyone's aware of what's going on. Next slide. And now Sarah's going to tell you about the exciting construction progress.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thanks so much for having us. So we started construction this past April, and it began with general things like grading, installing office trailers and that sort of thing, and then progressed to the installation of the noise curtain on one side of the site. Groundwater, we have to manipulate the groundwater regime gently outside of our excavation and then more significantly inside the excavation to limit the potential effects to any structures nearby. So groundwater dewatering began, or depressurization, depending on where you are. It's very complicated. We could nerd out about that for quite some time. And then the main elements that you're seeing cranes on the site for are the supportive excavation walls. And these are being pre-installed prior to excavating the launch structure. We will have a complete supportive excavation system in place around its perimeter, and then as it gets excavated, some bracing will go in between those walls. So we have guide walls that go in first for the precise installation of those subsurface walls. The guide walls are basically just sort of helps the construction equipment draw within the lines. They're very near surface, and there's verticality limits also on the walls, so they have to go down as vertical or near vertical along with the panels next to them so that the whole thing forms a structurally sound structure. So the guide walls go in first, and then the supportive excavation walls themselves go in, and the shape of our shaft, where we're launching the tunnel boring machine, is three circles kind of squished together as if there were segments of a caterpillar. So that's why we call it a cat shaft. And at the intersection where 2 shapes squish together, it forms a bit of a Y. So then we call those our Y panels. They're significant. They have a lot of reinforcing, and they are very important structural elements in the system. Nighttime construction activities did start this past June, and this is necessary for the construction of those walls, which I'll talk through a little bit as we look at some photos here. And it's basically to create a bathtub within which water can be drawn down. The water outside is not as drawn down because, as we said, we don't want to impact any structures. And then that allows for excavation and future installation of our tunnel boring machine. Thank you. Okay. So one thing we did, Erica said we're not getting noise complaints at night, but we did have a loud activity, which was installation of our sheet piles. If anyone has ever been near sheet piles being driven in, this was only necessary for the last bit of the sheet piles, depending on when they encountered more sound material. Higher up, they were able to be vibrated in, which is less bothersome, but when they were being driven, we did get some outreach from our neighbors. And working with KST, they very quickly procured this extra sound curtain, this mobile sound curtain, which they were able to mount on the installation rig itself. We were already within noise limits, but it was still not pleasant for our folks that were living right there. And this sound curtain actually made a significant difference. So we were really grateful to them for getting that going quickly. And then, of course, it further reduced the noise that was measured on site and experienced by our surrounding community. This slide has a few photos of some of the very cool activities that we have out there, and it's a lot smaller on this slide than it is in person. It's super cool to see it, even from the freeway nearby. These are some of the things that are happening as our structure is going in underground. The top left photo is actually the beginning of our excavation, which is able to occur in tandem with the deep walls because we have a very, very long ramp extending to the north. And so at the end of that ramp, we are complete with the sheet pile installation, and therefore that area has begun to be excavated and braced already. That began in June. Moving down on the left side, there's a lot of blue equipment. Malcolm is a core sub for KST, and they're installing these walls with these cranes that are blue, and they have different tools on them. And this one has a grab, which is, it's a clamshell excavator that you may have seen something similar to on any, highway or transit project. That reaches down all the way down for a whole panel. And then there's technology whereby a bentonite slurry is installed is filled. The hole is filled with a bentonite slurry, which is a viscous liquid which magically helps keep it open, even if it's sand and clay, and it wouldn't otherwise stay open. And then we install reinforcing. KST installs reinforcing all the way down to the bottom of that panel, some of which go up to about 139 feet below grade. As the reinforcing sits at the bentonite, then Tremie pipes are installed, which is a really long steel pipe to the bottom of the hole. Concrete is installed through those pipes. It fills the bottom of the hole and it starts to displace that bentonite, and it comes up and up, and the bentonite gets pumped out, and what you're left with at the end of the day is reinforced concrete. And then it's subject to significant quality testing to ensure that it's structurally sound and it cures, and the next panel can be excavated in sequence. It's a cool orchestrated sequence of panels out there. So the two middle photos are a special frame that KST had designed by their engineering folks and fabricated for special use at this site. It's being lifted by the Liebherr LR 11,000 crane, which required 39 trucks to bring it in before it was assembled, and it had to be assembled by a slightly smaller crane, which was brought in and assembled by a slightly smaller crane. It's a really impressive piece of equipment. And these tripping frames, there are two of them. They're used to basically serve as a spine for these massive rebar cages as they are fabricated in the horizontal position. But then they need to be installed in a vertical position, and they need to not bend or deform too much in that transition. And so this tripping frame, which is very impressive, has been used successfully now for 3 of our 8 Y panels. Okay, then on the right, there's the tunnel eye, and I'll come back to the Y panels specifically in a moment. For the tunnel eye, the tunnel boring machine uses a positive face pressure to stabilize the ground. There's a lot of magical things we have to do to make this ground cooperate, but it's going beautifully. That area needs to be stabilized in order for the TBM tunnel boring machine to pressure up properly. So the tunnel eye, ground improvement has already been completed as well. And these are also subsurface panels, but they don't have reinforcement. On the bottom right, you may be able to tell that that's 3 concrete trucks backed up to 1 panel. That's typically what we use for each panel, wherever there's access and wherever it's long enough to necessitate 3 different Tremie pipes. A series of 3 trucks backs in, installs concrete, goes away, the new ones come in. It's a well-orchestrated operation. Now for these Y panels, I think it's important to explain why the 24 hours is being requested, why the 24 hours of work rather than the 22 hours. It's really for all the subsurface slurry wall or diaphragm wall panels, depending on where you came up through engineering, you might call it slurry walls or diaphragm walls. It's all the same. It's a reinforced concrete wall that's installed by this method. And what happens is there are limitations on how long that hole can stay open. Open meaning full of that bentonite fluid. The bentonite fluid can provide a safe and stable excavation and facilitate installation of a high-quality structural wall only for so long. If it's open for too long, we have contract requirements, because the structural engineers have authored them, that panel needs to actually just be backfilled and it has to start over. This would be a huge waste and not something that we want to proceed with on this project. And so when KST has, before we had permission from the city of San Jose to install some of the panels in the footprint 24 hours, KST would see an opportunity to start with a panel but would not start it because they knew they couldn't finish it in time. So the extension of work hours has been huge for the project. We have been able to recover some schedule that was initially delayed for reasons completely outside of the project control, and it's been really, really wonderful. And I just want to make sure that that's clear, that it's huge for us, it's huge for the community because it reduces the duration of work out there. We're not sitting there waiting for the next work window, and we really appreciate your willingness to listen to our request tonight. Thank you. So then just a review of the construction schedule, and this is the second to last slide. Tried to roll up the activities here. Early works project, the early works stages extend for 39 months on this slide. Site grading is complete, which is stage 1. Site development, stage 2, all complete. We're now in stage 4, where KST is installing the TBM launch shaft, and we will transition to the tunneling contractor completing other activities such as stage 3, installation of that precast plant and the segment storage that Erica talked about, as well as development of the muck bin and other ancillary activities that must be in place prior to launching the tunnel boring machine. Last slide. Oh, sorry, one more. There's a cover sheet. Okay, okay. So the recommendation, and I understand we are to read this, and so that's what I'll do next, is 1, approve the revision to the West Portal Early Works Construction Transportation Management Plan for the VTA's BART Phase 2 Extension Project in the form presented. And 2, authorize the city manager or designee to approve minor modifications, such as annual updates or supplemental plans to the CTMP if needed. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for this update. So if I understand this correctly, you're asking for a change in the 22-hour to the 24, and for a possible Sunday if needed. And that is the change. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Council questions? Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, as Tom had alluded to, I sit on the BART Oversight Committee as well as the VTA Board. And so I've been following this project very closely. And I think I have a reputation for being obsessed with muck. And so muck is actually what's called the drilling spoils. And so as you're drilling or excavating, you have all of this dirt that comes out. That's called muck in the industry. And, you know, the CTMP talks about the number of trucks. I think it's up to 340 trucks for the early works. That's just this launch facility. So my concern for the city of Santa Clara is, what is the route of those trucks? And will they be going through Santa Clara, Brokaw, for the early works package, as well as for the CP2, which is the actual tunnel boring? And so what is the schedule for those trucks? And really, what is the route? I know the CTMP talked about the trucks going on Newhall to Coleman to 880, but the muck bins are actually closer to Brokaw. So I'm trying to understand where that muck is going to go and how it's going to affect traffic and noise in Santa Clara, because those are big diesel trucks. And then the second question I have is, why did we even go to 22 hours? Did we not know that if you're going to do these long slurry walls that you have to run 24 hours? I mean, that seems like kind of an oversight. So those are my questions.
Thank you. We try to get all the questions, and then we'll allow you to answer them. I notice you're all taking good notes. Wonderful. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for the presentation. I trust Councilmember Jain to be serving on the board, so I'll ask some questions which are not related to CTMP, but related to the project itself, right? So we are looking at a federal grant of 5.1. First of all, I want to know the status of that. I know it got approved in August of 24, but how is it pursuing right now? You know all the changes in the federal government and the new president over there, and all other grants are being subject to you do this, you do that, and then only you will get this grant, right? So I want a detailed opinion on that, whether that grant is 100% locked in, and what is the schedule of that grant coming to that, because that's very important. Almost 40% of the project cost, $12 million. My second question is, there is a gap of $600+ million between the project as of today, what we have and what we really need basically to complete the project. So what is the plan for that? And on top of that, the timeline is around 12 years to complete the project. Have we anticipated and took into account all the cost escalations? You know, in last couple of years, the cost of construction in the Bay Area overall, most in Bay Area, but overall itself has increased. And with all the tariffs being imposed right now, like, I don't know what will be tariff tomorrow morning on certain things, and what will be the tariff tonight, and tomorrow morning it can change again. So what are the plans for that? Like, you are using so much steel, you are using so much machinery which is being imported, you are using tunneling machine which will be imported from Germany or I think from those places. So how are we coping with those? What are the cost escalations as of today, and what are the plans for future to take those things into account, basically? My other question is, you know, refinements of Santa Clara BART station. I know our community was very involved into when we brought that project forward, when we brought the Santa Clara station forward, and they put their inputs, oh, we want this, we want that, we want some changes. So all these refinements, have they been presented to the community? Have you taken some feedback from the community? And if yes, what was their response? And if not, what can we do to apprise our community, hey, these are the changes we are making from the initially approved Santa Clara station, and we want your opinion on that. So those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, actually, it's funny, but we're going through this rounds of questions, which I don't agree with. It's part of a policy change we made way back in 2021 that should have expired 6 months after that time. I actually like to hear the answers of the questions that are being asked real time, because some of the questions that I have actually key off of some of the answers that I get. I think that having to ask all the questions in advance and presuppose all the myriad answers that you could possibly give before I ask the second round of questions has led to multiple rounds of questions, which I think could be avoided simply by answering the questions the way that we do in every other city council in the city. I do have additional questions, but again, I am interested in the questions that I've heard here. I am concerned about the noise. I'm concerned about the route that the trucks take. Again, Councilmember Jane is well known and well respected for his knowledge, for his work on council, for his work on VTA, for his concern for, you know, transportation and all the things that make this city safe. My question was about mobile sound curtain. I mean, it's during construction. You said that you added the mobile sound curtain because to further reduce the noise. I mean, the noise was within limits, but you said it was uncomfortable. And I've actually had residents right next to construction, which wasn't nearly as big as this. And the proximity of the pounding actually ruined a couple of foundations and things like this. This looks like it's possibly, I don't know, 150, 200 feet away from the nearest residence, I mean, where I see the sound walls being placed. But have we thought about, I mean, they're mobile sound curtains. They look like they're purely functional. They're not there for long term, but have we thought about putting sound curtains in place for the residents? Again, I'm looking on the map and I see that the closest proximity, it's probably 150, maybe 200 feet away from the nearest residence. And these are students. I mean, they need to sleep at night as well. Not only for the construction, which is 24/7, I think that hopefully when BART comes in with new equipment, 12 years later with future technologies, it will be much quieter than it is now, which isn't that loud, but I'd like to know if you've got, any further things we can do to reduce the impact on the residents, which again are fairly close. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you, Councilwoman Hardy. Thank you for the presentation, and a couple of quick questions, probably simple questions, but it seems like the additional 2 hours and additional day is not just to speed up the project, it's what's necessary to continue, and just want to make sure that that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say I'm looking around, and I'm probably more familiar with this project than anyone. I was on the Planning Commission and saw the very first iteration of the proposed station. That goes way back, I think 2007. So I really appreciate all the changes that have been made and the recommendations that came from our BPAC that I chair. And so what I see today is just a revision of this construction of changing, and I understand the 24 to 22, from 22 to 24 hour. And I'm going to make a guess, and we'll see if I'm correct. If this is, especially when you're asking for the Sunday, because if that time frame may pushed into Sunday time and you were on, I think that was the benzonite you were talking about that could not stick around too much longer, you couldn't finish, if that would make sense for doing a Sunday, because it's an unusual request. Weather can also cause problems. When I looked at this, you kept talking about the Newhall way to come in, and it took me a while looking at the map, realizing, oh, that's in San Jose, that's why that's not as obvious to me. But in Councilmember Jane's question, it sounds like you're bringing some of the trucks in at Newhall and then going back out, trying to make a rotational situation. Alpha on Brokaw. Brokaw can be a little busy, as you probably know. But I also made another note that, if you want to speak to this, the public benefit and the use of public funds are so important to me. I see this as something that needs to happen as soon as possible, and it sounds that we are trying to condense or make certain that we are not using or wasting any of our resources or time. Because I even made the note about the $6 million gap. Guess we'll have to look under rocks for that or something. Thank you. All right, if you can answer the specific questions you heard, the comments are from council, and I'll let, if you need some extra time, okay. Thank you.
All right, I will kick it off with responses. If there's a way to go back to the, oh, look, I'm able to do it now. I'm going to go back to the overall map to
Thank you.
So, yes, as I mentioned, let's see if this one, okay, perfect, okay. So the trucks are able to enter and exit the site where the red dot was just a minute ago. That is here. This is Newhall Drive that connects out to Coleman. So the trucks come out here and over to the freeway ramps to get on Coleman, onto 880 to either go north or south. Or the other access point is they continue up Coleman and they go on Brokaw Road to enter or exit the site here. So what we have cleared in our construction transportation management plan is that 75% of the trips will use this access point in San Jose on Newhall Drive. And at most, 25% of the truck trips would use the Brokaw Road access. So the muck bin that will be built during this, constructed during this phase, and all of the activities that will be constructed and are happening in this phase, there is what's not shown on the screen here is a network of roadways around the site for trucks to travel through. So even if they're constructing the muck bin here, they would still come out, 75% would still come out and use this access here. KST, the contractor, has staff members just inside the site directing folks and monitoring which access they're using to make sure that they use appropriately the amount that's approved. So during the weekdays, it's 75% here and 25% on Brokaw. And on the weekends, it decreases to only 10% on Brokaw and 90% on Newhall Drive. As far as why 22 hours a day, when we came a couple of years ago, we didn't have our subject matter expert contractor sub-consultant on the team to know that we were going to need these additional 2 hours. And so as we've progressed things, we've learned that this was going to be necessary as the design has advanced in the time frame since then. Just to be clear, so those are the two haul routes, or the access routes, so the trucks take. This is what we environmentally cleared in our environmental document and is included in the construction transportation management plan. So all trucks come south and get on 880. There's no trucks that are going farther north into the city of Santa Clara. And a couple other things to note here. So along this edge of the property here, we have a temporary noise curtain that's been installed during construction. That's as mitigation for knowing the construction activities here would need to occur at night. So this is a semi-permanent during our construction wall. And then in addition, there was an additional blanket that was added on the piece of equipment as it was doing the work over in this area for the sheet piling that was mentioned. We do have noise and vibration monitors over in the neighborhoods over here where we're able to confirm that we're not negatively impacting their properties there and or potential foundations, as that concern was mentioned. And knowing that the contractor is working on these critical activities during the week, if some piece of equipment breaks down, they want to keep moving forward. And so the idea of the Sunday is the ability to do low-key maintenance activities like that, so they don't have to use the time on the other days to do those activities.
It might be useful to hear an example of what might occur on Sunday. When one of the Y panels, the specialized frame that is used to help the Y panel or assist with lifting the Y panel to the vertical has a lifting frame right at the top that stays attached to the rebar cage as it's lowered into the panel and until the panel reaches a minimum strength. So one thing that might occur is concrete is installed on Saturday, and on Sunday they come in and just remove that lifting frame. It wouldn't be, this permission would not necessarily start KSD in full production mode on a Sunday. It would allow for things like that to occur such that the pour could occur on Saturday. That's one example, yeah.
I did want to address the question about the station design. Yes, we did have extensive engagement with our community working group and design review committee on the design of the Santa Clara station, and we have presented to them and shared with them that we've made some slight refinements. We did stick with the intent of the plan for what the station's design was before, so we're still moving along that same path and are engaging with them and making sure that they're aware of the updates.
Thank you.
And then finally, there were a couple of questions about the federal funding and the overall cost of the program. So to the question about the status of the $5.1 billion, the way that the Federal Transit Administration grants this money to transit operators like VTA is they move you through a series of stages, approving a series of approvals. We are at the last stage of approval before we received the grant from the Federal Transit Administration. And that final grant step is called a full funding grant agreement, which, as the name implies, that gives us the full rights to draw that $5.1 billion down. To achieve that full funding grant agreement, we need to complete the cost savings process to bring our sources and uses, close that $600 million gap, and we need to go through a final risk review with the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, or FTA. While I acknowledge that that this is a challenging time to be bringing home that much money to California, the team is working on a couple of different parallel paths. First, we are going through the textbook process of making sure that we get our budget in balance and prepare for that risk review, that's sort of the textbook path, so that we can put that application to finalize the full funding grant agreement at the end of 2026. But in parallel, we are reminding our legislators. I travel to Washington, D.C. several times a year with our government affairs staff and our lobbyists to remind legislators that just the work you see here, this is just the early works, just the launch structure has a supply chain that stretches to 41 different states, red and blue states. So we are buying electronics from Kentucky, we are buying rail cars from upstate New York, we are buying steel from Texas, virtually every state in the country. There are jobs, there are people being put to work because of this project, and that, despite what the partisanship you may see on the surface, is a very important and effective message in DC. So we continue both a political and a textbook path, while also making sure that we have ways to keep the construction moving if that FFGA is delayed. And that's something we talk about at the VTA board all the time. As for the issue of cost escalation, all the numbers you saw, the $12.7 billion budget, is in what we call a year of expenditure dollars. So they have been they've been escalated on I think a pretty conservative escalation curve into the year they would actually be spent. So we are taking into account the significant inflation we're seeing in the construction industry when we make this estimate. And then as for the tariff question, a huge amount of our spending is governed by US DOT's Build America, Buy America program. So while that doesn't mean that we're not sensitive to tariffs, maybe in a secondary way, we are procuring the majority of our materials domestically.
Wonderful, thank you. I think all those questions, but Councilmember Jane has another one. Please.
Yeah, you talked about the 75% and 25% truck traffic. Is that only for early works or is that for CP2?
That's a great question. So that is what we have established for this early works. We will be developing a completely additional construction transportation management plan for when the tunnel boring machine launches. And during the development of that, we'll work out what the percentage breakdown is, and we'll be taking that back to council here as a separate document for approval.
And my second question is, which I should have asked at the VTA board meeting, is when you dewater, where does the water go?
KST has a properly permitted groundwater treatment plant, which the water is passed through to ensure that it's clean, and then it's discharged in accordance with permits that they get to city facilities.
So storm drains or sewer lines?
Storm drains.
Thank you.
Thank you. I saw you thinking about that.
Right.
Yes.
Checking, verifying, okay.
Wonderful. If you'd like to have a seat, we will open it up to the public for any questions, and keep your notepads out if there's any questions that you would like to answer that are public who's extremely interested in this, I can tell. So, do we have anyone here in chambers who would like to ask questions or make comments about this proposal? I do not see any. Do we have any online? I do not see any. That makes it much easier. All right. Do I have any council comments or a motion?
Yes, motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. That's Councilmember Jane, and a second from Councilmember Gonzalez, I believe it was. Excellent. Well, as I said, I will be supporting this because I feel that we have a public benefit and we want to use these public funds as well as possible. Thank you so much for your work. And I will call the question. We'll give our city clerk a second to catch up with this.
So the motion on the floor is staff recommendation?
Yep, the staff recommendation, yes, which is shown here on the screen. Revision of the construction transportation management plan and city manager, any minor modifications being approved. Okay. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Go forth and make us a great project. Appreciate it. All right, we will go on. Looking at the time, do we need a break? I think If we're okay, okay. I don't see any requests for breaks, so we'll keep going on. Public hearing, well, note and file the city auditor's office report on the audit of the city's building permit process.
Yes.
City
Chair,
manager.
why don't I give a very brief introduction?
Thank you.
So as you will recall, this item was a consent item on your last agenda. It was pulled, but unfortunately the meeting went long, and so we moved the item here tonight. As you know, we have a city auditor's office. Our auditor contracted with Baker Tilly, an independent firm, to conduct an audit of our permit review process. That audit had a number of recommendations. Those recommendations were provided to the audit committee. At the audit committee, the community development department, really speaking on behalf of our entire development review process that includes multiple departments, had a presentation and issued a report on how they are addressing all of the audit findings. That was presented to the audit committee. The audit committee asked a number of questions, ultimately approved the audit and recommended that it be forwarded to the city council for a note and file. We are here today. We have David Knowles, our city audit manager, to provide a high-level presentation on the findings of the audit. And then we have our community development director, Afsha Hamid, to come and present not as detailed of a presentation as was provided at the audit committee, but a high-level version of that, just so the council knows the work that we're doing. I will say the audit findings are significant, and certainly we're not hiding from that, and we know that there are improvements needed in the permit improvement process, and the director will talk about that.
Thank you. And here, I thought you were just here for fun.
It's always fun.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Council. David Knowles, as Jovan said, Audit Manager, City's Auditor's Office. We just wanted to give you a quick background on the audit. How did it originate, processes we performed, and then we'll go into some of the recommendations before turning it over to Afsha. So the starting point, I'm going to take my eyes off here for a second. The starting point of any of the audit work that we do is a risk assessment. And the risk assessment is really what drives projects to be identified, processes that we'd like to look at. Really, the audit universe in our city, we use the budget level detail book, so we've kind of down to the program level to look at things that we want to assess risk at. Assessing risk involves talking to all of you every year we do. We talk to a large number of executive staff, do employee surveys, that sort of thing. So, and just as a quick reminder, risk for our purposes is the possibility of an event or a condition occurring that will have an impact on the ability of an organization to achieve its objectives. So a little bit about why building permit process. During a risk assessment, it was rated as high risk. There's inherent risk there, as well as some specific things that bore out through our independent analysis of, like I said, talking to everybody, doing surveys. A couple of the things that were customer complaints for slow processing. We had departmental vacancies and turnover. We had just recently done a new system implementation, the Acela permitting management system. And of course, there's volatile revenue there and always changing building codes and trying to stay in compliance with those. The scope of the audit is, as I said, we did a lot of background work in terms of a basis for performing the audit. We focused on permit services, and that encompasses all the processes from application, receipt, to the permit issuance. We excluded the building services part of inspections and permit filing for this particular audit. So our objectives: to determine if the internal controls for the building permit process are adequately designed and operating effectively to ensure compliance with city code and other regulations. We looked for if there are adequate mechanisms in place to ensure that our process is efficient and providing timely and effective customer service. We looked at internal controls over billing and collections of permitting fines and fees, and wanted to make sure they were adequately designed and operating so that there'd be we could provide operational and financial accountability. Further, we analyzed both local and state relevant laws listed there, you can see just a few of them. And we went in to try to gather information and understand the total environment that we were looking at under the audit. And during that process, we'd ask for any policies and procedures, review any of those, looking at permit applications and fees, budget information, and any performance monitoring documentation that we have. And in this particular case, we did do interviews with all the key process owners. At the time, it was the former director of community development, building officials, staff, all levels of staff within the permitting process. And then we crossed into the accounting staff as well to check into building and collections. So the risks that are assessed and the controls that we identified are in place. We looked at those to see if they were in place during process walkthroughs with staff, where we just kind of mock up how do you go about this A through Z. And we also move on at that point to doing key control testing for applications, plan reviews, billing, permit billing fees, and payments. And then we get into the actual kind of test work, if you will, which is we selected 45 applications using a stratified sampling method, really just to make sure that we get a cross-section of all of the types of permits that we have. And then the selections that we made were from fiscal year ends 22 and 23, and we identified permits that would have been issued by September 11th of 2023. So before I move into the results summary here, I just wanted to say how available and effective the building staff was in participating with us. It's a big ask to go through an audit while you're doing your regular daily job as well. And I just wanted to thank staff. They really went above and beyond to prioritize us and all of our requests. And I think audits aren't always fun. We don't always have to agree, but they approached everything that we had in a very productive and respectful way for this project. So the first result we had was in official policies and procedures. So we did determine that there were some written procedures, but they were informal and kind of fragmentary. And really a comprehensive document of policies and procedures did not exist. And so the recommendation there, of course, would be that we establish a comprehensive policy and procedure for the building division's critical processes, including application processing, plan reviews, permitting, fee building, billing, and collection through permit issuance and performance monitoring. The second finding is timeliness of the process. So as I mentioned, we did 45 applications, and throughout that initial plan review and subsequent plan reviews, it didn't look like we consistently met the target timeframes. There were definitely processes that could be improved both before and after the building permit came up. So again, recommendation would be that we proactively monitor the building permit process efficiency and leverage our additional performance metrics throughout the year. So rather than doing some ad hoc reviews and status checks, was common among staff who knew where we were with processes, we wanted to see if we could get those formalized. Thirdly, permit fees. Again, 45 applications we checked for those dollar values there in both development amount and fees. And we noted that the fees were not always consistently calculated and applied across the samples that we had and in conjunction with the municipal fee schedule. So recommendation, management should implement the following mechanisms to ensure the accuracy of the building permit fees. Comprehensive manuals and training for permit technicians, adequate testing and verification of fee calculations, and a timely second review of invoices. And then, of course, regular refresher training for anyone involved in the process. And lastly, a performance monitoring and process improvement recommendation. As we mentioned, it's, again, sort of a formal mechanism that, utilizes any metrics or any formal tracking processes to identify areas of improvement. Then you can, hone in on those areas that seem to be delayed in time, and that helps make more informed decisions. We also don't have a formal process for receiving and tracking and certainly responding to any complaints or issues that come from the public or anything else that could improve the building permit process as a whole. So again, a recommendation would be establish our formal mechanisms for providing monitoring for the process from beginning to end, and then also having a systematic approach for collecting and analyzing any customer feedback so we can keep our public happy. And with that brief overview, I think we'll turn it over to Afshan.
Thank you. And as she's coming up, I was trying to remember why this was on consent, and was there a specific reason or question to make certain that'll help our staff to answer that question? Was that pulled by Councilmember Jane? I thought it was. Councilmember Jane, if you could make certain you ask staff the reason you pulled it so that they can make certain that concern is answered in their response.
Well, actually, the reason why I pulled it was because I had served on the audit committee for a while, and I found it to be an incredibly valuable process for the city. I mean, I want to give thanks to Councilmember Chahal for raising this issue in 2022 or 2023 that we need to do an audit of the building permitting process. And as David had mentioned, we did find some very substantial deficiencies, you might say, in our permitting process. And I had been hearing from developers that the process was inconsistent or took too long and such. And when I look from 2023, when the audit was completed, till now, almost everything has been addressed. And so we've made terrific progress. So that was, my point was just to highlight the value of this process, that the audit process is incredible for the city. And kudos to David and his team for doing all this work in Baker Tilly. But I did have some other questions.
Thank you. Do you want to wait for those questions until after staff has made their presentation? I thought that would help staff. And if you could hang, Kevin, do you have a question or a comment that will help staff in their presentation?
No, I just wanted to note that the original person that pulled this was Vice Mayor Cox. I believe that Councilmember Jane pulled this after it was already pulled by Vice Mayor Cox. I believe Vice Mayor Cox stated at the end of the meeting that I'm trying to think about it, look at my notes, and my notes are incomplete in that area, but it seemed like there were questions there, and it just seemed maybe odd that we're presenting this again when the person that initially pulled this item is not here. I am curious as to why it was pulled originally as well. I do share Councilmember Jane's appreciation of the audit process. Also having served on the audit committee, but again, I just wanted to clarify that it was in fact Vice Mayor Cox that originally pulled this item.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have a comment before we turn it over to Afshan?
Sure. Just to address Councilmember Spark about why it's on this agenda. Vice Mayor Cox, at the time that this item was pulled, we continued it to this meeting. Staff did not know that she would not be attending this meeting at that time. Her trip to Japan actually came up in between these two meetings because she needed to sub in for, I believe, the mayor. And so we had prepared to present it today. I know that Councilmember Cox is knowledgeable that the item is on today's agenda, and she did not express any concerns with the item going forward.
Thank you so much. Afshan, with that introduction, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much. I will make the presentation, and I'm waiting for it to come up on my screen so I can advance. No, there's nothing on here. It's blank. Okay, I can just go by the slides, and thank you. Okay. Okay, so we looked at the primary objectives of the Baker-Tilly findings, and there were three: assess whether internal controls in permitting process are effective and designed and implemented to ensure compliance with city code and relevant regulations. 2, evaluate whether the permit process is efficient and responsive with mechanisms in place to ensure timely customer service. And 3, determine if billing and collections of permit fees and fines are properly managed to uphold financial accountability. So the building division acknowledged these existing gaps in the process, and they have actively been implementing improvements. So even before the release of the audit permit, they looked at it as an opportunity, and significant improvements which have influenced the timing of the audit's implementation have occurred. The audit has been reviewed by new leadership, and it's an opportunity, and we acknowledge the areas of improvement, and we are committed to addressing the improvements. So as an overview of the permit review and the partners that are involved, first it's CDD, and that comprises of the planning group, the building division, housing community services, and a technology group. Also involved are internal partners, which includes the fire department, public works, Silicon Valley, water sewer, Parks and Rec, and also outside agencies. Some of these outside agencies include the Santa Clara Unified School District, as well as County Environmental Health. In CDD, overall, the group is about 80 people that we oversee that work together and collaborate on the development review process. And this structure is pretty typical of how CDD is set up in similar agencies that compare to Santa Clara. So in terms of the audit response and commitment, staff collaborated transparently by providing documentation, identifying the gaps, and contributing to the frontline insights. And prior to the release of the audit, staff began addressing the concerns, examining internal systems, resource allocation, and capacity. And there have been improvements in the department that continue to make progress. The building division is fully engaged and committed to delivering customer service. And throughout the audit, staff has contributed to the insights. Over the next few slides, I will share the progress that the team has made and undertaken. So there were 4 specific findings that David mentioned: develop policy and procedures manual, timeliness of permitting process, permit fees reviewed for consistency, performance monitoring, and process improvements. So quickly, as we are required to address these audit findings, we are also tying these audit findings to the improvements that we are making, and I'll show those over the next few slides. So in 2021, we launched the Acela Civic platform. This was, we actually invested in a robust system beginning in 2018. So this Acela Civic platform also includes an Acela Citizen Access, which is a public portal, and it was fully launched in 2021. And just to give you some insight, since we've launched it, there have been 9,000 visits to the site in 2024, just in Santa Clara alone. The department is now fully digital and allows submittal from online, paperless routing, and reviews conducted through Acela. We are currently under recruitment because this technology piece is such a large piece of what we do in the department and the support that we need. We are currently under recruitment for a position, which is a business analyst position, to support this. Our previous management analyst left for a different city, so we have been in the process for recruitment. In 2023, and I did highlight some of the findings so that you can see the findings. The findings have been highlighted in bold where we are meeting those findings. So in 2023, we improved the plan review timelines. So for extensive projects, which typically take 4, 6, or 10 weeks that are submitted, the subsequent second reviews are reduced to 50% of those initial timelines. And then simple permits were launched with a 1 to 2 day turnaround time, and 70% of the permits issued are done on the same day. In 2024, we did reporting and monitoring, and the reports have been out since July of 2024. And so this lets all stakeholders know where they are in the process in terms of comments and reviews and timelines. So for example, we have weekly reports of all our workflows, stormwater review, MEP, or building permit reviews, and this is a holistic report that shows which tasks are to be performed by which staff for development process review. If there are corrections, the applicant, the task is opened again, and it continues until the task is resolved with the applicant. So when we started this process with the audit review, our ratings in the Baker-Tilly were 6 out of 10. So since we have begun the process improvements, we did an internal we did a survey using a program called Qmatic, and we serve about 3,600 customers during this time period from July 2024 to March 26 of 2025. We got about 210 respondents to the Qmatic survey, and we received 87.6% gave 5 out of 5 ratings for the overall experience. 86.1% gave 5 out of 5 ratings on wait times at the permit review. 90% gave a 5 out of 5 when rating a staff member, and 87.1% stated that the department was able to resolve issues. So we are looking at metrics, and we are using tools in order to analyze those metrics. And then this is a roadmap that the team has worked on for the upcoming years, a multi-year roadmap. And the ultimate goal is to get us to a dedicated one-stop shop. And that means a lot. It means not only staff, but it also means using technology and using metrics and addressing all those things so that we can get to that dedicated one-stop shop. We have strategic goals, and these strategic goals align to council priorities. And so, council, we heard you that this is important. So we've been looking at strategic goals and how we can achieve those. And so while we are making inroads with building permit process reviews, we are also using technology to leverage improvements. And so with our very small and mighty technology and innovation group, we are trying to address many of the things that the building permit process does, but we are leveraging technology to help us to get to those goals. Acela, like I said, is a big part of it. It allows multiple departments. It's kind of like a desktop, like a virtual desktop, and it allows multiple departments to look at the workflow, look at what's in the process, what's in the queue, give you updates on timelines, when comments are due, even upload drawings and files to that. So it's like a virtual platform that allows us to do that, and also track. We can go in and see where are the comments, and we can also kind of like give alerts to each other internally. So Because of the Acela portal, we're able to do solar apps, simple permits, procurement, knowledge base, Qmatic. Qmatic was one of the things I talked about, which allows us to look at the metrics. And what I will point out is that there are a number of items where we issue trackers, and 120 items were identified, 111 items were identified. So our team tracks these items and continues to work on them until they are resolved. And this is a technology roadmap for the next few years and how we plan to implement many of those tools. Some of these even use AI. But like I said, right now we're in the process of recruitment for the business analyst, and when that person joins us, we will get back on track with implementing. I do want to share some of the things that our technology group has done. One of the things that was shared is that the Permit Center is one of the most visited sites in Santa Clara, but we did not have presence on the city's webpage. So since we kind of identified that we should have presence, we worked with the comms team to get an icon on the webpage, and so that was recently launched, I think, over the last 2 months. Our team has also been creating online handouts for permit forms, resources, accessory dwelling units, inspection guidelines, and codes as well. And these are now on the Permit Center. So if you go to the Permit Center, you can see the information bulletins and forms, and these are the handouts that we have, that we are creating, and we continue to improve and add to this library of handouts and checklists. And then something really exciting this week, what we launched is expedited plan review, and this was launched yesterday. The building division now offers expedited plans review services for eligible residential, single-family, and commercial tenant improvement projects, or as we call them, TI. It is designed to significantly reduce plan review for faster permit issuance through a collaborative and hybrid meetings between project design team and the city. This is coordinated approach and enables design and code compliance to be resolved in real time. So this is really the start of a one-stop shop. And it has dedicated staff and hours for eligible projects. There is staff from building, public works, fire, water and sewer, and under 2 hours, you can get an expedited review. So we do have near-term deliverables with our CDD technology group, initiatives that we are undertaking citywide, city council priorities, department initiatives, ongoing improvements to our operations, and also the Baker Tilly audit. And then lastly, we didn't stop with the Baker Tilly audit. We also have a Rough Tellis organizational assessment that is going on. It was launched in February 2025. The organizational assessment is looking at CDD capacity and groupings and how the workflow is done. And so we had interviews beginning in March and April of 2025. Follow-up interviews were conducted in September 2025, and this is really a comprehensive review of our operations and functions and staff capacity. So it augments what was started with Baker Tilly. And then we intend to do a development process mapping, so taking a look at our overall development process review and map that entire process review out from beginning to end, and we will identify the gaps and look at where we can make improvements, and we hope to launch that in late fall of 2025. And David Tran, who is our assistant building official, and we are both here if you have any questions.
Wonderful. I'm not seeing at this point any questions from staff. Oh, I take that back. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Ezra Klein's book Abundance, which is basically about how we don't build stuff anymore in the US and that permitting is a huge problem. And so I'm really pleased that we're tackling this. But my question is, what do we need to do better? Do we need more staff? Do we need more budget? Do we need more technology, more training? You know, how can we do better? And I know we identified a number of issues. The one thing that struck me was that we didn't have a policy for, I guess, feedback or complaints by our customers. And so are we implementing that now? I wasn't quite sure about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see staff taking notes. I will say that your numbers are much better for your feedback after a lot of this implementation, so that's good. I do not see any other questions. Staff, do you feel like you can answer that?
Yes. So we do have a very robust system, which is Acela, and then within Acela, there are different modules. And our staff is implementing those modules, but and we do have an Acela group that meets with us on a regular basis. And I think what needs to happen right now is once we do the recruitment and we have somebody on board for our business analyst position, I think it would be a good time to take a look at our Acela system and look at it in a more comprehensive way and understand if there's additional technology improvements that we need to do, or that we just need to tweak and fine-tune what we already have.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Sorry, I just heard that we have Acela as a tool, and I keep hearing about the possibility of implementing AI in our workflows. And I'm looking at slide 10, where it shows expanded AI projects, and I just want to be clear, are these internal projects by the city, or would that be implemented by Acela? I mean, we were talking about AI quite a bit, even today, when IT Director Garg was leaving. We talked about, the policy that he helped put together, the AI engagement and internal use policies, and I feel that we're throwing around these terms quite a bit, and as a council member who gets asked about AI and often present some things about AI, I know this is a separate topic, but I kind of want to know what we're doing there. And when we say that we're implementing, I'm always going to ask the question, when you say we, what does we mean, and what does the implementation look like? I feel that council should perhaps at another time be given a little bit more background on all the AI initiatives that we're going through, but in this particular case, it's about how are we looking at the expanded AI projects, and would that be Acela or would that be the city?
Thank you. I don't know if there's a specific question in there that you want to answer, but
so I'll start with the first question. So what we're showing in 2025, and thank you for that question, Councilmember Park, is we're looking at internal discussions and small-scale exploration. And then once we have that and we understand how we can incorporate it more, or what's the best way to incorporate more, then we'll probably look at how we can roll that out and how we can use it. So as you can see here, we have explorations, then in 2026, we'll look at some more insights, and then 2027, maybe even pilot some programs.
Okay, but my specific question is that internal development or is that AI tools developed by an external entity that we're using?
Sure. Let me answer that.
Yes, please.
Across the board, we will be utilizing external software. We are not developing our own AI platforms. We have had discussions about having a internal LLM, large language model. We have made no decisions with regard to that at this moment, but even that, we would leverage tools that are built by outside firms. I think, Councilmember Park, just to address your larger comment about use of AI in the city, I know the City Council knows that we set up an AI internal working group. They studied how AI is currently being used by city employees as well as potential enhancements. They drafted a draft AI policy. We had a management team retreat where we had a entire day focused on AI, and we are working to refine that and develop a system of tools that we will implement across the organization. That work is ongoing. We can certainly update the City Council on that at a later date. And then also with regard to Councilmember Jane's question, which was, I'll sort of paraphrase, what do we need, right? Additional tools, additional financial resources, or additional personnel. The answer is we need a little of each. I think the director, and I'm not going to finish today without congratulating Afsha, who really walked in, I think, less than a year as the audit was ongoing and really stepped up and wrapped her arms around some of the preliminary findings and helped to make some implementations that by the time the audit came to the audit committee, you already had things being implemented on recommendations that were made. But we've talked about tools, additional tools that are being implemented. Council, you may remember during the budget, a number of the rationales that we used for new positions in the department were based on this audit that was even drafted at that time. The director also mentioned a organizational study that is actively occurring for CD, for community development. That organizational study is both looking at the structure, how the department is structured, as well as do we have the right number of bodies. And so I fully expect that report will come back with a need for additional positions. And so how we fund those and how we have those conversations will be subject of further policy conversations, both internally and with the City Council.
Thank you.
I really like the expedited plan review.
Okay. Councilmember Gonzalez, you have a question or comment?
More of a comment. Thank you for the report, and I'm just going to have a motion to note and file.
Well, we have to just open it up to the public first, but yes, then I'll take that. Is there anyone in the public, either in council chambers or online, that would like to speak to this? David, would you like to tell us?
Not under that category, but before you go, I just
please come in. Yes.
Bring up one more thing, that an audit doesn't just end with the first report. Just wanted to let you know how we work this process is we go through and give some time for staff to implement any recommendations that come in, let that kind of season in, if you will. And what we have coming down soon is another audit that's final that we're actively organizing a meeting with the audit committee. And then we have another audit that's kind of rounding third at the minute. So our plan is early next year to do another project, which basically just takes all of the recommendations from audits, which is a audit project of its own, to go in and just verify all the recommendations. Were they implemented? How are they effective? Are they working? Are there any subsequent recommendations based on that? So just wanted to tell you that's the next in the life of an audit.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, I do not, Councilmember Chahal, please.
I don't have any question, but I have some comments to make. First of all, I appreciate, I know I was asking for this thing for a long time, because after the basic utilities like water, power, and good roads, this was one of the area where a lot of residents were coming up, hey, what's going on? My smaller projects are not getting delayed, and why are we not getting this thing? And that's the reason I requested for this audit, so that we have a holistic study and find out where we lack in the process and where we can room for improvement, and we can do that. And I'm so glad that staff cooperated. I'm glad internal audit team, CDD team, as well as everybody involved, they cooperated into this thing, and the end result is really good. I would say that. And I also want to thank Baker Tilly for submitting a detailed report. Like, I know they took out 45 cases and then drilled down into them and found out, okay, 23 of the X number were delayed, and then 35 of the 43 were delayed or something. But that doesn't say they are not, like our department not performing well, but we always have a room for improvement. And I really appreciate, since after 23 results, basically, when we had those feedback with the Baker Tilly up to 22, 23, the results were really bad, not so good looking on the paper, basically. And with the latest results out of the 3,216 coming back with almost 87% approval rating, that shows that we have done a great job in taking care of what was being done. And not only after submitting the report, but as Director Afsan mentioned, they took care of it while the report was being made, as soon as they got heard about that we are lacking in these areas. So they took care of that, and they started the process right on there then. So I really appreciate that. And I tell you my own experience, like I pulled 2 permits during last almost year and plus, and I had that 87+% rating for you guys. Both permits were really well managed, and everything was done perfectly fine with that. My personal experience was very good. As I mentioned, that this is a work in process, and I would point out certain things. I browsed through the website, and I can get some of these things even personally, but I would like to highlight something. Our website is very cumbersome. The search engine is not really good. Like, if you search something, like if I search on my website HVAC permit, I don't get like what I really need to get it, basically. So I think there are a lot of room for improving the website navigation and search engine on that. That's a really one. Handouts, I know there's a bullet for handouts, but I think we do have a room for improving our handouts. I saw a number of those, but I think we can add some more of those especially for the fast track permits. There's a room for getting those handouts online and improving those. Importance of timeliness. This is one of the critical feedback I was getting from the resident. Hey, we are not getting our permits on time. And I think the timeline has improved a lot, but I just wanted to highlight that one also. ADU pre-approved, like I know as of now, our site is directing everything to the county website. But I looked at sites from Cupertino and I think San Jose also. They have their own list of approved within their own city. And we are directing everything to the county site. Although, because we are following the county guidelines and we're following the county umbrella, but I would like to see some of the list of contractors who have approved ADU list within our own domain. Because if they go to county, they also don't see directly, they see San Jose, they see Cupertino, and they see multiple. So I don't want them to be confused so much. Instead of, let's put that approved list of ADUs on our own site, basically. One thing which was pointed out in the audit also, and I'll also point out, single point of contact for a permit dealing with the applicant. That is really beneficial, because in the past I had experience. I did some work at my 2008, I think. I go to person X, I get, you do these 5 things. Once I submit the 5 things, that day I'm going to person Y, And he says, oh, okay, you did that. I see 3 more things to be done. So that will always help, like single point of contact who is driving the project, basically. It makes easy for the department as well as easy for the applicant to plan and process the permit, basically. And I know David mentioned about it. We are on the right track and doing a lot of improvements have been done. But I would like to see a report within 6 months or a year as per the convenience of the director, Afsan, about how we are doing and what are the other improvements we have done during that period. So with that, I'll be, I don't know, has the motion been made or ready to be made public?
Councilmember Gonzalez said he was willing to make the motion.
Yes.
And he was, so go
No,
ahead.
You can make it.
Councilman.
I'll support the motion.
Turn on your microphone.
Sorry. I was going to ask Councilmember Shahal, how can we get you at 95%? So you didn't answer that question, but.
I said more than 87%. Mine was more than 87%.
Okay.
It's only 87% there.
I'll make a motion to note and file.
Okay, because you made the motion to note and file, and we have a second from Councilmember Chahal. Do we have any comments from anyone in the public? Councilmember Park, you have a comment on the motion or a question?
No, I had a couple of comments. I mean, I think that Councilmember Chahal gave a lot of really good feedback. I mean, I actually look at a lot of residential comments and complaints about process as well. When Councilmember Chahal is talking about the website, it is very difficult to find information on the website, even though I know exactly which document I need. In some cases, I found that using an external search engine, knowing what I know about external search engines, is actually a little bit more helpful if they've actually indexed our pages. But the fact that we can't use our internal search tools and we know what we're looking for is a little concerning, especially since the people that I'm talking to don't know what they're looking for. I mean, the only reason that I know what I'm looking for is that I'm asking people, and if they're on the outside trying to figure out what they need, I almost feel in some cases it's not possible to find the documents that they need. I don't know if we can hire Councilmember Chahal to be on the audit team. I don't know if he's shaking his head, so I don't think that's possible. But again, I really appreciate the work we're doing. Again, we're never going to be perfect, but we can always look at what we, how we improve, make the experience better for customers. Because again, the people that are complaining aren't necessarily going to go to you. Sometimes they go to their neighborhood, their district representatives. So it helps if everything works nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. I don't see any questions or comments. We'll call the question, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Hardy. I did hear Councilmember Chahal ask for a report from staff within 6 months. If you want that included in the motion, we should clarify that.
6 months to a year, depending upon I know they have workload, but anything or the follow-up would be good. 6 months to a year.
Oh,
Yep.
Does it need to be in the motion? Because I did see it in the plan. Would it be?
Yes, we are going to come back within a year in the plan, and if that's okay, then we're fine.
Yeah, because it did show up in the plan.
Just want to make sure that there's not a
depending
hard request for 6 months.
No, that's fine.
Within a year, we're fine.
Okay, thank you. Staff heard us very clear. Appreciate it. Okay, all those council members, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Now, I'm concerned it is 10 o'clock. I'm wondering, but so many of you have been here, I didn't know if staff needed a 5 to 10 minute break or if we should go ahead and push through. Wanted to be cognizant of our staff. Are we okay? Okay.
You were okay?
Well, thank you. We have members of the public, and I want to get to them. And this is an important issue, and recognize that for item 6, I have a specific, because we are working in a quasi-judicial situation, and this is a public hearing. Item 6 is the proposed modification of 2 conditions of approval related to trash collection for the existing Subaru car dealership located at 3225 Stevens Creek Boulevard. This item comes to the City Council on an appeal brought by the applicants, David Zamora and Rizna Soleimani, I hope I said it correct, following the Planning Commission's decision on May 21st, 2025, to deny the requested modifications to the conditional use permit. This item is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Now, before we begin the presentations, council members have to disclose anything they have, they should make their disclosures for any ex parte communications that would be with any of the neighbors, with any of the applicants. That is required that you make those disclosures at this point. I will say I made a concerted decision not to talk to anybody. Is there anything that needs to be disclosed? All right. I've got speakers, but I do not have any council members, so we have that. I've got a few people online. I do not see any disclosures. I do have one council member who's temporarily out. Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break because of that, because we need to have those disclosures taken care of ahead of time. We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
I think that when you ask for breaks,
We'd like to call this meeting back to order. Thank you for that short break. All right. I was asking for any council members that have disclosures regarding any ex parte communications. Do I have any? I need to have a confirmation that we do not.
Nothing
Then
to
we
report.
may go on. Thank you. At this time, I will ask for the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hardy, members of the City Council. As you announced a little earlier, this is a public hearing of an appeal of the Planning Commission's August 13th denial of a request for the Subaru located on Stevens Creek Boulevard. The request is to modify its conditional use permit and allow trash collection on Cecil instead of Stevens Creek. Important to note, the dealership was originally approved in 2016 with conditions that required trash pickup on Stevens Creek. But in practice, trash collection has occurred on Cecil. Nearby residents have complained, and there are ongoing complaints about non-compliance with that original approval. Staff have found that the circumstances have changed since 2016. Similar commercial properties on Stevens Creek have their trash collected on Cecil by Mission Trails, and Mission Trails has a route that services Cecil. Pickup on Stevens Creek, we believe, poses safety and traffic concerns. So staff recommends that the City Council sustain the appeal and approve the conditional use permit modifications to allow waste collection on Cecil, subject to the conditions of approval. And our Community Development Director, Afsha Hamid, will provide the staff presentation.
Wonderful, thank you. You get double duty tonight.
Thank you. Okay, I will, good evening, Mayor, Council members. So the request tonight is for an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a modifications to a conditional use permit to change the existing conditions of approval from 2016 for the existing Subaru dealership on Stevens Creek Boulevard. So let me walk you through the site first. It's an existing site. It's 1.57 acres. For the surrounding uses, first, the project is located along the city's southern border along Stevens Creek Boulevard, which is a commercial corridor and has auto-oriented uses. To the north, in the purple, are single-family residences. This is Cecil right here. Stevens Creek Boulevard is here. This is the subject property. This is San Jose. So you can see the San Jose boundary line, and this is San Jose. To the left of the project are existing commercial uses, small restaurants. To the right is which is under construction, is the new Lincoln dealership. And then not on the screen is a retail shopping center, which has like Men's Warehouse, Bevmo, and a mattress store. The current general plan designation is regional commercial, and then the zoning is also regional commercial. So I wanted to give you a little context, and I thought the best way to do that is through a timeline. So in the 1960s, this area was developed as a car dealership with a surface parking lot. In July of 2016, this development was approved by the Planning Commission with a conditional use permit. In August of 2016, a rezone was approved through the City Council. And the rezone was from agricultural to thoroughfare commercial. So there were some changes that occurred to the property since the 60s, and then in 2016, Council made it consistent. In August of 2023, staff received complaints for non-compliance from residents, and city staff followed up with a violation letter. In August 2024, this is the time we were doing our zoning code update. So we took a look at this property and we rezoned it to regional commercial. And this was done by a city process. So we were making it consistent. In August 13, 2025, there's actually a May date as well when it went to Planning Commission, but August 13th, the Planning Commission denied the request to amend the conditional use permit. So a little bit more context here. This is an aerial imagery. This is the project today. Cecil is here towards the top. Stevens Creek Boulevard is to the bottom. This is the Lincoln. This is the Subaru dealership. This is Lincoln. This is that larger retail center that I spoke about. And then there's smaller commercial uses, and then there's a daycare here as well. So this is the condition today. In 1968, if we go back, it was very similar. You can see where the residential parcels were laid out. You can see where the commercial parcels were laid out. So there is a historic context to this, and the subject site was always commercial, and this is where the subject site was. So what has changed? Over time, existing auto-oriented uses have intensified, and over the decades, it's contributed to more noise, light, pollution. Residents have voiced their concerns regarding the intensification since 2015, as it would disrupt the character of the neighborhood. So, as part of the development application, when this was submitted back in 2015, an initial study was conducted, and it was prepared in accordance with CEQA, with mitigation, monitoring, and reporting programs that were prepared. The mitigations were intended to restrict the ability of commercial vehicles to use roll-up doors facing Cecil. In other words, it was intended to be, if there was a use that was being developed, a commercial site, that it should be a good neighbor to residential uses. So the following 2015 mitigation measures were prepared, and essentially they say limit the sounds of horns and vehicles. Roll-up doors shall remain closed at all times between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Close the roll-up doors when practical during all hours of operation. Utilize bays furthest from the roll-up doors and locate the noisier activities in the bays furthest away. Keep exterior doors to compressor tanks closed except while entering and exiting, and limit all exterior activities, including loading and receiving of material and site circulation, to the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., and that's incorrect where it says 7 p.m., it's 7 a.m. So these mitigation measures were prepared when the project was brought to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission approved the conditional use permit, and after adding additional restrictions to the use along Cecil Avenue through conditions of approval. So there is a request for a modification, and let me just kind of like walk you through this. The car dealership did not build the approved solid waste and recycling enclosure as required by the conditional use permit, and they were transferring the solid waste and recyclables to the neighboring property, which is in violations of the conditions of approval. They were taking it to the adjoining Lincoln dealership property, and it's the same ownership. Our records do indicate that the trash enclosure was not built because there was a concern regarding aesthetic reasons, and I will share that with you as well. So just hold that thought. The neighboring property, the Lincoln car dealership, is under the same ownership, and it was vacant. It is now under construction for a new automotive showroom, and service shop, and that was in 2023 when it was approved. So the applicant's request is actually to allow for solid waste from Cecil Avenue, which requires modifications of the conditions of approval. And the city has also tried to enforce the conditions of approval because we've received complaints from neighbors. However, the way they're currently written, it is difficult to enforce. I also want to kind of like clarify that although the applicant didn't build the trash enclosure originally how it was approved on the site, since then they have built a trash enclosure on the site, and I will share that with you. And then importantly, also please keep in mind that most of the commercial properties that are on Stevens Creek Boulevard that face Cecil are using Cecil for their trash enclosures. So the conditions of approval, and this is the current language. The current language is actually in black, and the new highlighted language that staff would like to propose to facilitate trash removal onto Cecil is in the red underlined or red strikeout language. I'm not going to read each and every one of these detailed conditions of approval, but it has to, the first three here basically have to deal with allowing trash collection on Cecil and to allow for that to occur. These next two conditions of approval are because what was originally stated is not enforceable. So condition P8 says that all employees shall be directed to park on site and no employee shall be permitted to park off site. This is very difficult to enforce as we cannot regulate who is parking where on a public street. And so what we are requesting is that there's designated parking on the site that says employee only, and that employees shall strongly be discouraged to park off-site. There is also a condition that says the use of portable generator powered equipment to wash display vehicles shall not occur before 6 a.m., and we're striking that out to make it 7 a.m. on weekdays, and it shall not occur before 8 a.m. on weekends. So that's in order to help contain some of that noise complaints that we're hearing about, and this would be an improvement. So here are some photos and images of the property. I did do a site visit yesterday, and I did go to the site yesterday. So the trash for Lincoln, which is under construction, and you can see it right here, is currently occurring on Cecil. And this is temporary because of the construction, and Mission Trail cannot get onto the site. So the trash is facing Cecil. And this is also where the Subaru dealership is taking their trash manually and using the same bins. This is Cecil right here. This is the back of the dealership. This is the front of the dealership. These are pictures from Stevens Creek Boulevard looking into the property, and this is from the property looking out onto Stevens Creek Boulevard. Stevens Creek Boulevard is right here. The reason I'm showing these two images is because of the way the project is constructed. It's very difficult to get a large truck in there, and there are also operations that are occurring for servicing of vehicles. So there's a lot of activity that's occurring within this building, within this two-story element. So it's difficult for any waste management company to get onto the site. Originally, the trash enclosure was supposed to be here. However, for aesthetic reasons, they did not build it there because it's really the front of their property and it would have a certain kind of aesthetic impact. The front of the area is really taken up by customer parking, which is here and here. And then I'm also showing you the current condition of Stevens Creek Boulevard. So this is a bike lane, and this is parking on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Stevens Creek Boulevard is a 6-lane arterial road on a commercial corridor with speeds ranging from 35 to 40 miles per hour. So in front of Stevens Creek, it is 35 miles per hour. Currently, Stevens Creek has parking and a bike lane. In addition, Stevens Creek is part of an approved Stevens Creek visioning study, which may include a future protected bike lane. I am sharing this as it still needs to be studied, and it's something that may occur in the future pending grant funding and what the studies come back with. And then Cecil Avenue itself is 25 miles per hour. And due to existing conditions on Stevens Creek and safety of employees for Mission Trail, which is the trash hauler, prefers not to collect trash on Stevens Creek Boulevard and prefers to collect it on Cecil, where all the other commercial entities are currently being collected. So we did coordinate with Mission Trail, and they did provide a letter, and there is a statement, and it's included in your packet. And they are stating that it's dangerous for their workers to collect waste from Stevens Creek Boulevard, and they're currently picking up waste from other commercial properties on Cecil Avenue. And then this is a site plan of the project, and this is where the previous trash enclosure was to be constructed, and it was not constructed. This is Stevens Creek Boulevard right here, and you can see this is where the customer parking is. So there really was not a lot of room to allow for trash enclosure, customer parking, and then with the 2-story structure, it's really hard for a waste hauling company to enter. So this is where they have built their trash enclosure, and it is currently built over here. There is a gate back here, and employees will take the trash enclosures and haul them out onto Cecil Avenue on the days for trash collection. Okay, I'm trying to get to the next slide, and I can't. Okay, thank you. So, pursuant to the city code, the city council hears appeals of planning commission decisions as de novo, which means that the matter is heard as new, and if no prior hearing or decision has occurred, it is not a review or reconsideration of the previous hearing, but it is a complete rehearing. Next slide. This does require consistency with the zoning code. A CUP or conditional use permit may be modified or revoked pursuant to Santa Clara City Code, Chapter 18.150. And staff has listed all the reasons, mostly safety reasons on Stevens Creek Boulevard, as well as the waste management company Mission Trail regarding the safety for their employees, and why this is, why that previous 2016 resolution cannot be made. And so the review authority, which originally granted the permit, is authorized to modify the permit if it meets the zoning code consistency, and staff is recommending that it is consistent due to the reasons we cited. And there's also consistency with the general plan. There is screen loading and trash areas, concentrate through traffic on major streets and encourage traffic distribution with efficiency of existing roadway network. And then finally, minimize disruption of the traffic flow resulting from truck traffic and deliveries, particularly during commute hours. So the Subaru dealership currently has an unreasonable constraint implementing their waste management. The change will not be detrimental to health, safety, peace, and comfort of the general welfare of the residences in the neighborhood because no additional noise, light, and air pollution will be generated. Next slide. So the Planning Commission, this was heard on May 21st at the Planning Commission. Staff supported the applicant's request and we recommended approval. 4 members of the public attended the hearing and shared their concerns regarding noise, traffic, and trash. The Planning Commission was concerned about the potential increase of traffic and noise on Cecil Avenue. They voted to deny on the request, and there was a vote, 5-2. The resolution of denial was approved by the Planning Commission on consent on August 13, 2025. Next slide. During this period, public outreach occurred. On November 18, 2024, the applicant held a virtual meeting. No members of the public attended. Staff conducted outreach to the South of Forest Neighborhood Association's president to understand their concerns, and we worked with them to remedy them. 197 notices of public hearing for the Planning Commission and City Councils were mailed within 500 feet of the project site. On-site notice was placed on Cecil Avenue and Stevens Creek Boulevard. And as of writing this report, staff received 1 public comment in opposition. We have received additional, I believe it was 2 additional letters, emails that were mailed to the mayor and council directly today. So we did receive additional opposition letters. Next slide. So this project, because it is minor, is categorically exempt under 15305, Class 5, with minor alterations in land use limitations. Next slide. The staff recommendation, based on the conditions of Stevens Creek Boulevard, Mission Trails input, as well as existing site conditions for all other commercial uses that use trash collection on Cecil, staff is recommending to sustain the appeal and adopt a resolution approving the modification to the conditional use permit to change the existing conditions of approval for the Subaru dealership at 3225 Stevens Creek Boulevard to allow trash pickup on Cecil Avenue, subject to the findings and the conditions of approval. And I'm happy to take any questions. And the applicant is also here tonight in the audience, and they also have a presentation.
Thank you. We will take questions for staff, and I notice our city manager has his light on. Did you have a comment? No, he did. Okay, it was got left on. Councilmember Jane, you have a question for staff?
My first question is to the city attorney, because I was on Planning Commission when we added that condition of approval. Does that have any influence on this?
Me too.
Oh, you have a double question here.
Yeah, no, you're fine participating now. You obviously have more knowledge than other folks do about that original decision, but nothing about your original participation in the Planning Commission decision disqualifies you now from participating in this new capacity. you have new information and a new record, that's presented before you based on changed circumstances, and that's what you're evaluating.
Okay. So my questions are, how many businesses along Stevens Creek currently have, say in that section of 3 or 4 blocks, have trash pickup on Stevens Creek versus how many have trash pickup on Cecil? And related to that is, if there's a number of businesses that have trash pickup on Cecil, doesn't the Mission Trails truck just keep going? So there's hardly any additional traffic because the truck is just moving along, or are there different pickup days for every business? Because if it's the same day, it seems like it's hardly any extra traffic. If it's different days, it would add traffic. And the residents were complaining about additional traffic and noise, and then the spillover of trash from when they dump the bins, not all of it gets in the truck. Is there a condition we can add to make sure that the dealership immediately cleans up any trash that is spilled out?
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, you have questions for staff?
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy. I'm looking at the Planning Commission denial resolution, and clause 3A2 says the constraint is not unique to this site, as no other commercial property fronting Cecil Avenue get their waste picked up from Cecil Avenue. So I'm hearing from director that it's being picked up, but I'm hearing from the resolution, no other property picks up the trash from Cecil. So I'm a bit confused about it, which one is right, basically. And my couple of other questions are, Director, you mentioned that the conditions former conditions which we imposed, city or planning commission which were imposed, are difficult to enforce. Why is that? Does Stevens Creek does not have any pickups at all? Like there is a Lexus down on west side. How do they dispose of their solid waste? How was Lincoln disposing of their solid waste? How is Bevmo disposing of their solid waste? Is Stevens Creek not at all used for disposal of the solid waste? That's my question. And my other question is on the public outreach. Director, you mentioned that the staff has conducted outreach to the South of Forest Neighborhood Association's president to understand their concern and worked with the applicant to remedy them. What were the concerns and how they were remedied, basically? Those are my questions for the timing.
Thank you. I have just a few for staff. One may have to be answered by the applicant. We'll see. So if I am to understand this, right now the pickup is occurring on Cecil, if I'm understanding that. How often is pickup? Because I know that commercial can ask for twice a week or once a week, depending on the payment. You mentioned non-compliance complaints. Were those non-compliance complaints specifically to noise, to trash, to something else? You just mentioned that there were some non-compliance complaints, and I wasn't really clear on that. Do we have other dealerships? It's already been asked about other commercial being picked up along Cecil. Are other dealerships, because we have quite a few on Stevens Creek, is there garbage being picked up on the road behind or on Stevens Creek? And I think that's my questions. Kevin Park, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I also had a number of questions. I believe that they've been asked before, but I also have the question of what other businesses have trash picked up along Cecil and which businesses have trash picked up along Stevens Creek. I also noted that it does seem there are two different statements as to trash pickup along Cecil. How would trash pickup affect ingress and egress in the case of emergency in the area that it is now? I mean, it looks like the idea is to use the space with the roll-up doors that's used for emergency access for the trash pickup. Again, if you move that there permanently, right now it's not there. Right now it's being moved towards the Lincoln dealership, my understanding is. But if we move the trash to where the roll-up doors are, how would that affect ingress and egress during an emergency? I mean, the other question is since the two properties are owned by the same owner, is there a way that you can combine the trash, make it better so it doesn't affect ingress egress of the existing property? The other question was about employee parking. We are now allowing employee parking on the streets because we can't prevent it. There's nothing that says we can't do that. But is there enough employee parking on site? I mean, my concern is if there isn't enough employee parking on site, then that is kind of violating the requirement, the original requirement, by putting employee parking onto the streets and now making it official that employees can do that. If there is enough employee parking on site, I would think that the requirement to have employee parking on site would stand. But it sounds like that there isn't enough employee parking on site, and that's one of the reasons for this change. I just want to clarify why that change is being made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hardy. As far as the other businesses, it seems like most of those other businesses probably have deliveries from the rear, such as the Men's Warehouse and some of those other deliveries. So we know that there's most likely other large vehicles there, most likely, I mean, I'm not sure what hours of the day, but that are traveling on Cecil. And the letter from Mission Systems are, and we know that there might be some changes to allow more, of a secure bike lane in the future. It would just be, and maybe you can answer this, but it would seem that we would want to push as much traffic, slow traffic, like a dump truck, like a pickup truck to the rear of the businesses so that we don't have any issues with bikes. And people ride their bikes at all hours, right? I mean, in the dark with their lights, sometimes with no lights, but we would not want to see any issue between a bike rider and a large, pickup truck, waste truck. So staff recommendation is to put it to the back, and I'm assuming that these are some of the safety reasons you're probably looking at having that recommendation. The other question I had was the waste bin is going to be rolled out on the days when it's picked up, so it's not going to just be sitting out there, correct?
Okay, thank you. Do you need some time, or do you feel like you can answer those? Go for it. Thank you.
Can you please just go back on the slides to the aerial? And we can start with that aerial slide. Yes, this one. Okay. So several of you raised the question, how many businesses in this area are picking up trash on Cecil versus Stevens Creek Boulevard? And I know that the applicant can also reply to this, but when I went to the site yesterday, I went down Cecil and I also went down Stevens Creek Boulevard. So most of these, and I was basically concentrating in this neighborhood. And the reason I concentrated in this neighborhood, and I also went to the other neighborhoods here, and I went here, But the site conditions change when you go to the other sites, because when you go here, there's much more surface parking, for example, and places where a trash truck can enter and leave. So when I went to these sites and this particular neighborhood, all of these commercial businesses, oh, is it working now? Interesting. Okay. All of these businesses, the back of the businesses face Cecil Avenue. And what I observed is this is where the large retail is. Their trash is here in this corner. All of these businesses, they are front-facing, so you can see the condition where all these businesses, their front door faces Stevens Creek Boulevard, and the back is primarily used for other operations or parking or customer parking, and they all have their trash picked up here. There is a daycare here on this corner, and that daycare, I believe, has trash picked up on this street instead. In terms of exact numbers, I didn't count the number of businesses, but I mean, I could do a quick count. I would say the majority of those businesses, all of them have their trash being picked up on Cecil. The new Lincoln dealership, which is currently under construction, has their trash approved to be picked up on Cecil as well. Councilmember Jane, you asked about cleanup of trash immediately. I think that is something that you can ask for in the conditions of approval, but in order for it to be enforced, we would need very specifics about, you know, trash so that we can enforce it. If we leave conditions of approval open-ended, it's really hard for staff to be out there all the time and monitoring. And the way code enforcement works is that we actually have to be there observing in order to make the citations and then make the subsequent violations. And we always try to work with applicants, but this could sometimes take months, and it could take, you know, more than months. So if you're going to write a condition of approval for trash, it needs to be very specific. Councilmember Shahal, I think you also asked about how many businesses pick up on Cecil, so I think we've responded. And then you asked why it's difficult to enforce. Code enforcement, the way it works is we are an agency, much like many other agencies, where we operate on a complaint basis. So if we're not there immediately, or if we are not observing it, we cannot do the citations. We actually have to be there. Even though we receive complaints, we have to be active code enforcement in order to do the complaint. So when conditions of approval are left wide open, it's very difficult for us. So therefore, there was that condition of approval regarding the parking and employee parking. There's no way for us to regulate that. We cannot tell an employee car versus a customer car versus somebody going to other shopping centers. It's really hard for us to discern who owns which car, right? But what we can do is ask the applicant to put their employee parking on site. You also asked about the Lincoln dealership, about Bevmo, and they are all doing their trash pickups along Cecil. So public outreach, what were the concerns and how was it remedied? So just give me a moment. I have my notes on that. Okay, so what we specifically heard, the primary concerns of the neighborhood have been traffic and noise from the business operations. We did reach out to the HOA president, Tracy Johnson, and she shared that since Subaru does not have their own trash enclosure, they transferred to the one adjacent site on Lincoln, and that results in some trash falling off on the sidewalk. And she made comments, and she also provided some edits to the conditions of approval. So I will read those edits for you. Let me see if I can go to the conditions of approval. That might be better. Okay. So the first one that the HOO president asked was not to strike out the sentence about rolling doors to remain closed at all times except for ingress and egress. Considering that, the sentence was not proposed to be taken out. Instead, staff added the text about trash collection. So it facilitates trash collection on Cecil. P8, get to that one. The HOA president preferred the previous version that employees shall not park off-site. However, in talking to Code Division, this is not enforceable. So staff has added the text that in the condition to mark employee parking on-site so that code officer can see if the display cars are being parked in those spaces and then issue citations, so that would help. P19, the HOA homeowner or the HOA president understands the strikeout about keeping the log. Let me go back. This is P19, and it's about keeping a log of when the oil collection occurs and other fluid extraction occurs between the hours on 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And when I spoke to staff about this, staff basically says that it's not enforceable. We have no way to really look at that log and determine if it's valid or not. So while we can look at that log, it's very difficult for us to really analyze it or tell if it's occurring. And then P20, the HOA president shared that she appreciated pushing the time from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. For the portable generator power equipment because this would help with the noise issue. So that was the specifics of the public outreach and how it was remedied. We remedied it through the conditions of approval. So Councilmember Hardy, you again asked about what is occurring on Cecil. Hopefully I have responded to that. So the number of times that trash is picked up on Cecil, it's 3 times a week, is my understanding. The noise complaints, you asked what were the noise complaints? Were they related to noise and trash? I think I've responded to that. And then you asked what other dealerships were occurring on Stevens Creek Boulevard. Again, as I went down to look at the other dealerships, the conditions changed because how the sites were, how the dealerships were on the sites. While some of the sites are still older and they have room along the back, some of them may be doing it just on the site itself because there is enough room for trash collection. So each site actually varied. Councilmember Park, you also asked about what businesses are collecting trash on Cecil versus Stevens Creek Boulevard, and I think I responded to that one. You asked about ingress and egress for emergency and how that might impact the doors. I will let the owner, who's here tonight, respond to that. You also asked about 2 properties because the owner owns not only the Subaru but the Lincoln and if they can combine it. So our zoning code requires that each property have its own trash enclosure, just like parking, right? They have to provide it, each property, regardless of ownership, has to provide it on site. So that is not possible to combine. Employee parking, is there enough on site and what is the requirement? Okay. So in regards to employee parking, there's a total of 347 stalls. The service vehicle and storage, there are 63. This was approved. For customer parking, there's 127 stalls approved for customer service. They have parking on the surface, but they also have parking above. So this is all the parking that they have. They also have vehicle display stalls, which is 145. They do have employee stalls, which is 22. We are now asking through the conditions of approval that those be designated employee stalls and that the applicant require or work with their employees to park on site. And then we also have Class 1 bicycle and Class 2 bicycle, if you wanted to know that. So overall, they do have enough parking for the site, 347. And Councilmember Gonzalez, you asked about what is happening on the back of the businesses that face Cecil, and I think I responded. Most of them, the conditions are currently where they are, putting trash on the trash is being rolled out to Cecil. And then you asked about the waste bin and whether that would be rolled out. I think the Subaru dealership, they are here tonight, the property owner, and they can respond to that. Are there any additional questions?
Please, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. So I had a question. I was referring to the Planning Commission denial resolution. In that, like clause 3A2 and 3, they clearly mention 3A2 reads, the constraint is not unique to this site, as no other commercial property fronting Cecil Avenue get their waste picked up on Cecil Avenue. Whereas what you are telling me is different, that a lot of them are being picked up on Cecil Avenue. And the next clause is 3. The waste management company Mission Trail is operating their garbage trucks on Stevens Creek Boulevard currently. And the addition of this site on their operating schedule as originally intended would undermine the general welfare of the correct administrative procedure and followed. So I'm a bit confused about what was written in the denial resolution and what we are presenting today.
So I just want to communicate. There's,
Yeah, sure.
Staff is coordinating this. So our land use attorney, Sander Abbey, is correcting this and telling us that what should correctly have been written is that, number 2, the constraint is unique to this site as future development abutting Cecil Avenue has been allowed to get their trash picked up from the street. And then number 3, the waste management company, Mission Trail, operates their collection vehicles on Cecil Avenue currently, and changing these conditions will not generate additional noise pollution.
So basically these were wrong, presented wrong.
The statement in the Planning Commission resolution is incorrect. That was a mistake.
Okay. And the third statement was that Mission Trail still picks up solid waste on Stevens Creek. Is that correct or not?
They're not for Subaru.
No,
they're picking all of them in that particular neighborhood. They're picking them up on Cecil.
Okay.
For all the businesses currently.
All the businesses, basically Cecil, Henry to up to Dorich, whatever the street is, right?
So all these businesses here, including this large retailer, are being picked up here. Lincoln is being picked up here. It's under construction. Subaru was supposed to do it on Stevens Creek Boulevard, but they are taking it to Lincoln. All these other small businesses, which are small restaurants, Porta Peri Peri, and some other small businesses, are having theirs, a vape shop, they're having theirs picked up here in the backs. You can see that this is the rear and the back of the operations. And then there's a daycare here, and the daycare is having it picked up on Henry. So Mission Trail is already on Cecil and picking all of it up on Cecil.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, you had a question for staff?
It seems like you could ask Mission Trail where they're picking it up to find out who's getting pickups on Stevens Creek. It seems like if Stevens Creek's a long street, if it's dangerous to pick up on Stevens Creek, nobody should have any pickups on Stevens Creek, and I find that hard to believe that that's happening. But I'm struggling with the concept of whether it's going to add traffic, because if there's some businesses that have trash pickup once a week, and this business needs it 3 times a week, that would add traffic. But we could ask Mission Trail whether the 3 days that they're picking up coincides with other businesses that have pickups. That just seems like a very easy thing to do, to ask Mission Trail, since we have a contract with Mission Trail, and they basically have to respond to us. So I don't quite understand the idea of whether it's going to add traffic. I don't see the point of it's going to add noise. I do have a concern about the roll-up doors, because when we were on Planning Commission, we were very concerned that if those roll-up doors were left open, a lot of that noise would then go on to Cecil. And so the roll-up doors is a big deal for me. The other thing is about the generators. It seems like you could just get quieter generators. You don't have to have super noisy generators. So there's a way to mitigate the noise, but I'm just really confused about the different statements I'm hearing about how dangerous it is to pick up trash on Stevens Creek, because I can't imagine this is the only place that has that requirement.
Madam Chair, appreciate comments from everybody. We're starting to get a little bit into testimony.
That's
We're
what I
still
was
on the
just gonna say.
questions phase of this, and so I want to make sure we're keeping it to questions.
We need to keep it to questions.
And we still need
to get
applicants'
the applicant.
presentation and presentation from the public. I did have a couple things to add to some of the staff comments in response to questions.
Because we're at staff.
Just to clarify, Member Jane, you asked, can there be a condition regarding, cleanup of trash after its pickup? There absolutely can. It does need to be drafted carefully, but it can be something to the effect that the business operator shall be responsible for immediate cleanup of any trash spills following pickup of trash by the franchise waste hauler, on Cecil Avenue, if that's the direction you go. So it can be, that might not be the exact wording, but if you're wanted to proceed with a resolution, something to that effect, could be added, and we could refine it, in the final condition. Second, there's been a number of questions or statements about, conditions and their being, not enforceable. I might phrase that a little differently. They're legally enforceable. I think the issue that's being pointed out by the director and her staff is that there are some practical realities, to enforcement. Certain conditions you don't actually have to be there to observe, right? If they have to keep things clean, for example, trash pickup, and we go, and there's trash pickup that's reported, well, then we didn't have to see that, failure. But things like employees, parking, who's parking where, that would be kind of a practical challenge. We can require employees to park on site. There's no issue with that requirement. It's just the practical reality of enforcing it suggested some modifications to the language, that's included in there. So just wanted to be clear about that. And the other point I made, I think we already clarified, which is there was a drafting issue with the planning, commission resolution regarding actually the cleanup or the trash pickup that was going on Cecil Avenue. It didn't state it correctly. And so what's being said to you now by staff as part of this hearing is our understanding of the accurate reality of what's happening on Cecil Avenue.
Yes. Planning, I'm sorry.
I know, who am I, right?
Getting tired. Jovan, please go ahead, city manager.
Quick clarification or an answer to a question from Councilmember Jane regarding will there be additional traffic on Cecil? I did ask the applicant how often is trash currently picked up for the Lincoln dealership, albeit it's under construction now. It has been 3 days a week on Cecil, and so because the Subaru is proposing 3 days a week, do not think that there would be extra traffic. And Councilmember, in regard to your question about other locations on Stevens Creek, without having that detailed knowledge from Mission Trail, I think we can stipulate that there's trash picked up for businesses along Stevens Creek. I think what the director was articulating, some of the properties that staff observed, they just have wider entry points where the garbage truck can drive on site and thus getting out of Stevens Creek traffic, right? But admittedly, we do not have Mission Trail here tonight for the full complement of analysis of what happens along that corridor. But certainly on Cecil, it does occur, and it occurs 3 days a week, which is what Subaru is proposing.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, do you have a question for staff? Because we, as council pointed out, we have to keep this to questions for staff, not deliberation at this point.
No, understood, which is why I think this entire way of asking questions is kind of not optimal. I am also noting that there is an applicant presentation, which I think goes over a lot of the questions that we have here. So I would like to get to that as quickly as possible rather than even have the staff answers. But like I've seen the preview, but I'd like to get to the actual presentation, and maybe there'll be additional questions or questions that will be answered by this presentation. I also note that you say that the Planning Commission denial resolution was inaccurate. I note the one in our packet is not signed. Is the one in our packet, the inaccurate denial resolution, the one that was signed and sent out? There was not a corrected denial resolution. This is the one that was signed and sent out. Okay, so I'm hearing from staff that was correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on. The applicant has been able to hear some of this discussion, and we'll move to the applicant David Zamora and Renza Soleimani. I said it right.
Good
on
evening.
behalf of Subaru, who have up to 10 minutes to give a presentation, and then there will be questions from council. Thank you.
Try and be brief. I know it's getting late, and that presentation was wonderful by staff, so it alleviated a lot of things that I was going to cover, such as the background here. So this is a picture of the before and after. One thing to note here is when the dealership went from its former state to the new remodeled state, I'm told that there was actually took 2 lots. And in 2000, before the new dealership, both of those lots had pickup on Cecil previously. So actually, there's a benefit here because now those 2 lots, there's not 2 pickups. There would be one if the council approves the Cecil Avenue pickup. I want to clarify some things about the pickup and Mission Trails. Before today, I spent a lot of time on the phone with Mission Trails. We had the Mission Trails general manager on the line, Yvette Sessions. I don't know if she said she gets up at 3:30 in the morning, that the trash business starts early. So she may or may not still be on the Zoom. But she was on for a long time, just to indicate how much this means to them. And I also spoke with field supervisor and another supervisor who deals with field problems. So I spent a lot of time on the phone with all three of these people and can probably answer your Mission Trails questions from those conversations. So let me clarify. I think everybody understands what's really going on, but I didn't hear it said, but Mission Trails told me, in this neighborhood that we're talking about, I want to make sure I don't know how you use that pointer, but
Staff help him. I'm going to pause his, could you pause his time for a second? Thank you. Okay.
So what I heard from Mission Trails is that there is zero pickup here on Stevens Creek Boulevard. And that is, staff did say that there's unique site conditions going on here because none of these were really built for trash pickup here because the trash pickup has always been on Cecil. There may be, well, I know there is because I asked them, there is trash pickup on other places on Stevens Creek. That is true. But again, the site conditions are different. There is one situation on Stevens Creek where it's the BMW dealership. They do have a pickup. This is down the street. And it's a condition that would be similar to this, and it's horrific for Mission Trails. It's called pull-in and back-out service. And what they said was they recently had an automobile accident because of this pull-in and back-out. As you can imagine, a truck that's 36 feet long and very wide has a turning radius of 39 feet on the inside diameter turning radius. This thing is hard to move. And backing onto Stevens Creek is something they don't want to do. It's not safe for their drivers. And again, they've already had an accident at that location. They do not want to do that. That would be the only way to service this property, would be to pull in and back out. And looking at the pictures, you can see how tight that would be, especially with operations going on and customers coming in and out and people walking around. Also, you're pulling out into a bike lane. You're backing out into a bike lane. Mission Trails recently had a bike-related accident where they hit a bicyclist. They are very concerned about that. So those are the reasons, and I'm going to go over some of those again. I may have missed some as I got a little bit out of order here. But that's the situation now. In terms of how many businesses there are 6. When I was talking to them, I was focused on these businesses here, and I heard that there's actually some more over here. I know of at least 6 businesses: Ferguson Home Bathroom Supply, Mancini Sleep World, Tony and Alba's, Must Be Thai Restaurant, and Bevmo, that have their garbage picked up on Cecil. Again, none in this area have them picked up on Stevens Creek. I put the Lincoln dealership as the 6th one because, and I put it in red because, as you have heard, that dealership's pickup on Cecil was approved after the Subaru dealership had the restriction in their CUP. Go on. So the impact on the Cecil residents, there's been a lot of talk about that, and there would be 3 days per week. The days of pickup would not change. It would be the same pickup as other businesses along Cecil. So there's not going to be an increased day. There's not going to be increased traffic. In talking to the field supervisor that runs this route, when they pull up, if things go well, it's 30 seconds to 60 seconds to get. It's a front loader. They get that thing. It goes. It comes down. So you're talking about adding 30 to 60 seconds, an additional stop. You're moving from 6 businesses you're moving from 6 businesses to a 7th. Now I'm hearing there's some more businesses here. So there might be, I mean, it's a guess, there might be 10. So it might be moving from 9 to 10. This is a little bit of what I talked about before, about how large the trucks are, and the turning radius I mentioned is fairly large. These are just the names of the people that I spoke with, the field supervisor, Will Navarez, and Vanessa Loop, the program manager. Mission Trails concerns, I mentioned a few of those earlier. The pull-in and back-out service is not something they want to do. And I mentioned the bicyclist accident and the vehicle accident they had recently. So here, I think we've already gone over this, which is some of the highlights of exactly the language that's going to be changed. There's something I want to add, just so we have a record. The staff found that there were changed circumstances, and I want to add to those, just in case it's important for the record to have documentation of what the changes are since the original CUP restriction was made, and to justify its now being removed or changed. Since the CUP, we've discovered that the CEQA guidelines were really designed to minimize noise. And the way that the mitigation suggestion is to keep those doors closed. And what we saw was not closed all the time, but closed all the time at night and during as much as practicable during the day. So what we're talking about doing is rolling up these doors to get those bins out and then pulling them back in and close those doors again. Now, a very good question I think Councilmember Jane asked was, well, and it might have also been by another council member, was, okay, well, isn't that going to block emergency access? Well, there's actually enough room there to sort of move those bins over to the side and still have that access in and out. Another change is that we have a Lincoln dealership now that's been approved since the denial or the restriction here. Another change is that there's a lot of going on with encouraging biking. And you heard that there's possibility that this bike lane will be expanded. You saw in the pictures that the parked cars actually overhang the bike lane and how tight the situation is and how dangerous it is. So that's a new condition. The 2018 update from the city of Santa Clara talks about the bike plan. The last changed circumstances are we've had some accidents involving Mission Trails and vehicles on a back in and back out service. We now know that that's something that we don't want to do. I think my time is
your time's close.
So, and I'm happy to answer questions if I didn't in my presentation.
Thank you. Yes, please stay here. First off, Jovan, you still have your light on? No?
I have a quick comment.
Oh, okay.
Member Hardy,
And,
just to maybe ask the
yes.
representative of the applicant jumped right in, but it would be helpful, I think, for the record for you to state your name, Mr. Dominguez, and your
Yes.
relationship to the applicant.
Sure. I represent the owner of the building. Sorry about that. I'm with the firm of Rossi Domingue. I'm John Domingue, and maybe I was just excited to get going.
Finally get to talk. I understand. After you've sat here. So you are John, not
Yes.
David. Okay, thank you. That does help, especially when we go to call you names. And Councilmember Jane and then Councilmember Park, you have questions for the applicant?
I had a question. There are two types of waste removal. There's the solid waste, and then there's the fluids, the oils and everything. how are they removed? And is that unique to this type of business compared to like Tony and Alba's and the other places?
We try to ask all the questions. If you can just take some
And
notes,
so-
and then we'll answer them all at once. It makes it much
Yeah,
better.
what I'm getting to is that extra trucks, or can that be done from the front? I don't know if you have barrels of waste oil or how that works. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for a point of general privilege and ask that the questions be answered as they're asked, meaning I've got a couple of questions as well, which would be affect the oil and other fluid extraction and supply. And I would think, and I would hope that answering the questions as they're asked would be better
Councilmember
for me to
Park,
ask for my questions as well.
That's a procedural, and we're going to stay with what we've done.
And again, I'm asking for a point of
need
general privilege.
We need
I think would help.
to move this along because we have other things to handle as well, so please.
Member Hardy, I might be able to be helpful with that.
Yes, please.
The rules that were adopted, Member Park, address the process for handling questions, and it allows flexibility depending upon the preference of the presiding officer, and what the rule provides is the process will be managed by the presiding officer. So that's how it's set up. So if you were the presiding officer and wanted to proceed in a different way, you could. Member Hardy's the presiding officer, and the policy calls for her to manage that as she seems.
Understood. So I'm asking for a point of general privilege because I think it would be a benefit to everyone if we answer the questions as they were taken instead of discussing how we answer the questions. And if we will not acknowledge the point of general privilege, then I would like to ask for a point of personal privilege and say that I would like the answers to the questions that are being asked prior to asking my additional questions.
Well, please ask your questions.
I think that there's a point of order to be had when I'm asking for a point of privilege.
So, Madam Presiding Officer, hard to know what to call you.
It's a tough
I'll call you Madam Presiding Officer. Up to you in your discretion, or a motion can be made and seconded and acted upon by the group.
The reality is, it is 11:17. We want to finish this item, and we have two other items we'd like to handle. If the question, because the questions are often overlapping, it's much easier for the applicant if we get all our questions out there. And if there are follow-up, then I am always open to that. So please ask your questions.
I'm going to say I would disagree. I would say that this entire meeting could have been handled much more efficiently if we had the questions, answered them, had the questions, answered them, and gone through the presentations. I think that even the applicant agrees with this.
Councilmember Park, I'm going to ask you to stick to what we're doing here and be cognizant of other people's time.
Okay, and
We've
I
spent a
thought
lot
I
of
was
time on
trying to
this.
do that, and again, we were spending a lot of time with the process and not with the questions themselves and with the answers. So I will ask my additional questions.
Please.
What time is the trash picked up on Cecil 3 times a week? That's one question. What would be the effect of the oil and other fluid extraction and supply on Cecil Avenue? I think that Councilmember Jane asked about how the different types of trash would be picked up. And I noted that on your request, on the modest request, there are no changes to P19 about the oil pickup, about the oil and other fluid extraction. I noticed also that these modest requests don't go into the employee parking. It sounds like that we have enough parking for employees. I'm being told that things are not enforceable. You cannot tell if logs are accurate. You cannot tell if employees are there. And I understand that that is a problem. But I think that if the claim is that there is enough parking, why wouldn't they just leave that parking requirement there without touching that? Like, if it's not enforceable, that's fine. But I think that the intent, having the enough parking by intent, would obviate the need to remove that section from the conditional use. And again, when we say they're not enforceable, that's fine. We're looking at enforceable. We're looking at things we can't tell if this is the case. But isn't that what audits are for? Isn't that, we just went through what, audits. Isn't that exactly what audits are for? Again, we're not trying to pinpoint everyone on what they're doing, but if we're just asking the question, couldn't we get an answer, and couldn't we, like, once a year verify that, in fact, the employees that are there are using the employee stalls or using bicycle spaces and not parking on the streets? Couldn't we verify? Couldn't we just do an audit of the logs that they provide to see that, okay, it looks like they are in compliance or they make sense, right? But again, I think the bigger question is, what is the effect of removing the oil and other fluid extraction logs? Like, at some point, if there's we need to track it, for contamination, for, health reasons, then why wouldn't we leave that in there? Why? I guess my question is, why are those things not in the modest request from the applicant, but they are in the staff report? And what would the effect of removing those beyond they're simply not enforceable? Thank you.
Okay. I have just one question, because I got it answered about 3 times a week is how often the trash pickup. Is that for all of the commercial? Do all of them have 3 times a week? That's my question. I do not see any other questions from council at this time. So if the applicant, John, and you do have a colleague here that may be able to help, but if you could answer our questions, that would be lovely.
Yes, thank you. I was just finishing. Great question about the oil and fluid by council members Jane and Park. That's a little bit different. There's equipment in the rear of the lot where they actually connect, and a different service than Mission Trails comes and drains out and removes that. So that would not really be impacted by what we're doing with Mission Trails and the recycle and waste pickup. That would just remain as it is, and that really couldn't be moved because of where the facilities are and where they connect on Cecil. And that's an existing route, and we're not aware of any complaints from neighbors about that. It's probably much less conspicuous than the garbage trucks. So I hope I answered the questions about the oil and fluid pickup. My P19 slide, Councilmember Park, I have to apologize. I only had so much room on the PowerPoint, so I didn't put all of the changes that are part of this on there. So it wasn't meant to be all of the changes that are in play on that slide. So it didn't have on there the oil and fluid change, P8 or P20 changes or lack of them. So there was a question about employee parking, and there is a proposed change, I think, that moves it to a practical level, which is if it's not practical to enforce whether all employees are parking on site, and that's probably true, because we are trying to have employees park on site. And what the new requirement is, well, let's facilitate what everybody wants. And let's require the dealership to have employees parking stalls, because I think that encourages employees to park there, because somebody else isn't going to park there. So, and they know where to go. And let's have Subaru tell the employees, park there. Those are things that can be enforced and can be done. And what we're hoping is the result of that is what everybody wants. But it's not possible to know if one employee just decided one day not to park there, maybe because they went to the bagel shop first or whatever. We will try to work with what the city wants, and we'll do the best we can, but I think that what the staff has come up with is a very reasonable and workable solution to the issue. There was questions about the pickup. So Lincoln has the garbage picked up 3 days a week, and that's, as we all know, it's really Lincoln and Subaru right now. What the proposal would be, what's going to end up happening is those days would be the same. There's also a question, well, how many other businesses and how many days are they picking up? I asked Mission Trails that, and it varies. I think, so the bathroom supply store, I think is 1 day a week because they don't have a lot. I think Tony and Alba's may be 1 or 2. And then some of the bigger businesses like Bevmo and Mancini's, they may be like 3, more like the Subaru and the Lincoln. So there are other businesses that are doing 3 days a week, and that's what we would be, same 3 days for other businesses. So that's where we get the no increased traffic. That's all of the questions that I had in my notes, and if I've missed one, please let me know, and I'm happy to help.
Well, what we will do now is we'll take public comment, and then you will have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay.
Wonderful. At this time, we'd like to move to public testimony. Each member of the public will have 2 minutes to speak, and people who are in city chambers will have first choice and first opportunity, and I do have 2 people online. Anyone here in chambers who would like to speak to this, please come forward. You can use your name, you can use your address, but you do not have to.
I spoke to you. Can you bring up that aerial instead of that one? Bring up the aerial view either this gentleman had or the previous one.
Oh, that's in the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I can answer a lot of questions very quickly.
Okay, let's get that up before we start your time. The staff has to control it, yes. So there you go. All right, please go ahead.
Okay. My name's Cliff Moore. I live on Cecil Avenue. I've been there for 38 years, and I've been a resident of Santa Clara for 44 years. Just to clarify, so to answer your question right off the bat in the short period of time I have, there is only one other pickup on Cecil. This area right here, Yegane Bakery, the Porta Sub, those 2 restaurants, there is a dumpster located in the back that is accessed from Cecil. The important thing is they enter into a parking lot which is 60 feet deep when they pick up that dumpster. And this is critical to my point. Same thing down here on Cecil. There is no other pickup on Cecil on any of these businesses except for Subaru currently. Subaru and Lincoln, who are sharing one. That's on this corner here, right here. All these other ones, you can see this little path right here. That's where the dumpsters are for all those buildings located back there. They do not enter Cecil. They come down this street right here, they come into this entrance right here, and they pick up all the trash. The Ferguson is in their parking lot. They do not enter Cecil. The Ferguson, all their dumpsters are in their parking lot. So the only pickup is right there. That is the only dumpster on Cecil. The Scuttlebugs Nursery, they use the 30-gallon containers, and they're picked up with their normal waste on normal pickup days. Okay. My big concern is the safety concern. You have a 36-foot wide truck, long truck. That truck is going to be required to be perpendicular to those businesses when they pick up those dumpsters. You got 36 feet sticking out into those 2 roadways, into the residential access on both of those. So when you have a car coming around that 90-degree turn and you've got a garbage truck blocking both lanes as it enters perpendicular to pick up those dumpsters, that's a very dangerous situation. It's the same thing down here with Subaru. Let's be clear, the difference between the sliding gate and the roll-up door, the roll-up door is where Councilman Park asked about this oil pickup. That's on the roll-up door. The sliding door is where they're recommending they put the dumpsters. Okay, so that's a sliding door, and they'd have to push them out. When they do that, because of the overhang, You can't pick up. You have to have that truck out into the street to pick up those dumpsters. So again, they will be blocking the street when they do that. This is a safety issue. They block the sidewalk. You have no egress. Bicyclists, pedestrians, you can't get by. I walk that area 4 times a day, every day. I'm telling you, it's a safety issue. Thank you. I'm sorry I ran over.
No, I wanted you to finish your idea. Thank you. I have, I believe, someone else here. Please. I was going to say,
I'm sorry.
please get up here before
Good evening,
you start
Council.
talking.
My name is Mark Irving. I live on 3267 Cecil Avenue. I am impacted by the traffic, the commercial traffic that runs the back of Cecil Avenue. Cecil Avenue is unique because it has access to the back end of a residential street. We have pickups of multiple trash. They may be 5 days a week we see it, plus our residential, that shows up 3 times in a day. Plus their pickup is not only just waste, it's recycle. So another truck shows up for that. Then you have the fact that you have one business does Monday through Friday. One business does Monday through Friday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. One business does Tuesday and Thursdays. So we're actually seeing traffic for trash almost 5 days a week. Then you put in the fact that I was there at Lincoln permitted, and I agree that they should stay where it is, because I'm not against progress. I'm not against progress. And they were grandfathered in to that spot. So I agree with that. That spot is theirs. It's grandfathered. I want the status quo to be the same or improvement for both sides. I don't see an improvement for both sides for the residents here. I see an additional traffic, additional problems, additional waste. We can't prove that if waste falls off the back of a truck, whose truck it was or where they picked it up. That's the next enforcement issue. As far as parking is concerned, we've had problems with parking. Why do they park in the back? They have to walk all the way around. No, they don't. They go through the emergency exit. There is no bar, there's no alarm, there's no assessment to it. That's how they get in. So they have to do as much as enforcement as we do. They have to enforce also that they park in, that there is no one parked in the employee parking spots. They've always had those parking spots. They overflow. Simple. Noise. They honk their horns going around the corner to get up on top all day long. I had a neighbor just yelling at me the other day, so pissed off with his kid that he can't sleep because all they did was honk horns. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Appreciate it. It's hard. I had the names up here. I did not know those are the 2 gentlemen here. I thought I had more people online. So thank you. Or I would have called you by name. Apologize over that. Okay. The applicant has heard the neighbors' concerns. I do not see, there's no one else online. You have 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you guys for staying until now. It's been a long time you've waited to speak, and thank you for your comments. That was to Mr. Moore and Mr. Irving. I want to speak to a couple of the concerns that were raised. Mr. Moore talked about there being no other pickup on Cecil. I did spend a lot of time with Mission Trails on the phone, and I did talk about the fact that there are several other pickups there. And we did see in the picture that there are dumpsters or bins right there on Cecil Avenue presently for the Lincoln dealership. I can't speak to exactly where the other dumpsters are, but we know there's other pickups along that road. So I think that we have empirical evidence showing that that's happening, and so we're not really changing the status quo in that regard by approving this. There was a concern about a safety concern in terms of how the trucks will be picking up the dumpsters or the bins on Cecil. And we went over the major safety concerns with making the trucks at a stop that doesn't exist on Stevens Creek. And there are some very grave safety concerns there. Cecil's a proven stop. The the field supervisor tells me they're very efficient, they run through there, they know how to do it, and they're just going to be doing something that they're already doing. And so if there hasn't been any incidents on Cecil at all, I don't think that the safety concern, I appreciate it, but I don't think that it is something that should prevent, the council from adopting or sustaining our appeal, because history proves that it's a safe practice what they're doing now. Turning to Mr. Irving's comments, he had a complaint about the trucks, and what I heard his primary complaint was that they're there every day. And that may be true, because it's possible that the pickup days aren't, you have some businesses need 3 days a week, some need 4, some need 1. And it's possible that between all of those needs, there could be trucks there every day. That's really an issue that could be worked out with Mission Trails. Could there be a day drop because one business should be moved to Thursday instead of Friday? Because Subaru or Lincoln would not have a Friday pickup. That's not currently what's happening. So would it be possible to lessen the days to alleviate that concern? Yes. Would denying this appeal alleviate those concerns? No, because we're not adding any additional days. So I think that's a concern that's unrelated to this appeal. There was a comment about being grandfathered in, and we saw that in 2016, before the Subaru took over the 2 lots, both lots that it took over had service on Cecil. So they're double grandfathered in if you look at the history. There was the last concern I heard from Mr. Irving was about trash spilling over. That was actually a concern that was validly raised by, I think, 2 council members. And I think that is a concern that can be addressed. We don't want trash spilling out either. It's unsightly. It's not something that we want. If it happens, we want to pick it up. And so if there were some language, I don't think there's language that's needed for that, because I think that's just something that a good neighbor should do, not leave garbage next to their bin. And when they pull in the bin, that garbage should go in the bin when they pull it in. But that concern, if there's a concern that won't happen, it can be addressed while still sustaining the appeal. And I believe that's all of the questions that were, concerns were raised.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you. All right. Staff, I'll return to the director and to the city manager. Is there anything you want to clarify or add for the record?
Nothing from staff, but we do have something from the city attorney.
Okay, city attorney, please.
Madam Presiding Officer, I just want to clarify and remind everyone for the record that the letters of opposition that you received in your boxes should be considered by you and are part of the record of your proceeding tonight.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And those came in late this afternoon, didn't they? Yes. Appreciate that. Okay. There is no more testimony. I need a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Jane.
Motion to close public hearing, but I did have a question for the applicant.
Okay, please ask. Once we close the public hearing, you can still ask questions of staff, correct?
You can, but ideally that all happens within the public hearing context.
Before we close Councilmember Jane, do you have a question?
Yeah, there were 2 questions I had that were not addressed. One was the sound of generators, whether there could be quieter generators being used. And then I do want to explore the idea of the car horns when they're going around the corner, that they're all the time. Can sound proofing be added? Can there be time limits for when those horns could be used? Is there any way to minimize the impact on the neighbors of those car horns when they're turning those corners to go up into the parking spots.
Would that be a question for the applicant then? Please. We have not closed the public hearing yet, so go ahead.
So I'm told that there's not generators that are used, they use compressors. And so I'm not sure, and I haven't heard, I don't know if there was complaints about the sound on those.
I was gonna say, yeah, we need to have it in the public record, so
Okay,
don't
so
turn it away.
I don't think that there's, I'm not sure that is something that's actually causing noise, I guess. The generators are causing noise. I don't think that's happening. In terms of the car horns, I'm told that it has happened and that it's not a practice that the employer or Subaru encourages. It just happens from time to time. So that I don't know is something that would need to be addressed if it's just a sort of a once in a while thing that somebody will honk their horn going around a corner for whatever reason. They're not familiar with what's around that corner or what. I don't know that that's something that would need to be addressed by any sort of language, because we only have one neighbor mentioning that concern, and we don't have any idea of how many times it happened. It could have just happened once or a couple times, and that's the report I'm getting from Subaru, is it's not a common thing.
Thank you.
Did I answer your questions, or did I miss one?
The impression I got from the applicant, from the public, was that it was a common thing.
So that, I guess there will be a dispute in the record as to whether it's common or not, because I checked with my client who's here and said it's not a common thing.
Okay, I can see that. It might be just a matter of training your employees, but no matter.
And there has been instructions to employees to not do that.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe we need to, we'll
I will
renew
say-
that instruction this week.
I will say there used to be a wheels and deals behind me, and that did happen sometimes. It was annoying, but it's very hard to control. Councilmember Park, did you have a question for the applicant?
I did.
Okay, please.
So it sounds like what we're talking here is not necessarily trash pickup on Cecil, but using Cecil as an access way for trash pickup. I believe that's what the residents are talking about, which means that even though there are trash trucks moving along Cecil, when the trash pickup actually happens, the noise, the trucks blocking the way, they're not on Cecil except for the Lincoln dealership. Like, it sounds like there is an alleyway where the trucks are off of Cecil when the trash is actually picked up. And this is a clarification. I'm looking also to the residents if my understanding is correct. Right, and there's more than just trash. It sounds like there's also recycling. I don't know if there's other waste that is there, which would not just be Mission Trail, which means that if we talk to Mission Trail alone, that may not be sufficient to get the entire story of how many trucks and what kind of noise and what kind of effect that we would have on this neighborhood. So have we talked to Recall? It doesn't sound like we have. I don't know if Recology would be the right agency to ask about recycling. I mean, my question for the Lincoln dealership is could there be an alleyway that garbage trucks can use to keep the trucks off of Cecil, to make sure that the trucks aren't backing up onto Cecil? I'm seeing the applicant shaking his head no, that we cannot do this, to make sure that the trucks are off Cecil while the pickup is happening. And my other questions still stand, which is, I mean, we've determined that it's not just 3 times a week. It's possibly every single day, every single weekday. I don't know if there's about what the pickup on weekends would be like, that pickups would occur. And again, if it is 3 times a week for one business and 2 times a week for another business, and they're on different days, that could be 5 days right there. We don't seem to know that answer. My other question is, what time do the garbage pickups occur, right? That was another question that I had, right? And again, it sounds like we have several different types of trash pickup. I mean, we have in here, you clarified that you didn't remove the request, it just wasn't in that slide, so, but my P19 question, my P13 questions are still there. Why did we have the original logging requirements, and what would the effects be of removing them?
Councilmember Park, the questions are to the applicant. I heard one specific question to the applicant.
I think.
So this is what you're doing now as part of our deliberation, and this is where we need to close the public hearing.
But these are the questions. These are the questions that I asked previously that had not been answered as well, which are, I mean, you're telling me that the removal of liquid waste, that's the oil and other liquid removal. And my question is, why did we have the original logging requirements? Why did we have those? It seems to be for some reason, that maybe for health, for safety, for something. And what are the effects? Why are we removing them? Why are you asking for them to be removed? Right? And it sounds like the parking. Again, I think the one thing I do agree is we clearly mark stalls for employees. But again, if the intent is that the employees, there is enough parking for employees, then keeping the language in there that says that parking, that employees should be off the street sounds like a good thing. I mean, whether they can achieve that or not, it at least, sets a goal, a standard in the minds of the employees that are parking there, that they should not be parking on the streets.
Councilmember Park, this is part of deliberation.
And my question is, why are we having, why are we removing the language for both of those?
All right. I'd like the applicant to answer the direct question that was asked.
Yes. The first question was about the alley, and there is no room for an alley in this particular location or in the Lincoln dealership. The Lincoln dealership was approved for pickup on Cecil, and the same situation would apply in Subaru. There would be no alley, but there is definitely room for the bins to be there, and for the Mission Trail says they can efficiently service those bins right there on Cecil without causing safety concerns or problems. It is true, I can corroborate that Mission Trails is there 5 days a week on Cecil. And you asked the question whether that has to be that way. That's probably an issue between the city and Mission Trails. Is it possible? I mentioned that. And maybe it is, but I don't know if that concerns this appeal because we're not increasing the days whatsoever. There was a question about the login requirements and why those are being removed. I think they're impractical, and there's not been an issue with that, with the compliance with that particular paragraph. It's difficult to enforce. So I think that was a staff-driven request to remove that. Lastly, there was the question about, well, why are we changing the language about requiring employees to park on site? And what I see is an actual improvement, because instead of having something that's almost impossible to enforce, you're replacing it with language that requires Subaru to do something that will facilitate the end goal and something that is enforceable. So the net effect is a better CUP that accomplishes the goals the city wants. And I think that's why both the applicant and the city want that change.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Councilmember Gonzalez, and second from Councilmember Jane. All in favor, please register your votes. Okay. That passes unanimously. What we have now is council deliberation. We have many different possible options. We can take no action, and that means the denial stands. We can sustain the appeal and approve it. We can also send it back to staff with different questions or needing different analysis or consideration, depending on the questions. So, I do not have any lights yet. I think some of the questions might be asked for Mission Trail and their efficiency concerns. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Hardy. So we had evidence or testimony that since 1968 this has been a commercial site, and there's been I guess in the past those 2 different lots there, and this is a new improvement as far as having one larger lot, but maybe one pickup of trash in the back. It looks like you could probably put the dumpster and have the Mission Trails come in and pick it up without having to stick out of that driveway there, because there's parking on that south side of the street. So definitely there's ways to mitigate some of those safety issues that we've heard. Obviously there's trucks in the vicinity picking up other trash. It looks like it is down the alley on some of those sites and in the driveway behind Mancini's there. But definitely this has been a commercial property for a long time. Being on the school board for 16 years, I could tell you we've had a lot of work that was done around school safety, around drop-off and pickup times. I can think of Sonoma Place where there's basically one egress and there's 2 ways to come into that little street, and definitely we have our CSOs every morning directing traffic to make a right when you're going towards San Tomas. So there's different ways that the city has mitigated some of the things. In this proposal to have the appeal, and I'll make it a motion just to sustain the appeal and adopt a resolution approving the modification to the CUP to change existing conditions of approval of the existing dealership at 3225 Stevens Creek Boulevard to allow trash pickup on Cecil Avenue, subject to the findings and conditions of approval. But it sounds like the Subaru dealership wants to be a good neighbor. You know, whenever you have trash pickup, there's always going to be trash that falls out of your bins, especially if you have 3 bins, you know, at your house. So as a good neighbor, you're picking up any excess trash that flies out and things like that. So I don't see anything different. It looks like that's a nice street. But definitely that's something that I believe that we can work around, and honking of the horns, there's certain things that we can do. Obviously, as far as employee parking, staff is wanting to make some meaningful change to make sure that we can somewhat direct the tenant or the landlord to do the right thing as far as direct employees to park in designated areas. So hopefully I get a second here.
So I'm asking, you haven't paused for a second yet, I'll have to tease you.
Sorry.
I need to make certain, so your motion is to?
The recommendation.
The recommendation, which is to sustain the appeal and adopt a resolution approving the modification to the conditional use permit to change the conditions that were shown by staff. And then it sounded like you may have another condition?
No, I mean, staff, that was already in the staff recommendation as far as the wording.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Jane? You have your light on?
I was not going to second it, but
Okay. It may die
To make a
for lack of a
substitute
second at
motion
this
or an
point.
alternate motion, yeah.
Okay, that dies for lack of a second, so do you have a motion?
Yes, my motion is to sustain the appeal with the following conditions: that the spillover trash shall be picked up within 3 hours of the trash pickup by Mission Trails or Recology, whoever's picking up bins. That the employee parking shall be marked and labeled as employee parking only. And just as an advisory, that the Subaru dealership will endeavor to train employees not to honk their horns.
Okay. Is council fine with those conditions that were put on? Council's writing feverishly.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a second. Council, I know, we're, yeah, legal counsel,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, you were, yeah, please ask again.
Legal counsel, did you hear those change in motions, and do you have any wordsmithing concerns?
I did. We might, we might flesh that out, a little bit, in the condition itself, but I understand the conditions as proposed with maybe one question for the maker of the motion. The recommendation regarding parking, the condition of approval that changes the existing condition already reads as follows: employees shall be directed to park within designated parking stalls on site. The designated parking stalls shall be signed or stenciled employees only. Employees shall be strongly discouraged to park off-site. Is what you're proposing different from that?
It is not.
Okay.
It was that in the original proposal?
This is one of the conditions to approval that's included in staff's recommendation.
That's in the current, so I'm not
Yeah,
changing that, so I
so-
can strike mine. It's already included.
As I understand it. And then again, there's a couple of other ones that I want to just be clear with staff. There was the primary conditions of approval on the slide, P6, P13, and P19 effectuate the ability to pick up trash on Cecil as opposed to the current requirement. And so that's clearly contemplated. There's another one that deletes the oil or other food supply, oil and other fluids extraction shall occur no more than, once, per week with the log requirement. That's deleted in the staff
Correct, and
recommendation.
I didn't want to maintain that.
And then the other condition of approval is the one that I just read to you with the parking. Finally, I want to be clear with staff, there's a P20 proposed change too, which is use of portable generator-powered equipment to wash display vehicles shall not occur before. It used to say 6 a.m. and now, I'm sorry, it used to say 6, and now it says 7 a.m. So that's the sum total, right, of the condition modifications.
I concur with
Just want to make sure you're intending to include all of those.
That is true.
Yeah, so your addition would be, Chair, if I might, is the
please.
addition of the pickup of trash.
Spillover trash.
Spillover
put a
trash
time
within
limit
3
of 3
hours.
hours.
And then the instruct the operator to take measures to train and discourage honking of horns by employees.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I understand. And that's, the language may not be exact, but we will construct the exact language consistent with that motion.
Thank you. And yes,
Sure.
city
I'm sorry, if
manager.
you want to be even more clear, please.
Oh, that's fine. With regard to the first condition of picking up trash within 3 hours, there might be a problem if trash is ever picked up during non-operating hours. Does the council want to specify within 3 hours of the opening of the business? Let's say the trash is picked up.
At 6 a.m. instead of.
Right, or at 7 p.m. and the dealership is closed, right? So it
Sure.
So it's within 3 hours of operating business
Of
hours.
operating business
Yes,
hours.
correct.
Does our city clerk have that? If you could read us back that motion. Oh, I want to make certain, so the maker of the motion is fine. Is the second okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to sustain the appeal with the following conditions: that spillover trash will be picked up within 3 hours. During business hours.
Business hours, yes.
Okay.
With the other changes that were called out. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Park, you want to speak to the motion?
Oh, no, I had a whole bunch of other questions to ask because I never got the answers to some of my questions. I mean, one of the questions I asked explicitly was this question: when is trash picked up? I want to ask staff, it sounds like the applicant didn't necessarily have an idea of why the logging for the oil and was removed. It sounds like, and I believe the applicant said that it was, a change that staff requested for convenience. I'm trying to look for what.
Councilmember Park, the oil pickup is not part of this.
Actually, it's part of this motion. It is part of
Oh,
this.
okay, I
It
apologize.
100% is part of this.
Well, it is picked up by a different group, yes.
And again, and my question was, and this question has been asked 3 times now, and it has not been answered, which is, what was the original point of logging the oil and other fluids pickup? Was it for health? Was it for safety? What were the concerns, and why is it being removed now? If it's because of difficulty of enforcement, the same thing with parking, I'm going to say all laws have a problem with difficulty of enforcement. I think at some point, one of the reasons that we have these rules and one of the reasons that we have these conditions is to set behavior and say, well, this is what's acceptable, this is not what's acceptable. To simply remove them, because, well, they can't be enforced, that kind of suggests that, promotes chaos, that we shouldn't remove all laws that cannot be enforced and all things. But I never got the answer to why these are being removed and why they were added in the first place. Right? It doesn't seem to me that they would be added for no reason because it's logging, it requires, but I want to know why they were added. Was it for health? Was it for safety? What were the reasons for that? When it goes to parking, the same thing, which is, again, we are trying to strongly encourage behavior. And when you say, as it says here in P6, employees shall be strongly discouraged to park off-site. Well, if there's no consequence for parking off-site, I think that employees will continue to park where it's convenient. I mean, I have no problem with adding the things that do make the parking better for the employees, which is employees shall be directed to park within designated parking stalls on site. The designated parking stalls shall be signed or stenciled employees only. And then to add the original requirement, no employee shall be permitted to park off-site, sounds like it would be perfectly in line with that without having to add employees shall be strongly discouraged to park off-site. I think that at some point, if the intent is to be able to include all the employee parking within the site itself, then I don't see a reason to remove this line that says, no employee shall be permitted to park off-site. Like, none of these questions have been answered. I've asked them of the applicant, I've asked them of staff, and I believe this is the 3rd time that I'm asking them these questions.
City Manager,
Chair Hardy,
please.
in response to Councilmember Park's question, I do believe the director in her initial presentation with regard to the oil mentioned the practicality of enforcing that and
I believe I
auditing
responded
the
to
audit. Totally, and I just think there's a disagreement, right? And that's fine. With regard to the prohibition of employees parking off-site, again, I think that the director discussed the practicality of enforcing that and actually verifying that that car belongs to an employee. And so coming up with additional conditions like stenciling or designating the parking stalls for employees on site is something that is easier to enforce and audit, was an alternative. Totally understand that you may feel that that's not a sufficient alternative or would like the additional language. Not debating you on that point, just providing that additional clarification and restating what the director mentioned. And when is trash picked up, the exact time? I don't know that we answered that question. The applicant may know. I will also say that one question you asked is why was that oil condition put in there in the first place? And I know that staff was trying to find that information out and just don't have that record from 2016. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. So I see there are multiple reasons why we had this. First of all, the applicant did not fulfill the condition earlier put into them for multiple years. And I know the neighborhood has complained about noises and other aspects of it, and now the safety aspect of it. So keeping that, and I still can't believe the whole of Stephen Creek Boulevard cannot be picked up. The solid waste does not get picked up on the Stephen Creek Boulevard. I can't believe that. And for those reasons, I will not be supporting the motion.
Chair Hardy?
Yes, please. City Manager.
The applicant did note that the trash is picked up between 9 and noon. I do know that it was mentioned earlier that we did have Mission Trail on the line. Unfortunately, they're no longer on the line. And I do know that council asked a number of questions that we're relying on the applicant's representation for Mission Trail, similar to the comment that Councilmember Jahal just mentioned about the ability to pick up from Stevens Creek, right? We've discussed at a high level the site conditions that are different for this property than some of the other properties, but I do think being able to hear from Mission Trail directly might benefit the council decision and your deliberations. And so I do recognize this was a public hearing, but I do want to proffer that if you would like additional information from Mission Trail, we can reschedule the public hearing and bring that information back to you and make sure that this occurs at a time where they can be here to make those representations, I think, to answer some of the questions that have been asked.
Okay. Well, we do have motion with the second, and we will take a vote on that. If it does not pass, then we can be open to another motion about remanding the project back to the staff, if that is the desire. Okay, we'll call the question. Okay, that does not pass with a 3-2. So do I have another motion?
Yes, I would like for staff to bring this back to us when Mission Trail can be present to answer questions.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a second to that. Do I have any comments?
Yeah,
Yes, please.
trying to manage whether we should be reopening the public hearing and continuing it to a date certain, or whether we'll need to renotice. I don't know what Mission, if in fact we're looking for Mission Trail to be present and speak to some of the issues, I don't know that we can, with any confidence, continue the item to a date certain. So I'm going to look to staff to any thoughts that they have regarding that before we proceed with that continuance.
We would need to contact Mission Trail and schedule a time when they are available.
Okay. So should the motion be to a date certain to be determined by the availability of Mission Trails?
If I can, I'd like to proffer a date certain of your regular meeting on November 4th. That would give us time both to notice and contact Mission Trail. If Mission Trail cannot make that date, then we can renotice for a different date.
Okay. So maker of the motion is no, to a date certain of November 4th. The second's okay with that? All
And
right.
so I'm still struggling with how to, what to call you, I'm sorry. Member
Call me all sorts of
Hardy,
names.
if that's going to proceed, I would advise that we reopen the public hearing, that the motion be to reopen the public hearing and to continue it to a date certain of November 4th with a direction to bring, to ask that Mission Trails be in attendance to answer questions.
Okay.
That's my motion.
That's the motion. Did the city clerk get that? Thank you. And the second's okay with that? All right, if you could call out the motion. Reopen the public hearing, continue this item to November 4th. Please register your votes. Wait a minute.
Sorry, I apologize. I tallied the vote before Councilmember Park had voted, so let me resend the vote over.
As I say, there should be 5. Councilmember Park? Okay, he said he's done it.
I'm saying I don't see anything on my screen.
Now
He's going to resend.
You'll have to
so-
Okay, we'll need to re-vote, sorry about that. And that does not pass 3-2. Do I have any other motion? If not, then the denial stands, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, so I'll answer the question first, and then city manager can
Yes.
proffer. If there's no action by the council, the legal effect of that will be that the planning commission's action would stand. And that would be a denial of the modification requested by the applicant.
Okay.
And
Yes, city manager?
totally, and that may be the case. I just want to reiterate that the staff noted that we do believe that there are safety concerns with the pickup being on Mission Trail. I totally understand that there may not be that there was not testimony here from Mission Trail to provide additional support for that. And so what I'm proffering is that we allow Mission Trail to come so that they can provide additional information on why they believe that it poses a safety concern. I think we heard from the applicant based on their representation of their conversation with Mission Trail. Continuing it to a date where you can hear that information from Mission Trail may allow you to make a more informed decision. And so that's why I'm making that recommendation. But if the votes are where the votes are, the Planning Commission decision will stand.
Okay. Do I have any other motion possibilities? Councilmember Park? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jane.
Sorry, my light was left on.
Okay. I do not have any other motions. I, as the chair, cannot make a motion. Not appropriate. We have no other motion. Councilmember Gonzalez.
It obviously seems that we don't want to, there was questions as far as mission trails and some of the questions that they're not being here, maybe supplying a report is limiting our ability to look at this. We have one of our landlords there who basically is not able to comply with the previous CUP that was or the previous CUP that was in place. He's trying to comply. Right now, they're skirting that. Every one of our building code says that you have to have your own trash pickup, and they're using their neighbor, which is basically themselves, to comply with that currently, or to have trash picked up currently.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I don't know that having mission trails here would change my opinion. I think I understand the issue, which is along Stevens Creek, along that street. Mission Trails has to do exactly what they're doing on Cecil at this location, which is they have to back out, they have to back in, they've got to stick out into bicycle lanes, or in the case of Cecil, into Cecil itself. I think that's understood. I understand that this is different from other parts in Stevens Creek, because other parts in Stevens Creek have parking lots that they can go into, and then they can pick up the trash, just like the alleyways behind Mancini Sleep World and things like that. And I think that was the question that I had asked. Why can't we have something which moves the trash pickup off of Cecil? Like using Cecil as an access way, that's what Mission Trail is doing. Mission Trail is not actually using Cecil to pick up the trash and blocking the way and doing things with their trucks on any other location except for this one, right? I think that's well understood. I don't know that hearing Mission Trail telling us what I think I just told you is going to make any difference in my opinion. Again, I think what Councilmember Chahal said is very important to me, which is the applicant has not, I mean, the original conditional use permits, the applicant has not fulfilled their part of the agreement for years. And now they're coming back with changes and saying, well, we have this new approval on, next door with the Lincoln, and we're not going to make any changes for that as well, which is, I don't know that they've heard what the residents say, which is it's not about just the trash pickup. It's about how the trash is picked up. It's about the access. Questions about noise. Again, I like the changes about adding marked stalls. I like those. I 100% vote for those. But when staff is telling me, well, we're not going to do these other things because they're hard to enforce, I don't understand that. There's a lot of things that we do that are hard to enforce. The reason that we do them, and I state this again, is because we're trying to guide behavior, right? At this point, when you tell me that the oil, there must be some health and safety reasons for the oil. There must be some reason that logging the oil and other fluid pickups is important. And I feel like we're avoiding this question. It's waste. It's a different type of waste. To remove the logging for liquid waste removal when it sounds like it's there for a reason doesn't make any sense to me. The fact that this is added here because, well, it's hard to enforce doesn't mean that it's not important that we try. And again, I don't think that Mission Trail coming here and telling me what I think this report tells us already is going to change my opinion. If somebody else has a different motion, I'm willing to consider it. But from what I see here and what I've heard, I don't know that my mind will be changed just by hearing from Mission Trails.
City Manager?
Sure. Just a quick note on something that Councilmember Park mentioned, which is that when Mission Trail services Cecil, if they were to service the Subaru dealership, that they would actually block Cecil. That was stated here by a resident who said that Mission Trail would be perpendicular and block Cecil. I nor the staff know that that is fact. And so you are relying on information that we do not have corroborated. And so, again, I do think that it would be beneficial for the council to hear from Mission Trail. I do regret that they are not here. They were on earlier tonight and they dropped off. And so I do think, Councilmember Park, some of the information you stated around how they would pick up on Cecil or the conditions, I cannot tell you honestly tonight that that is factual. I can tell you that representations have been made both by the applicant and residents, but I do not know if that is true. And so I do not know if you are relying on factual information. In addition, I do think the city attorney mentioned a condition on P19 that if maintaining the log, we could have additional conversations with staff about maintaining the log. But again, not able to have that conversation tonight. We would need to come back. But again, my recommendation to the board is that this really surrounds the pickup of trash on Stevens Creek versus Cecil, and we don't have Mission Trail. The other thing that we haven't really said tonight, but I think we've talked a little bit about, is that when the CUP was approved in 2019, the applicant did not build the trash receptacle on Stevens Creek, and it was mentioned that that was for aesthetic reasons. And the applicant, because they happened to own the dealership next door, which was a Lincoln dealership, they utilized that property for their trash. I think we can be very clear and say that the staff erred in that. Typically, we do not allow one businesses to utilize another business's services, partially for this very reason, right? Individual parcels need to stand alone, and if the ownership ever changed, we would have a problem. And the fact that that condition was never enforced and it was allowed to be constructed with this modification has sort of trapped us into this situation where this issue was never fully resolved. And so we have a condition that was never implemented, and a workaround was done. And now, because adjustments are being made to that neighboring property, we need to grapple with this issue. And I think the core issue is you don't have all the information here tonight from one of the key stakeholders, and I do realize that ensuring that they would be here was an oversight, and that did not occur.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I think I probably couldn't say it much better than our city manager did, as far as having waste management here so that we can have the vetted information, not just from the parties that are probably most impacted by this, but by waste management, which will have better factual ability to tell us what is going on Cecil. And I understand Councilmember Park has an issue with the log. Our staff has looked at this and they have no idea why we asked for that information. And maybe this will give staff more time to dig up where this log was going or what was happening with that log. It's not that it was irrelevant, but at this point we don't know what was going on with the log of those pickups for the oil. So if council does not want to have more information to make a better informed decision, then that's a prerogative of council. But I would like to.
Would you like to make another motion?
To make a motion that, and basically I'll be reiterating to have at the November meeting, Mission Trails, and maybe staff can look into this this issue with that log that we were striking out in the recommendation, to see if we have any more information on that. Minutes, planning commission minutes. I don't know what we can scour to find maybe more information on that, but whatever emails. I know our cybersecurity team left, but they could probably do some search of emails for something like that to find out more information as far as that is concerned, so we can get information to answer that question, Councilmember Park.
So your motion is?
Basically the same one as before.
If I'm understanding,
yes,
Member Hardy, that the motion is a reiteration of Member Jane's motion, but with the addition of directing staff to do further research and consider other options with respect to kind of the origins of condition P19 regarding the oil extraction and the log keeping.
That's your motion. Do I have a second? Councilmember Jane said he seconded. Do we have any discussion? Can you read that motion back to us? Oh, wait a minute. I apologize. Councilmember Park, do you have discussion on the motion?
Oh, I do. I mean, I hear what Councilmember Gonzalez says, and I think that he's ignoring a lot of the things that I'm asking for and a lot of the things that we're talking about. I mean, we literally have, with the approval that we had in 2016, something we can enforce, and we're trying really hard not to enforce it. Like, I find that really bad. We have claims about trash bins not blocking egress or ingress, and again, those haven't been validated either. And we're having the city manager step out to say, well, defending the applicant, which I don't think is the role of the city manager. I mean, our staff looked at logging and could not find a reason for this, so they simply removed it. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would they do that? Like, if you're going to have a requirement and you don't know why that requirement is there and you're going to remove it because it's simply hard to enforce, that, I'm sorry, that really turns me off. The fact that you want to give more time and somebody's asking, oh my goodness, if council doesn't want to look at additional information, well, we're looking at additional information. We can ask for additional information all year. But right now, we're looking at this item based on what is presented to us, right? And I think that if you ask me that, oh, would you like additional information? Sure. Then let's just continue. Let's never make a decision. Let's continue to have discussions about every single item that comes in front of us that one of us disagrees with. That doesn't make any sense. So at this point, again, if there's a different argument, if there's more information, I'm willing to consider that. But right now, I feel that the facts are clear. We have an applicant who agreed to something, did not do it for aesthetic reasons, had another, understanding that they had a parcel next door, they used that parcel to get rid of their trash, then got another project approved and didn't make any steps to make that trash pickup any safer or any better for, both those parcels. I understand that each parcel must have its own trash pickup, which is why you cannot simply create a trash pickup, a location for Lincoln and use that for both parcels. But I feel like none of this has been considered. At some point, we have the residents that are asking for something, and I understand, like, this council has to look at what's good for businesses. I agree what's good for businesses, but we had a plan for the business. The business didn't do that. And at some point, we're asking the residents to, well, because it wasn't aesthetically pleasing, and because it's difficult, and because things are this, they're not going to fulfill what they agreed to. I think that sets a bad example for the residents of the city. At some point, the city council was supposed to consider what's best for the city, and what's best for the city includes all of these things. We had a discussion about NERC. It must include the businesses, it must include the residents. And at some point, if nobody on council is going to support the residents, for their complaints and their requests, then at some point, we don't need a diverse council. I'm here explicitly because when I hear a resident complaint or a residential comment, I'm trying to take that seriously. I take that just as seriously as I take the business input. But when I hear the business input and I look at the facts here and I see that even executive staff is saying, well, it's hearsay based on residential input, I'm sorry, I don't think that's the right thing to do, and I will not vote for this.
I will give my input. I will say that I appreciate the neighbors and their concerns. My house backs up to El Camino also. So I have dealt with different things. But I will say that staff did a really good job of looking at the concerns, and the motions that were put forward were to look at those. And I feel like if we just deny this, then some of the positive things that could be there for the neighborhood will not happen. So I would disagree. Councilmember Gonzalez, then I'll call for the vote.
So I would just mention that staff has mentioned this is a safety issue. I understand that we can have a 39-foot truck go into Subaru, pick up the garbage, and back out, because that's what they'll be doing from that driveway onto a busy Stevens Creek. I understand if they were perpendicular to Cecil, it would still be an issue, but there's much less traffic on Cecil than on Stevens Creek. Now, if the council wants to do this, and I understand the residents have concerns and issues. I live in District 1, we have issues every other week in the fall with games, and we try to mitigate some of those. So when people talk about not listening to residents, I think that's something that I think the council definitely is something that we always take that into account.
I'm sorry, we cannot have a comment after public hearing is closed. All right, I'll call for the vote.
If I may repeat the motion back to the maker to
Yes,
confirm.
please read the motion
Okay,
back.
the motion on the floor is to reopen the public hearing and continue this item to November 4th meeting with Mission Trail in attendance and direct staff to look into the P19 condition of approval.
Thank you. It would be the same effect. Council?
This is essentially a continuance request.
Yeah, it's effective.
Yeah, so, Preside, this is an effective continuance.
Continuance,
On certain conditions. If this doesn't pass, applicant could also request for a continuance on different terms.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll take the vote. Okay, that does not pass 3-2. So, council, do you want to give us what the options are?
The applicant could request on their own terms a continuance of the item, and council would be able to evaluate that and act on it as well. If there's no action taken by council, staff would need to get back with the applicant and determine, what other measures they might have, including potential, and council members could have issues with or opportunities to have motions for reconsideration at a future date. And so if the applicant wants to request, a continuance and council wants to consider that, that would be an option for all of you at this time.
We could do a motion of a continuance.
Mm-hmm. But that's in effect what you just voted on.
Yes.
So I'm not.
That's why I'm asking
Yeah.
legally where we're at.
On Planning Commission, if there were planning commissioners missing, the applicant got an automatic continuance. Is that if there's only 4 commissioners or 4 council members?
I'm not familiar with the Planning Commission, rules, because I'm not the frontline advisor to that. I'll make an inquiry with Xander, who's been following, these proceedings with me. I don't know that there is a ability to do that at the council level, and it looks like from what Xander's interpretation is, if I'm understanding him correctly, that is an option at Planning Commission, but it's before the public hearing, not after. So if there was recognition that there weren't enough people, here to act, that would, be sufficient, to provide the full consideration and debate. The applicant could request that on their own as a matter of right, but only before the start of the hearing. So that's what Xander's advising me. His advice is if only 5 commissioners are present, we allow anyone to request a continuance, but only before the start of the public hearing. And so that's how that applied there. So this has been a different process. We've gone through the entire public hearing. Really, the option is the option that you all went through, which is if all of you decide with at least an affirmative vote to continue it to a future meeting, you could do that. Applicant could request that you continue it, and you could vote again on their request, but they don't have as I understand it, an ability to continue by right after the public hearing's already been conducted. And that's what Xander has advised me from
So
afar.
a continuance is different. Isn't that what we just voted on?
It is what you just voted on, where we would afford the applicant in this case, since they're left somewhat in limbo, an ability to request you to vote again if they have some special consideration they would like you to make in acting on a request for continuance. So
So we can,
You-
but I've closed the public hearing. Can I open it to ask?
you don't need to
Yeah,
open it
okay.
for this particular request. What my point is, from a legal standpoint, is in response to members Jane observation, the applicant can't in effect now get a continuance by right because we've
Because
already
of
gone
the
through the
5,
public hearing.
yes.
Yeah, so they can ask you to reconsider the action that you took, and you could move and second to reconsider the action that you took to continue the matter, but they don't have that by right.
Okay. So is the applicant asking for a continuation?
Yes, and can I explain? Because if I just ask for the same continuance, we'll get the same result. So I have some different stipulations
Good.
and conditions for a continuance. And I want to address the concerns of some of the council members. We have the opportunity to do something positive to address the neighbors' concerns. And those can be in the form of further staff recommendations. I know that Councilmember Chahal had some concerns that I think Mission Trails needs to come and answer. Councilmember Park had some concerns, hey, why are we deleting things that he liked? My motion is for continuance to not only have Mission Trails come and answer all of the questions and for staff to vet out some of the questions with Mission Trails and come back with real live testimony from Mission Trails about all of the issues that are happening and what's really going to happen on Cecil and what's really not happening or is happening on Stevens Creek right now, and what would really happen when you back that truck up and how this would happen if we don't do something here, and the real dangers of them hitting a bicyclist if we don't take action. I also, a condition would be that staff look at keeping some of the things that Commissioner Park says shouldn't be deleted, and exploring that and presenting options to address the concerns that Councilmember Park has. Those would all be things that, in order to get the continuance and to proceed on November 4th, would have to happen.
So it's a request of you all to proceed with a version of the motion in the second that you had before, with applicant communicating to all of you that they'd be open to a broader look at a number of issues and concerns raised tonight.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Oh, I apologize.
Motion for that?
I need a motion for that, yes.
Yes, a motion to accept the applicant's request for a continuance.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay, second from,
And that would include kind of all the elements that we talked about, including reopening, the public hearing for
Reopening the public
purposes
hearing,
of
yes.
having broader consideration of all these issues on November 4th.
thank you. Councilmember Park.
So I do have an issue, which is I had my hand up for some time, and then when Councilmember Jane made the motion, it turned off. It just turned off now, and I understand that it's probably because I'm speaking. But prior to my speaking, I had pushed this button with the request, and it turned off. I had done nothing. So at some point, I'd like to know why my button is being turned off when I'm requesting to speak. That's the first question that I have about this process, because it's prevented me from asking a question prior to Councilmember Jane making a motion. I actually like the conditions there, but I will only vote on this if we consider another option as well. I'd like additional information, which is we're hearing that the current situation is very dangerous. I mean, we had council members suggest this. We've had council members tell us that, Mission Trails can tell us. I think Mission Trail has told us this, right? Again, I don't think I've not understood the information in here. But at some point, I'd like to address the initial problem, which is they tell us, the applicant has told us that they cannot make changes. And I would like if I'm going to vote for this motion at all, I would like them also to come back with an alternative that says, well, these are changes that we could make to make this possible. Because and when they tell me that it's dangerous on Stevens Creek to do the trash pickup, I'm going to say I tend to agree with that based on the information I have here. But if you tell me that it's impossible to make it safe to do trash pickup on Stevens Creek, I'm going to say I disagree with that as well. Meaning there are other places that are smaller in size than the lots that this applicant has that has been able to make it safe to pick up trash along Stevens Creek. And again, I would like to see these other things, but I'd like to, in addition to considering what Mission Trail says about picking up trash on Cecil, in addition to, adding the language back in, like, I didn't say I wanted that language in. I wanted to know why it was removed. Like, I don't know what the significance of removing tracking and logging is. And if I want to consider everything in toto, then I also want to hear, like, these are the things we could do, not saying that it'd be feasible, but these are the things we could do to make trash pickup along Stevens Creek safe, the way that we originally signed our agreement.
Can I modify my request for continuance to add that as part of it?
Staff has heard this, and we have a motion.
Yeah, so it really would be up to the maker of it sounds like applicant has expressed their willingness, to include that. And the maker and the second of the motion could incorporate that into their motion.
I'm amenable to that the applicant will look at many other options to make trash pickup safer on both Cecil and Stevens Creek.
And the second is fine with that. Did the clerk get that? Thank you. Right. We have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. I take that back. Councilmember Park, your light's still on?
And now it's not, now it's on when I don't want it to be.
I don't control it. Okay, call the question. That does not pass. We are at an impasse. All right, council?
Yeah, the legal effect is that at this point is that the planning commission action, stands. Obviously, the applicant may have other things they want to consider, and staff will discuss with them if there are any, next steps.
Any other options?
On what next options might be. But otherwise, the action of the planning commission, the legal effect of this is no action by the city council, which leaves the planning commission denial of the request in place.
Thank you. Since it is afternoon, oh goodness, that means we're all tired. It is after midnight, and our rules are that we are not to continue, we're only to finish that, whatever we had started before midnight. We had pulled both 3E and 3J. I will ask the city clerk if those are time dependent.
They are not. We can address them at your next meeting.
Thank you. Do I have any reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests?
I
do not
have a report.
Oh, please, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, so Councilmember Chahal and I, we attended the NCPA annual conference in Monterey, where we got to hear about wildfires, the threats and usefulness of AI, some of the laws around permitting and such. It was really a great conference. And we had a reception in the Monterey Bay Aquarium, which was very nice. And there was a costume contest. SVP came in second place. So thank you to the staff for dressing up. Another item I did want to address, which is that we recently installed a rainbow crosswalk on Monroe Street at Franklin Street. And the day after it was installed, it was defaced. And when we talk about hate, we have people come here, public presentation about hate. I'm just disgusted by we have people that want to deface something so, you might say, aesthetic, so inclusive as a rainbow crosswalk. So I'm just disgusted by the individuals that did this. Thank you.
I did not know it was defaced. Was that taken care of by the, I didn't see anything when I saw it at the parade.
I mean, it's repaired now, but it was
It's okay now, okay.
the day after.
I did not see any of that at the parade. And we did have our Parade of Champions on October 4th, had a wonderful time, and appreciate everyone who was there. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Madam Chair, I think it was a couple of meetings ago now that we had the public request that we agendize the possibility of a resolution supporting Measure A. I don't know if staff can come back and give us a report. I think they were gonna, they said that it would be possible to look into maybe a resolution to support Measure A.
Something we can do.
Yeah, so is that something you, I think what you're asking for is a verbal 030 to direct staff to look into Measure A. That's totally possible
Okay.
to make. And
If you want to do that by consensus, I support it.
So there's a couple ways to
030
do it.
request to
It
look
can-
at Measure A.
Yeah, well, yeah, it depends on what Member Gonzalez is seeking to do. And I'm sorry if I'm repeating a conversation we had last time. If you are looking for staff analysis and a report back to you, that's one type of motion. If you're looking for staff to bring back, you know, a resolution either in support or against, that's a different kind of resolution. And so either one would be kind of a motion second with a formal referral to staff to bring back what it is you're looking for with respect to.
I think a motion with a short analysis. I don't want it to be supporting, yeah.
Member Gonzalez, you can do a 030 request. It's very simple form, so that it's clearer to, yeah.
But he can also do it here. I'm sorry, Madam Presiding Officer.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, the 030 is really more formally designed for when we're outside these chambers, but these chambers do allow you to make a formal referral with support of the entire council that can be more definitive, and it can go right to a particular meeting that's identified.
So you're asking for an analysis.
A formal report in support of
Yeah, a resolution.
Measure A.
okay, which is not an analysis, but that's fine. And I think the city attorney made a very good distinction, right? Are you asking us to look into it and bring you back information so you can make a determination?
No.
Or are you as a majority saying, hey, we're already in support of this, bring back a resolution? Either one is fine, right?
I'd rather not have you spend too much time, so you just bring back a resolution in support.
I would prefer analysis, because so your motion is for a resolution in favor of?
In support.
Okay. And there's a second to that? Any other discussion? Like I said, I wanted an analysis, because I was on the call with Susan Ellenberg just yesterday, and I still have a lot of questions. All right, we have a motion. Okay, that passes 4-1. Right? All right. City manager, do you have any? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have any. Okay. All right, Raj. Chahal, members. Yeah, you've got to turn it on. There you go.
Yep. I, along with Councilmember Jan, attended the NCPA annual conference from 24th to 26th in Monterey. And as mentioned by Councilmember Jane, there were so many good topics. One of the special one was economic, global economy and energy markets. Super, very good. And then we had our own, Nico presented on data centers. That was good. And another one was on AI, which was very informative, actually. Basically, how you can make use of AI in a much better fashion. So just to keep it brief, I know we are at almost 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I just wanted clarifications on council support for a measure, for a ballot measure. I believe that a council can have measures that endorse, can pass resolutions that endorse. I think there are prohibitions on using city funds and things like that, so I want to be very careful that we are within, the bounds. You're kind of acknowledging a concern that I had prior to doing this, to taking the vote, but I had full confidence that you would not allow us to go down the wrong path.
Thank you, Member Park. You've described it correctly. It's within your authority to adopt a resolution in support or against a measure of city interest, but it would be a violation of applicable law for you to expend resources on that. And the staff resources necessary to bring that to you would not run afoul of that.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other lights. City Manager, do you have a report?
No report.
Yeah. All right, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.